Hi, welcome to the reading of Everything I Know I Learned from My Pimp, Surviving Trafficking and the Anti-Trafficking Movement by Jess Richardson, me. Okay, here we go. Raw and unedited. And actually, I'm going to read the back of the book first because that feels like where you should start. Experience is the mother of all teachers, but she is a reckless bitch. At the hand of her pimp, Jess received a crash course in sales, marketing, negotiation, problem solving, work ethic, and how not to lead. With the help of a sex worker, Jess was able to escape trafficking, but that was only the beginning. Jess went public with her story in 2009, determined to change the world. What she discovered was more horrific than she could have imagined. Slavery impacts every person on the planet. This is her journey, the paradigm shifts that took a happily married mom of 5 into the forefront of the anti-trafficking movement, only to lose everything. She couldn't create solutions while playing by the same rules, so she changed the game. A collection of stories written by Jess Richardson, fiction, nonfiction, memoir. Jess, is polished, organized, and has what appears to be effortless business savvy. Rose, I always mispronounce her last name. Somarriba, Verily Magazine. She's a very sweet lady. Jess Richardson resides in Las Vegas with her husband of 16 years and their children. Together, they teach, coach, and laugh with their amazing online community of superpowered humans. This is your trigger warning. This is just fun. Forward by Reed Richardson, my husband. I was a fanatical 19-year-old evangelical Christian street activist with a shit ton of passion, working a booth at the Idaho State Fair. We were introduced by my mutual friend who just knew we would get married. Jess was transparent with her intentions and entirely secure in herself. She felt dangerously honest, and we would talk for hours. Christmas Eve 2003, we stood together in front of the firelight of a wood-burning stove, sharing our darkest secrets, childhood abuse, and deep, heartfelt convictions. We embraced for a very long time. I knew I would marry her. I had never experienced such honesty, tenderness, and intense love from another human being. Our wedding was quick, but we were thrilled for our future together. For my parents and siblings, it was like a funeral. The virgin and the ex-whore. It became us against the world. We opened our 2-bedroom apartment to young adults who desperately wanted to heal their fear, triggers, and be happy. Night after night, Jess would listen to their problems, and then, like a dream, they'd break through their trauma. We were good Christians, had mentors, and served our community. This was only the beginning of my wild adventure with Jess. Honestly, I had no idea what I was getting into. Once you jump into the rabbit hole, there's no turning back. Being married to Jess is like trying to ride a racehorse that is covered in Vaseline. You'd better hold on to your britches. The glue that's held us together for 16 years has been a deep love for each other and humanity. Our values have always aligned. My hope is you are moved and inspired to accept what's on the other side of the veil. Jess gave her all to make this book possible. I'm certain you'll have the most paradigm-shifting ride of your life. I sure have. Read this first. Quote, "It's good to have an end to journey toward, but it's the journey that matters in the end." Ernest Hemingway. Wait. Before you jump into a rant about my trauma bond with my abuser or Stockholm Syndrome, I want you to understand my heart. I'm deeply grateful for the experiences in the life, trafficking, abuse, grief, pain, the works. I know I titled this book, Everything I Know I Learned from My Pimp, and it sounds like I'm giving him a lot of credit, and quite frankly, I do. While he was possessive, aggressive, violent, and controlling to the point of being an actual trafficker, he was also human. He was once a little boy with big dreams, a shop owner and an individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. All admirable qualities. My gratitude for him and all my other abusers allowed me to learn from those experiences and grow into a fiercely strong, gentle wife, mother, and human that I am today. While most teens were struggling to get out of bed and get to first class in high school, I was traveling the country learning sales, marketing, finance, negotiation, and team leadership, all at the hand of my pimp. I often joked that slavery will give you excellent work ethic. Experience is a mother of all teachers, but she can be a reckless bitch. When I went public in 2009, when I went public with my personal story of overcoming traffic on the evening news, I thought I had some things figured out. Was I ever wrong? Years into my journey, I met a number of sex workers. As I listened to their experiences and grew to understand the intersections within the sex industry, my own journey became more clear. Then the floor fell away. Not the very foundation of what I had been teaching was wrong. Not just a little wrong, but do more damage than good wrong. Within a few weeks, I knew I couldn't go on. My heart was broken. We left everything, lost everything, and I went into hiding. I couldn't handle the shame. I didn't know what was right because everything felt so wrong. The world was going mad, and I wouldn't go with it. The book you are reading sat in my Google Drive unopened for 5 years. I had thousands of excuses why I should never talk about trafficking again, but over and over I connected with people who benefited from my work. This was, and will always be my passion. Inspiring others to be great, do great things, and to live with great joy. Because you're worth it. Here's another quote. Being a pimp is about finding what a bitch lacks in her life and meeting that need for her. Identify the needs of a bitch and fulfill them. Then use that to your advantage. And that's the day you'll be a pimp. Came from a website, Pimp Feet. Pimps have been successful for centuries primarily because of their ability to see the needs of individuals within their geographical area. As a survivor of domestic trafficking, it has taken me years of processing and healing to understand the benefits of my exploitation. The transformation of my trauma and abuse has made it a blessing not only to myself and those still enslaved, but my community as well. Both a trafficking survivor and an abolitionist, my desire is not to glamorize a life, but to share my experiences and observations in order to equip others to be effective in stopping trafficking, racism, inequality, and breaking generational cycles of abuse. Similar to a pimp, an abolitionist must discover the needs of their nation, community, and the individuals within their community. Discovering those needs provides a doorway to fulfilling them. In our first world society, we often forget that the needs are more than the physical needs of food, water, and shelter alone. Every individual desires to be deeply known and once known loved. As humans, we long to be heard and understood for who we are, rather than what we portray and how we are perceived. Living in America, we are isolated behind our big houses and picket fences, anxious to live the American dream while denying the very core of our existence: relationships. Human trafficking is nothing new. It's not a problem that started in the last few centuries. Since the dawn of time, the face of slavery has changed, but the effect on the human spirit will always be the same. Slavery has and always will create chains of bondage that cannot be seen with the naked eye, twisting the mind and robbing the heart of hope. We defend our captors time and again, while millions of people are stripped of all dignity to cower in the only world we understand: abuse and even torture. Once an eye is developed to see the invisible chains, they are visible everywhere, more places than I could ever count. I wanted to believe that my experiences were unique, that the thousands of girls, boys, men, women, and all types of people I encountered during my years in the life, I wanted to believe they didn't exist. I wanted to believe that our pain was simply a nightmare or a product of my imagination. However, the chronic pain from too many beatings, the hormonal imbalances from too much trauma while my mind and body were still developing, along with my criminal record, tell a very different story. A story like a nightmare I simply can't wake up from and breathe a sigh of relief that it was only a dream. It is my story, my life, and the uniqueness of my humanity. It has prepared me for this life and a new life that I'm destined to share with you. I am a Christian, but I cuss a lot. I am a follower of Christ. It is because of my relationship with Him that I am free today. I have also been wounded by many who call themselves Christians. This may shock you, but I've also known pastors who were my regular clients when I was a sex worker. My family was rejected by our church when I started sharing my story publicly. Years later, we learned that they were using a video of my story to promote awareness, adding to the depth of our betrayal and rejection. It is not my heart to come from a place of bitterness or anger, but from a place of restoration. My heart had to be broken for His people by being broken by His people. Many individuals who identify as Christians carry heavy burdens of shame, guilt, and addiction. If you feel this way, please know that you are not alone. Your feelings are valid, and I'm sorry you've been hurt. The Christ I know met me in my bedroom and accepted me for who I was at that moment. He, a true gentleman, saw the needs of my heart. He didn't care if I did drugs, had sex with women, or even cussed. He still accepted me and forgave my sins as bad as they were. Over the years, I've been very fortunate to have friends and mentors who didn't give advice, but instead listened to my stories and showed me unconditional love. True change comes from the inside, from the heart. Then, over time, the behaviors match the heart. Fake it till you make it only works for a while, but without heart change, failure is inevitable. Our system of Christianity is failing. We have been placing a Jesus Band-Aid over the gaping wounds of complex trauma and rampant abuse. We have faked it and failed the very people Christ loved. It is time for mainstream Christianity to make a decision. Are we going to continue to dole out Jesus Band-Aids, or are we going to allow ourselves to go into surgery? This is not a Christian or secular book, a clinical or layperson's book. It is a book for people who want to understand domestic sex trafficking on a deeper level. It's a book about humanity, love, overcoming great obstacles, and finding freedom we never knew existed. But we must change our view of people, seeing them for who they are rather than for how they behave. I want to push the limits of what we think and believe, while knowing there is more hope and joy than I could express in mere words. Freedom is possible. Joy is pure and life worth living, but many don't believe that it's possible. Will you join me as we explore the world outside the box? And a subnote. Since writing this book 5 years ago, I have deconverted. This doesn't change my love for people. Actually, somehow I feel a deeper love and responsibility for humanity. This is a topic of another book and another time that I really can't wait to write. But I feel it was important to leave the book as it is because it's an important part of my journey. There were so many paradigm shifts that were in here that needed to be told. Equality, injustice, and notes to the reader. The anti-trafficking movement is filled with gut-wrenching stories, heartbreaking images, nightmares, and unbelievable stories of trauma. Before you grab a pitchfork and jump into the witch hunt, I want to demystify trafficking, sex work, and the people who participate. We need your passion, but we also need you to learn from history, ask bigger questions, and seek a deeper truth. Throughout history, people have always been separated by race, gender, religion, sexuality, and/or class, thus creating an uprising or a movement. The pendulum of extremes continues to swing generation after generation. Until all people are treated fairly, there will always be injustice. Within these pages, I refer to domestic, US-born, trafficking survivors as survivors. Big and bold. In no way is this intended to minimize or hurt other types of survivors. We are all survivors of something. We have all experienced pain and heartbreak, and we all have the opportunity to heal. There is no contest about who is most healed or who has experienced the most pain. We are all on a journey, and your journey is no better or worse than mine. It's simply different. As long as we are breathing, there's hope for a better life, a new life, a life of hope enveloped in a beautiful world beyond our current imagination. The cultural stigma of men as pimps or abusers and women as their victims is true in the majority of circumstances. However, I know many men who have been exploited, trafficked, and abused, and women have been the primary abusers. For the ease of reading, I choose to use the gender-specific pronouns customary for the gender of the abuse, but it is never my intention to excuse or minimize abuse regardless of gender or even lack thereof. Over the last 2 decades, I have been sharing my experiences individually and with groups, giving me the great privilege of hearing hundreds of gut-wrenching and awe-inspiring life stories. Many have remarkably similar stories of abuse based on a wide variety of factors. While I understand the importance of sharing my own unique story, my primary intent on these pages is to paint a broader picture of trafficking into the sex industry within the United States, so we can create lasting change within our communities. It is my desire to honor every person who has entrusted me with their stories. Sharing life experiences that are not a part of my journey resembles exploitation. Their stories are not mine to tell. Keeping that in mind, I begin each chapter with a fictional storyline based on the patterns of abuse so prevalent in America today. If you are able to identify with components of the stories, rest assured you are not alone. Every character reveals fragments of my personal journey as I identify with all aspects from victim to survivor, abused to abuser, codependent rescuer to empowering support, and consumed to consumer. Hope and healing are always possible even after the most traumatic experiences. Virtually every life in America has been touched by the tentacles of trafficking. It's difficult to face and even more daunting to talk about with your friends. A dear friend of mine once told me, "Everything's okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end." Take a break. Laugh until your belly hurts, because this is not the end. Chapter 1. Daddy, Winona has been in this call for 40 minutes. She should have been out in 25 or 30 max. She ain't answering her phone. What you want me to do? Asks Emily. Bitch, get up in there. Get her ass out. Get my money, bitch. How many years have you been down with this pimpin'? And you don't know how to handle this shit? Bitch, I thought I raised you better than this. Get your hoe and break yourselves. Okay, Daddy. Silence. Daddy? Daddy? Are you there? Shit. He hung up on me, Emily thinks. What the fuck is wrong with her? Knock, knock, knock. Silence. No answer on her phone. Banging on the door. No answer. Shit, what's going on? It's been almost an hour. Grabbing her coat out of the car, Emily walks into the motel office. Leaning over the counter, she flirts with the manager until he would even give her the moon and stars. She runs her finger across her painted lips and asks him to open the motel room. He opens the door. The bed flipped on its side, blocking most of the hall. She pushes the manager out of the way and rushes into the room. Winona! Shoving the mattress aside, she sees her. Call 911! Now! Call 911! She screams at the manager, cradling Winona's head in her lap. Winona, what happened? I got you, baby. Everything's gonna be okay. Emily holds Winona's bloody body, looking into her eyes. Can you hear me? Winona is breathing blood, barely able to speak. I never thought this was how I would die. I wasn't supposed to be this way. Her breathing grows raspy. You're not going to die. Emily strokes her hair. I won't let you die. You are my wifey, and I won't let you walk, and I won't walk away from you. Keep holding on. I'm with you. You're not gonna die. Slowly, Emily's eyes gaze travels down Winona's naked body. Dark blood flows from the many stab wounds, revealing parts of her internals that should never be seen. Emily's vision begins to fade into black. Breathing slowly, she forces her mind to count. 1, 2, 3. Stephen, Winona whispers. Take care of him. Her voice trails off and her breathing slowly stops. Winona! You can't do this! No! Come back, Winona! Emily screams. Winona's eyes open, revealing hollow eyes, a blank, dead stare. Jumping to her feet, Emily screams. Oh my God! She's dead! Hearing sirens, Emily sprints out the door through the parking lot. Flinging the car door open, she speeds away, screaming at the empty void in the passenger seat. What happened? We're supposed to be together. You can't leave me. Sobbing, she sees her hands and coat covered in her best friend's blood. Her mind flashes back to her childhood, holding her lifeless puppy. If only she had been a better person. If only she had been a better friend. I'm sorry, Winona. It should have been me. I'm so sorry I gave you that call. It's my fault. I will find your baby brother, Stephen. I swear on my life I will find him. Sobbing, Emily picks up her phone. Daddy, she can hardly speak, choking out the words. That crazy-ass kit trick killed Winona. Daddy, it's so bad. She trails off, her strength gone. Baby, get your ass on I-5 North. Don't come back here. Pull into the last truck stop before you get out of town. Park in the back. Lay low. We'll be there soon. I'll get this taken care of. Get out of there. Don't move. Don't get out of the car. Sit tight. Got it? Yes, Daddy. I'm on my way. Emily knows Cooper will know how to handle everything. He will protect me, she thinks. The white dashes on the freeway made her feel peaceful. Far away from where she was, Maybe the next place will be different. If she drives fast enough, she'll forget the memories. Hopefully. She keeps wishing the nightmares away, but they always return, especially in the night. She knows that today will haunt her dreams for the rest of her life. Maybe she should end it. Emily jolts awake by her passenger door opening. Cooper slides into the seat as she takes a deep breath of relief. Oh, baby, you're nasty. We gotta get you cleaned up. Take that coat off. Throw it in the back. Wipe your hands and put this jacket off. When you go in the side door of the truck stop, there's a shower room on the far right corner of the building. Clean up. Get back here. Make sure you put all your clothes and everything in this plastic bag. Don't put anything in the garbage. Then bleach the place. Okay, Daddy, I'll do it perfect. Sighing, I'll clean it up right, says Emily, climbing out of the Cadillac. I wish the water would wash away my life. She scrubs her skin until it's raw. Avoiding a reflection in the mirror, she bleaches the room. Grabbing the garbage bag, she walks out, abandoning hope. Speeding north to Seattle, Cooper says, they won't find the car for months, and when they do, it won't matter. Winona won't even make it on the news, and black hoes never do. The world don't care about us. If we want to make our mark in the world, we gotta hit it hard. Rest in peace, Winona. We'll name the next roles after her. After 2 years, you would think I could get my act together. Emily opens the blinds on her third-story apartment, hoping the rare afternoon sun in Seattle would help her mood. Curling up in the overstuffed chair, overlooking the street, she's lost in thought. I wish it was me instead of her. Her mind is consumed with finding Stephen. She promised Winona she would take care of him. When she told Cooper about Stephen, he freaked out. Bitch, you're out of pocket, bitch. Don't ever let me another man's name out of your voice unless he's paying you, bitch. She blacked out. When she came to, her eyes were bloodshot, with 10 finger-shaped bruises across her neck. She could hardly breathe from the broken ribs. She ponders some lessons you only have to learn once. Why can't I just leave this alone? Answer your phone, Cooper yells from the next room, jolting her out of her internal nightmare. It was sitting right next to her, but she was lost in her own thoughts. She mutters, hello? In her signature raspy voice that could melt the coldest trick. It was one of their regulars. They had built the largest escort service in the entire Puget Sound. The best calls went to the 4 other girls in the stable, but she could keep a few dozen girls busy every day of the week. Answering the phones 24/7 kept her from having to turn tricks. She hadn't come out of her apartment in almost 18 months. Cooper was happy as long as the money flowed, and she ran all the phone lines, online ads, and weekly massage ads in the paper. These young kids have no idea what it used to be like, bitching about calls and driving all over town. They have it fucking easy. I'm getting too old for this shit. I was supposed to be retired at 25, and I'm almost 26. I can't do this shit anymore, Emily thought. She would have some serious planning to do to get away from Cooper. She hadn't seen any money since she picked up the phone. Her wifey's handled everything on the outside, but maybe she could convince Cooper that she wanted to work again. Daddy, I'm itching to make some scratch for you. It's been a long time, and I can't stay in this place anymore. After 12 years with Cooper, Emily knew exactly what he wanted to hear. As long as she moved slowly, she would be able to get away from him in the next 6 to 12 months. He wouldn't let go of her easily, but he had taught her well. She had hung on to every word, trying to understand his thinking, but he had a special way of getting into her head. Baby, I'm glad you're feeling this itch because I've been talking to some people about setting up a second escort service in LA. Cooper pauses. My little cousin has been trying to get it running, but I think he needs a down bitch like you to show him how it's done. I owe him a big favor, and we could cut in on the LA action too. You've been educating his bottom bitch, and I know you've been down with my pimpin' for a long time, but I don't want his green ass getting any ideas. Daddy, you know I ain't no choosy Susie. I'll do good, replies Emily. Hose is fickle. You need this pimpin' to be seeing it clearly. Bitch, you gotta get in there and tear it up. You and I, we going to own the West Coast. Canada to Mexico. This pimpin's taking over. Baby, we're taking this pimpin' to the next level. You're gonna be the most famous bitch in the world, bitch. Cooper's words flowed fast, enveloping her mind. I'm ready. What do you want me to do? Emily was excited about being back in California. Maybe this time I'll get that 5-carat diamond ring. Thoughts of escaping the life quickly faded away as Cooper's words sink into the depths of her soul. Driving past the palm trees, they turned down a cul-de-sac. Keep your nose to the toes. You'll be talking to Tiffany, Lucky's bottom bitch, in a bit. Hang tight. Cooper says, we're going to hit the track tonight. Get your ass ready. Emily nods. She knows what was coming. Oh, how she hated working the track. It was fast and cheap, totally different from escort work. But at least it'll give me some space. I'll get my hustle on and show these kids how to roll, old school. The fresh air will feel good. I might even find my groove again. Tiffany was nothing like Emily imagined. Barely 5 feet tall with blonde hair to her waist, she looked like she could blow away in the wind. As Cooper and Lucky talked, Tiffany and Emily sat silently, staring at the ground until being excused to dress for the evening. Girl, I got mad respect for you, Tiffany says. What are you doing up in Seattle? Sounds like a sweet ticket. How long it's been since you worked down here? It's been about 2 years, but I've been working the circuit for over 12 years. Times change, but the game stays the same. Sounds like this track ain't changed much in the last few years, Emily says. Nah, it's just like it was, except the chicken joint's gone. Pimp still rides your ass, and you can toss a rock and hit 3 hoes before it hits the ground. Emily learned to never show her emotions. The life teaches you how to pick on any sign of weakness. The show weakness, and the crazy tricks come out of the woodwork, and Pips will be rat-a-tat-tatting all through the night. She didn't want Tiffany to see she hadn't turned a trick in almost 18 months. The phones were easier. She was safe in the walls of her home. Cooper's words rang in her ears. Somebody's got to trick the trick. If you ain't tricking the trick, you're going to get tricked. You got to be the one to trick the trick so you don't get tricked. Over and over the words echoed until it became her inner voice. That trick tricked Winona. I can't let the trick trick me. Silently staring out the windows, watching every turn, memorizing the route. Emily's lost in her thoughts. Maybe I've lost my hustle. Maybe I'm a worthless human being. I can't even be a good hoe. What's a hoe who can't turn tricks? I'm gonna end up killing the first crazy ass trick who get locked up for murder. I swear, none of them better piss me off tonight. Bitch, go knock 'em dead. Call me when you break luck, and it better be fast, bitch. Spouts Cooper as he slides out the back door at Winona in his new rolls. Why did he have to say knock 'em dead? Of all things. How the hell can he read my mind? The track is always busy at 5 o'clock with all the tricks getting off work. I can do this, she repeats to herself, hoping to convince her mind to cooperate. First trick took less than 7 minutes. At least he was cool, she ponders. Maybe this isn't as bad as I remembered. Calling Cooper after every date. $50, $70, $40, $120, $60. She's hitting it hard and fast. Emily's feet aren't accustomed to wearing heels. Every step is filled with pain shooting into her hips. If Cooper sees me sitting down, he'll kill me. Turning tricks is the best way to get off your feet. You gotta keep moving. She can't remember the faceless tricks, but the haunting memories of their cocks castrate her mind. Leaning into the window of a pale blue Camry, she gets a bad feeling. Not, this trick's gonna kill me feeling. More like, watch your back, it might get rough feeling. Sure enough, she was sucking his dick in the car parked in the alley. He grabs the back of her neck, ripping a chunk of hair from her scalp. Without a second thought, she bites down on his penis. Jumping up, she bashes his face with the back of her head. Fighting her way out of the car, she sprints down the street. Ducking into a mini-mart, she catches her breath. She crumbles onto the floor between two large refrigerators, weeping. The flashbacks are like rapid fire of an automatic weapon. Get out! Get out! An Asian lady screams, who runs the store. Her accent makes the words almost unrecognizable except for the baseball bat in her hands. Emily fumbles out the door and then she runs down the street as fast as she can. Block after block, the city lights blur through her tears, chest heaving, trying to catch air, running for her life, pain, the misery. She can't run fast enough. Collapsing on a bench, she wipes the black makeup streaks from her face, blinking away the tears. Emily's eyes focus on a neon sign across the street. Sex workers welcome. Perplexed, she watches the people coming and going. They all seem so happy, she thinks. I'm a sex worker. Maybe I can check it out. Limping across the street, she opens a glass door. Hi, can I help you? Asks the woman at the front desk. She smiles. She looks nice, kind of like a mom, making her seem completely out of place in this neighborhood. I don't know, replies Emily, looking down, realizing she's barefooted, covered in sweat with makeup smearing down her face. Can I use your bathroom to clean up? Sure. What's your name? Emily. Hi, Emily. The bathroom's down the hall. It's the third door on the right. Every room is alive with color. Why aren't they throwing me out? What's with these people? After cleaning up, Emily goes back out to the woman at the desk. What is this place? We provide services to sex workers. Looks like you could use some shoes. Do you want someone to show you the clothing room? You might find something you really like. Emily nods. The woman at the desk continues. We have other services. You can talk with someone if you'd like. Some of us have been in the sex industry, but everyone here totally gets this stuff, she says with a grin. I have a gal that'll be back in about 10 minutes who is in the industry. She's way cool. You want to grab some food or coffee with her? We have a whole kitchen back here. Chapter 2. When I was a preteen, I would hide in the back of my closet, fondling my precious CDs from Two Life Crew, Boyz II Men, and Tupac. They were my world. I dreamed of seeing them just once face to face. The booklets inside the CD cases grew tattered as I studied every word. After having my heart broken by my first love, I knew the streets would accept me. The streets are very accepting, but they also aren't forgiving. My heart began to change. I sought the love and relationship that poured from Boyz II Men, but only understood the pain and hurt of Two Life Crew and Tupac. The sexual abuse of my preschool years buried inside of me. I knew how to find love. Sex was the answer, the way to fill the emptiness and the pain in my heart. Trafficking is a complex issue encompassing many systemic problems within our culture. Rarely does a person get snatched off the streets, thrown into a dark van, and locked into a room to be sold for sex. The more common story is a sexually, physically, and emotionally abused child who is seeking safety, love, and affirmation, only to find the charming pimp that has as the answer to their problems, providing food, clothing, and a place to sleep. To the average person, this may seem unfathomable, But to the child sleeping on the streets, the protection and provision that a pimp provides feels better than the alternative. Understanding the depth of trafficking requires a deep look into the nature of humanity and society today. It's human nature to push the limits of what our hearts, minds, and bodies can tolerate. From Leonardo da Vinci dreaming of flight to Elvis shocking the world with his obscene hip shaking and belly rolling, humans have the deep-rooted desire to be the first, the best, and the biggest at everything we do, creating a constant fight to the top. The conflict arises when we study history and discover that no society has lasted forever. America has grown to be one of the greatest nations in history, except our schools are failing, our disease and cancer rates are skyrocketing, and our children are hungry. Each generation searches for their own self-worth. As a collective whole, we will define what the next generation accepts based on what we have tolerated. If the behavior is not accepted in today's society, over years, decades, or even generations, society will grow in time to tolerate, accept, and then approve actions that were never accepted by generations before. In many instances, the progression is good. For example, allowing both African Americans and women the right to vote, or the notion that women should not be beaten because she didn't have dinner on the table when her husband arrived home. To our detriment, we have come to accept practices into our culture that hinder future generations. For example, glamorizing the lifestyles of porn stars and creating a buffet of flesh at a bachelor party in the days before a no longer sacred ceremony only adds humans to the list of disposable products within our disposable society. There are a number of organizations that have been fighting for years to normalize pedophilia, the sexual attraction to children. They liken pedophilia to other sexual orientations such as gay, straight, bisexual, or transgender. While not all of the organizations approve of acting out of their desires, the slope is slippery. Individuals who are attracted to children do need help. If help is available to them before they act on their urges, that would be beneficial to society. However, normalizing pedophilia for the purpose of individuals receiving treatment starts us down a path of accepting the act of pedophilia within our culture. It may not happen in the next 5 years, but easily could within a generation. It's not one large event that changes the culture, it's thousands of small events. It's thousands of small events, products, and marketing that push our limits a little further every day. Only 65 years ago, it was scandalous for a woman to wear a skirt that didn't cover her knees. Today, it can be difficult to find a skirt that's longer than it is wide. I regularly walk into a store and see children's clothing with the word pimp printed across the front. Then I wonder how many parents would put their child in a shirt that more accurately stated slave owner. Blame shifting is easy. I can't count the number of times I've heard people say that rap music is bad, or sheltering our children from pop culture will make them become more wholesome. Our entire culture is evolving, shifting the blame from our own parenting to the world in which we live. With each decade, we become more sexualized. Cycles of abuse grow wider, and technology increases the speed in which information travels. If we desire to thrive in the culture today, we must be prepared for the 21st century. Then we will understand the obstacles we are facing. Over the last 20 years, technology has changed more than any other time in history. The world has suddenly become much smaller. As a child, my mother would sit and wait by the telephone every Saturday morning expecting a call from my grandmother. For 1 hour, they would chat long distance, catching up on the events from the previous week. Those were the days of dial tones, fax machines, 10-key calculators, typewriters, and the dreaded busy signal, luring us to walk to our friend's house to see why the phone has been busy for the last 2 hours. Now, every whim is met with immediate gratification. If we want to know when Rome fell, Google it. If you want to know who is the 14th president of the United States, you Google it. We have lost the need to retain knowledge. At our fingertips, we hold more information than ever before. But does it make us smarter? If we deny how technology has affected our lives and culture, then we are ignorant of the biggest shift in history of the human race. Through Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Google, email, Skype, and a plethora of other applications, we have immediate access to anyone in the world. When Kimberly Young presented a paper, Internet Addiction, the emergence of a new clinical disorder in 1996, she asked a variety of questions including, have you ever felt preoccupied with the internet? Have you repeatedly made unsuccessful efforts to control, cut back, or stop internet use? 17 years later, most of us can't even imagine a day without internet use. We take breaks from Facebook or vow not to use our smartphones during meals, but rarely go an entire day without internet access. The mass consumption of the internet has caused many to evaluate a new disorder that may soon be added to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders, the DSM. Internet use disorder, IUD, has many of the usual characteristics of addiction, including compulsive behavior, inability to quit, negative behaviors such as lying, isolation, fatigue, and the need for more and more time online with better equipment and software. Typically, internet use disorder is categorized into 3 subtypes: gaming, pornography, and social networking, email, instant messaging. It is increasingly difficult to measure the effects of internet use within the United States because Americans falsely believe we are somehow immune to the effects of the internet, marketing, and advertising. Technology gives us access to more information and assists in building relationships if utilized correctly. Facebook has enabled me to steer some survivors away from suicide by notifying me when these friends post cryptic updates, allowing me to jump into action when the need is most urgent. Facebook has also helped me to deeply connect with more people at a time than any other tool that has ever existed. The key to developing relationships online is understanding there's no difference between online and the real world. Behind every post, comment, or interaction is another human, an individual who has the same core needs as any of us. Every photo is a person. That person is someone's daughter, son, niece, brother, or friend. When we objectify a person online, it alters our heart and behaviors in the real world. Imagine a world where you are never allowed to make a mistake. Now imagine if that world existed when you were in middle school, one of the most difficult times in most people's lives. One day, your boyfriend convinces you to show him your breasts and he snaps a photo on his phone. What if something happens to you that you could not control? You get an erection in class, somebody pulls down your pants, or you were raped at a party. What happens when that incident is caught on camera and instantly uploaded to the internet where it goes viral? Being seen by thousands of people before you even know it has been posted. Today's world is remarkably unforgiving. A couple of decades ago, when something humiliating happened, people quit talking about it when the next big event took place. It still left an emotional scar, but there were options. Today, that image will follow you for the rest of your life. And with the I can never say this word right, anonymity, the anonymous nature of the internet, bullies can continue to destroy lives regardless of physical location. Due to the lack of resources and hope for those whose lives are being destroyed through the use of the internet, many young people have chosen to commit suicide to escape the never-ending attacks. Suicide is the 3rd leading cause for individuals between the ages of 10 and 24, resulting in approximately 4,600 deaths in the United States per year. Even more shocking, is that more youth attempt suicide than actually die. The national survey revealed that 16% of students in American public and private schools, grades 9th through 12th, seriously considered suicide. 16%. Today we live in a volatile world where the lines between reality and performance are blurred. I also want to point out that I wrote this 5-6 years ago, and it's actually increased greatly, which was why I chose to publish this book, because suicide and mental health really needs to be brought to the forefront. In December 2013, Justine Sacco, a public relations executive at a prominent internet media company, boarded a plane in London on her way to Africa. At that moment, she did what most of us do. She tweeted. During her 12-hour flight without internet access, her tweet went viral, sparking an international firestorm of rage. By the time her plane landed, #Has Justine landed yet? Was trending worldwide. Her Twitter account had swelled from a few hundred followers to just over 8,000, and she was fired from her job. The hateful tweets flowed faster than anyone could read as the world participated in bullying of incomprehensible proportions. Behind that tweet was a young woman who will never be able to walk away from those 64 characters. The world watched with unprecedented anticipation for that fateful moment when she turned her phone back on. Bloodthirsty for the moment of shock as we watched her world crumble and soon realized that she had become the most hated person on the planet. Mass bullying is unlike anything in history. What is it going to take to quench society's thirst for watching a life destroyed? Spring 2003. Why? Why do I have to be in this godforsaken place? I think as I drive past the city limit sign for Pocatello, Idaho. I suppose you can find good people anywhere. Pulling into the parking lot, swerving to avoid the giant potholes, I put the car in park and joined my new friends at the bottom of the basement stairs. The smoke billows out of the small space as we huddle to stay out of the rain before Glenn unlocks a door for our dual diagnosis support group. Before long, the tiny basement room is filled with smoke as we inhale 2 boxes of stale donuts and cheap coffee from the dingy percolator. Grabbing a folding chair from the stack, I situate my belongings in the back corner of the room. Michael slides his chair into the other side of the table, placing a cigarette next to mine in the ashtray, while leaning his God against the back wall. How's your God today? I ask Michael with a sassy grin. Yeah, funny. She's doing great. Now fuck off. He counters, matching my sarcasm. I guess you have to be a little crazy to come here, I think, stirring cream into my coffee. I thought it was a joke, but over the weeks I came to understand that Michael's skateboard was all he could trust. So it became his God. His skateboard gave him hope of another day. Making small talk, we joked through the entire group, causing Glenn to shush us numerous times. Packing up to leave, we stack our chairs in the corner. Michael steps into my personal bubble. Looking down his nose while sheepishly grinning, he whispers, I know who you are. You wear red, don't you? My heart stops. Without saying goodbye to Glenn or any of my other friends, I slide out the back door, running up the stairs and fleeing into my car. How did he find that porn? I bet he was thinking about those photos during the entire group. Oh my gosh. What have I shared while I was there? Has he been jacking off to my photos? I'm never going to be able to get away from my past. It's been 3 years. How far do I have to go to get away from myself? Pornography. Through the widespread use of technology, pornography has been introduced to younger and younger children. While the pornography being produced is becoming progressively more violent and degrading. 15 years ago, anal sex was taboo in mainstream pornography. Today, it's increasingly difficult to find any pornography that doesn't include and highlight anal sex, with some of the most popular scenes featuring ass to mouth, or ATM, in which an individual is penetrated anally and then oral sex is performed. The lack of understanding around pornography and how it relates to trafficking has led many influential individuals to promote the use of pornography. Even Oprah Winfrey has come under fire for encouraging pornography to spice up your love life. In an attempt to remove the shame factor from the widespread use of pornography, we have given approval to an industry filled with corruption and exploitation of men, women, and children. It's increasingly challenging to acquire statistics on the number of individuals who are trafficked into pornography. However, it is incredibly difficult to view internet porn without stumbling on child pornography. The images of child porn are slipped among the other images of adults, who may also be enslaved. Due to the prevalence of child pornography, in 2011, the Oregon Supreme Court ruled that viewing child pornography online isn't illegal. Justice Michael Gillette wrote, quote, "Looking for something on the internet is like walking into a museum to look at pictures. The pictures can be where the person expected them to be, and he can look at them, but that does not in any sense give him possession of them." Shortly before serial killer Ted Bundy was executed in 1989, he confessed to 30 murders between 1974 and 1978. In his final interview, he was passionate about warning the world about the dangers of pornography. He stated, "I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me, and without exception, without question, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography." While this is a profound statement, what I find even more haunting is the era in which it was stated. The World Wide Web was not online until 1990. Therefore, all of Ted Bundy's pornography experiences were through other media sources such as magazines or VHS tapes. Before the invention of the internet, access to pornography was limited. A person had to drive to an adult store while hoping they weren't caught by their wife, friends, pastor, or boss. They purchased a few magazines or videos, only to view the same images dozens of times before risking the embarrassment of returning to the adult store. Today, we have access to an unlimited number of photos, videos, and types of pornography. Within a 10-minute span of time on the internet, an individual can consume more pornographic images than an entire stack of magazines. Without the risk of getting caught at the adult store and the ease of access through technology, pornography use is on the rise. However, pornography consumption on the internet is vastly different. With an unlimited number of photos and videos available, the urge to click another photo can take over as the dopamine courses through the brain, rewarding the viewer with pleasure sensations. The release of dopamine causes internet pornography to be dauntingly addictive. Gary Wilson has taught anatomy and physiology for many years with an interest in the neurochemistry of mating and bonding. His research has shown that internet pornography can lead to a lack of pleasure with a partner, desensitization, and erectile dysfunction. Individuals who regularly view porn must compartmentalize their life. They're trying to separate their fantasy world of pornography use from the real world where they could be faced with sexual harassment suits for slipping up in their language at the office. The core problem with this thought is that pornography is not a fantasy world. With the exception of digital or cartoon pornography, it is real life. The woman with 5 men standing over her kneeling body, waiting for the money shot of spraying semen across her face is real. That woman is real, and the act is real. Paul Fishman, the founder of Adult Video News, AVN, says, porn doesn't have a demographic. It goes across all demographics. Many Christians mistakenly believe that pornography is not a problem within the Christian culture. In 2002, 1,351 pastors were surveyed. 54% said they had viewed internet pornography within the last year. 30% of those had visited within the last 30 days. As Christians, we are called to change the culture rather than create subcultures within society. It's our subcultures that separate us from the painful reality of the world. Pornography is the raw underbelly of our culture, giving us a glimpse into the heart of the viewer. It is littered with blatant racial slogans such as pretty white woman pounded by giant black cocks, young Asian sluts, horny black booty hoes. The racism doesn't stop with the marketing of pornography, but female African American pornographic actresses are paid less. Misty Stone is a well-known porn star who has been nominated for more than 10 Adult Video News Awards, and she won Hottie of the Year in 2009 Cyberspace Adult Video Reviews Awards. It's CAVR Awards. In an interview, she stated, Now that I have raised my rate, which is not really that high, I know white girls getting paid $1,500 and I'm getting about $1,200, and I get booked less. Misty continued saying, there was a time when I was getting about $400 or $500 a scene. Now I'm an LA direct agency and probably at the top of the food chain, and now I'm getting booked for $1,200 a scene. But they don't want to pay an African American girl that kind of money. The blatant racism and vulgarity of pornography seeps into the subconscious mind of the viewers, leaving a twisted view of humanity and sexuality in a real world of interactions. It's a quote from The Education of a Very Young Madam, Ma Ling Lee. Young girls, poor girls, stupid girls, runaways like Natasha and me. There aren't many glamorous options for girls like that. There aren't a lot of not so glamorous options either. Choices are based on experiences. Experiences are defined by our family. Our family has molded our community. Our community represents our culture, creating a constantly evolving society. Our personal agency, or the ability to make healthy choices, is based on the individual experiences, community, and culture of every individual living within society. When an individual's safety is compromised within their family or community, they may lack the agency to make decisions that are healthy for their well-being. However, they might feel empowered by the choices they make based on their experiences. Most individuals within our community have the ability to make choices, but far fewer individuals have the latitude to make healthy choices due to rampant abuse and economic hardships. Have you ever asked yourself why a loved one chooses to go back to an abuser, or why a teen ran away from home? These are choices, but understanding the difference between their choices and their agency helps decipher perplexing behavior. In the story of Winona's death, Emily takes the choice to sprint out the door at the sound of sirens, running from the police who could help her. Why did she choose to run rather than confiding in the police, escaping her trafficker, and finding Winona's killer? Emily made the decision. No one forced her to flee the scene, and running from the police is not a standard response. Emily's agency or perspective of her life caused her to make a decision, and she made the very best decision she could given her life experiences, family, community, and culture. In reality, we don't know how the story would have turned out if she had waited for law enforcement. She could have been given resources or been arrested for murder, depending on the personal agency of the law enforcement officials who arrived at the scene. During a time of intense healing between my mother and I, she said something that forever changed my understanding of choices and agency. Throughout the tears, she said, Jess, I never made a decision trying to mess up your life. Every decision I made raising you was the very best decision I could make with the knowledge and resources that were available to me. Making the best choice based on your life experiences and resources is your personal agency, and it's unique to each individual. Nadea Octomom, the single mother of 14 children, filmed a solo porn video. She told Oprah, I did it obviously to provide for my family, but doing it, I don't regret it. Actually, shockingly enough, it became one of the most liberating and empowering things I've ever done. Clearly, she made a choice to act in the porn video, but would she have made the same decision if there had been another option for financially supporting her children? She has taken the pain of poverty and turned it into a liberating experience. Was it liberating because she masturbated in front of a camera for millions of people? Or was it liberating because she was able to provide for her children with her earnings and purchase a home? Earning an income is empowering because poverty is excruciating. Over 20% of American children are living in poverty. This means many don't have access to adequate food, shelter, and clothing. While the welfare system is designed to be a safety net to assist families when times are difficult, this system has become a never-ending cycle. As long as minimum wage is not a living wage, individuals will continue to make decisions to sell themselves and exploit others, trying to escape the death grip of poverty, racism, and abuse. Chapter 3. She can hear them fighting with her door closed and koala bear earmuffs over her small ears. Julia knows what this means. Something is going to get broken. Like maybe a plate, a cup, or Mama's ribs. Maybe all of it. Why did she have to say something to Daddy? Why did she always have to open her mouth? If she would only learn to be quiet, it would be easier for everyone. Except Julia. Tonight, after they all go to bed, Daddy will spend time with his special little girl, just like he did every time Mama and Daddy got into a fight, which was happening more and more frequently these days. The new baby meant Mama took more of her vitamins to help the pain go away, but they also made her sleep all day. It all started when Mama had Kate 4 years ago, when Julia was 5. Mama would fall asleep on the couch with baby Kate, leaving Daddy and Julia to make dinner, take a bath, and go to bed. Daddy loved her so much that he touched her. He would say, "Baby girl, you are so beautiful. You're so special to me," as he slid his calloused hand into her panties. At first, it didn't feel bad. It was their special secret. As Julia got older, she heard Daddy whispering the same special words to Kate. Julia didn't know why, but it made her angry. Wasn't she the special one? Julia tried to tell Mama how Daddy was touching baby Kate, but Mama said Daddy would never do such a thing. That night, Mama and Daddy got into a big fight, and later when Daddy came into her room, he hurt her. Daddy quit saying the special words. He didn't say much of anything to her after that. She knew she had disappointed him when she told their special secret. He would hold her down and it would hurt so bad. Although it would be over in a few minutes, the hopeless black abyss she felt went deeper still. Then he would leave without a word. No more special words. Now that Mama had the new baby, she didn't know what was ahead for her and Kate. Julia loved spending time at school. She always got the highest scores on all the assignments. And when she was at school, Julia felt like she could do anything. She could be a scientist or a doctor or maybe a marine biologist. But walking home from school, her feet would drag like the lead heaviness of her heart as reality came rushing back. Mama and Daddy always fought about money. Mama would say, "We're just one step away from losing our home." But it never happened. They lived in the same house on the same street, where all the houses looked the same, with the same garages and the trees planted in the same places. She wished she could disappear or melt into the ground, but her wishes never came true. Crawling behind her clothes, hanging in her closet, she felt protected by the walls. Julia's chest hurt, like her lungs were going to explode. Watching the flesh split open, the razor blade split across her arm. Slid across her arm. The warm blood flowing down her leg made breathing slow. Focusing on the pain from the cut, she pushed back the weight in her chest. In the search of hope, she dreamed of middle school, hoping it would be better than her listless existence. "Go dress down for gym class," growled the middle school gym teacher. She can't avoid it anymore. Julia has run out of excuses. With her head down, she sulks into the locker room. "Look who came to class. Julia the fatty is here." All the girls erupted in laughter. Taking her clothes into the bathroom stall, Julia tries to avoid the snide remarks. Her only friend, Samantha, follows her to the door. "Don't listen to them. They're just stupid prudes. They only wish they were as skinny as you." "I'm not skinny. They're all calling me fat. What did I do to them?" Frustrated, Julia bangs her arm against the toilet paper holder, tearing the fresh cuts open. "Shit!" "What happened?" Samantha asks. "Oh, nothing. I'll be out in a minute." "If I don't get out of here, they'll tease me more. Quit fucking bleeding. Why do I have to be so stupid?" Julia thinks. "Hey, Mama's having a bunch of women over to play bunco. Do you want to come over tonight?" Julia asks. "I don't want to be stuck with my sisters, and Mom always makes great food on bunco nights." "That would be awesome. My dad's on a business trip and Mom wants me to go shopping with her, but I don't think she'll let me go." Samantha replies, I just got the new teen Vogue. I'll bring it with me later." "Sweet. I've been wanting to see that mag. I was looking at it last night on Twitter. I want to do my makeup like Selena Gomez. It's in that issue. Oh, maybe Justin can come over too." "Yes! And his brother is so hot," Samantha exclaims. "I gotta go. They've started running laps and I don't want to get behind. I can't wait for tonight." Julia gets dressed and slips out the side door. School is overrated. I don't need this shit. Texting Justin, she thinks how she'd rather smoke pot and have sex in the dugouts behind the school. Searching for hope, Julia crawls behind her clothes into the back of the closet. Maybe high school will be better than middle school. Anything would be better than today. Daddy quit coming in at night years ago. She never questioned why he quit coming. It was sweet relief. Now he ignored her. It didn't matter what she did. He didn't even see her unless she was putting on a show for the house guests. Every week they hosted a small group Bible study, and they had people over for dinner. They all knew the routine. Don't cuss, act respectful, be perfect. Mom was a president of the PTA this year, and Dad was up for eldership at the church. They had to look the part. Didn't every family do the same? No one had a normal life. A few of the other kids in youth group were trying to hide their cutting too. Most had eating disorders. Fucked up is the new black, whispered Julia. Samantha, my mom is going to kill me, Julia shrieks into the phone. What did you do? Asked Samantha. I'm pregnant, said Julia. What? How? Asked Samantha, laughing hysterically. Seriously, I should have expected that from you. Do I really need to explain to you how it happened? Julia asks. You are ridiculous. I know how it happened, but whose is it? What are you going to do? I've had sex with a few guys, and then that one night stand. Shit, I don't even know whose baby it is. I don't even care. This baby is all mine. I'm going to take care of it. I'm so excited, Julia exclaims. I'm going to have a baby, and it's due on my 17th birthday. Wouldn't it be rad to have a kid on my birthday? Wow, that would be so rad. You could party together for the rest of your lives. When are you going to tell your parents? Asked Samantha. I don't know. I'm thinking I'll wait a couple more months. It's not like they care anyway. I'll just keep the baby in my room. I want to be the one to take care of it. I really want a baby girl. What do you think? A girl would be awesome. Crap, Michael is calling me on the other line. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, Julia. Laying back on her bed, she rubs her belly. Maybe a baby would change everything. I will be the best mama in the world. I won't ever tell her what to do or how to act. I will protect her from all the bad people. We will be the best of friends, and she will love me forever. Julia's parents freaked out when she told them she was pregnant, but they wanted her to finish school. It seemed like baby Jasmine was the best thing that ever happened to Julia. After the initial shock, her parents supported her, helping babysit Jasmine whenever she needed. After Kate went off to college, her parents started pushing Julia to do something with her life. She needed to make money, learn to support Jasmine and herself. It's time to grow up, they would say. Searching the ads, she would see posts for dancers. She had always loved dancing. How hard could it be to dance naked, she questioned. She knew her parents would never want her to dance in the same city. The family had a reputation to uphold, but maybe she could go away for a few months and come back with plenty of money for her and Jazz to be able to move out. Mom, Dad, I have an idea I want to run past you. Please listen to the whole thing before you say anything and hear me out. Placing their dinner napkins on their laps, they take a deep breath, knowing this will be an interesting conversation. I want to go to Florida for 2 months. I'll be dancing at a club where I can make $500 to $800 per night. The woman who owns the club has an apartment and a car I can use. I told her about baby Jazz and how I want to make more money to support us, and she totally wants to help us. Would you take care of Jazz for a couple months? I can send you money to help cover the cost. After an awkward silence, her dad says, I think that would be a good idea. We'll figure out how to make it work. I appreciate you for not looking for that kind of work here. You know what that would do to our family name. We will tell everyone you're working on a cruise ship and won't be able to take Jazz. Does that sound okay, honey? I think we could make it work, replies her mom. Oh, thank you. I will save every penny, and I'll be back in a couple months. My flight leaves on Thursday afternoon. Chapter 4. The vast majority of Americans believe we abolished slavery in 1865 when the 13th Amendment was adopted. Human trafficking is a modern umbrella term encompassing all types of slavery covering the globe today. The term trafficking comes with the sensationalized marketing, which makes most people suspicious of the reality of it happening within the United States. Human trafficking is typically broken down into these categories: forced or bonded labor, sex trafficking, child soldiers, and domestic servitude. Each category includes men, women, and children. All types of human trafficking exist within the United States, but rarely with the appropriate labels or definitions applied. Before we can stop trafficking, we must accurately define what it is within the context of our current language and culture. Trafficking is slavery. It feels like slavery to the survivors who have lived to tell their stories, and to our friends who died while still enslaved. Though it looks different from slavery in the 1800s, it's thriving and expanding within our country and across the world. Most of what we witness on the surface doesn't accurately reveal the deep abyss of slavery within our communities. But traffickers see opportunities to make money from the individuals they exploit in every community. We must understand the world through their eyes in order to stop trafficking at its root. Many times we see the terms exploitation and trafficking used interchangeably. However, they're very different meanings, and serving the exploited individual is vastly different than serving the trafficked individual. Simply stated, trafficking requires an exchange of goods or services, a commercial aspect, where exploitation is using of the individual without anything being exchanged for the services of the individual. Let's utilize an example of a person being forced, blackmailed, or coerced at work. Let's utilize an example of a person is forced, blackmailed, or coerced to work building their parents' home. As a maid or a butler or as a private sex slave, they are exploited because there isn't a commercial aspect to the abuse. Nothing is being sold or traded. If the individual being forced, blackmailed, or coerced to work within a construction company or freelance construction work as a maid, a butler service, or in the sex industry, they are trafficked because money or goods are being traded for the services of the individual. The majority of trafficked individuals have also been at some point exploited, but it's the commercial aspect of trafficking that makes these experiences unique. Amanda Berry, Gina De Jesus, and Michelle Knight were kidnapped, severely abused in every possible way, and held captive for approximately 10 years. Their abuse was nothing short of horrific, but according to the current information available, it wasn't trafficking. The media searched for a word that was strong enough to appropriately label their stories, but many reporters mistakenly labeled it trafficking. If more information becomes available and we discovered they were sold by their captors, only then could the label of trafficking be applied. This doesn't minimize their abuse or experiences. They are simply different. All of our stories are different, and there shouldn't be a competition to have the most horrific abuse. We are all different and beautiful in our diversity. More specifically, sex trafficking is defined by the United Nations as the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act, where such an act is induced by forced, fraud, or coercion, or in which the person induced to perform such an act has not obtained 18 years of age. While it may be helpful to have an understanding of the official definition of sex trafficking, it doesn't describe what trafficking looks like or how to identify a person who is being trafficked. After sharing my personal story of childhood abuse and sex trafficking in front of hundreds of audiences and having countless survivors come forward with their own stories of being trafficked, I've learned how all of our stories share common threads, yet each is also unique to the individual. There isn't a simple formula to clarify trafficking. Rather, a paradigm shift must take place within each of us. Only then will we be able to see the trafficking and the exploitation happening all around us. October 29th, 2009. I always get turned around in Jansen Beach, Oregon. The roads seem to run in circles, then abruptly end with my destination right in sight, just on the other side of the fence. Finally, I arrive at the Red Lion Hotel. The air is crisp and brisk as I walk towards the grand entrance. This place hasn't changed in years, I think. Hopefully that it got rid of that stupid chicken mascot in the bar. Or maybe not. Some things never change. I walk through the foyer pretending to have no idea where I'm going. I fall behind a small group of seemingly lost women who are attending the same conference. Together we make our way downstairs to the conference room. I find myself in a large banquet room with about 180 strong business women. Each represents their own business or are managers of their company. We unite as Soroptimists, women dedicated to volunteering and changing the lives of women and children worldwide. From these women and others like them, I have learned to run my own company, a learning system teaching families how to save thousands of dollars using coupons and shopping strategies. My heart races as I scan the room, looking for the familiar faces of the women in my local chapter of Soroptimist. Finally, I see my dear friend and office partner, Lori. We chat about the conference and the energy of the room. She has duties to perform as an officer within Soroptimist, so I put on my mingling face and try to make some new friends while numb to my deep emotional turmoil. As lunch begins, I sit with a group of people whom I've never met. I listen to their stories and learn about their businesses. I want to know what makes them tick. Understanding their behavior helps me analyze my own. As the servers bring us food, we place our cloth napkins in our lap. I hear Martin's voice in my head. I use the silverware on the outside first. A bitch has to have class. I am grateful he taught me proper etiquette, but quickly edited out the lies. It took me years to be able to hear his voice and not react. Now I simply smile. The room grows silent as a luncheon speaker begins a talk about sex trafficking. What a horrible topic for a luncheon speaker, I think, as he details his experiences working with trafficking survivors. I focus on my turkey croissant, wanting to drown out the stories. The content is difficult for the women at my table. One lady whispers to another, "This couldn't be happening in Portland," and the others agree. "So what is sex trafficking?" says the presenter. And I turn and look at the overhead screen as he details the definition of trafficking. As the first point slides across the screen, my head starts spinning. Recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person. Oh crap, I have that. Then the next point slides across the screen. Commercial sex act. Oh shit, I have that one too. Induced by force, fraud, or coercion. And that one. Has not yet obtained 18 years of age. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I have that one too. I qualify at every single point. Is that what happened to me? I wasn't just a prostitute. I was trafficked. I wasn't just a hoe. It wasn't my fault. Why didn't anyone tell me? I was trafficked in this hotel 13 years ago. My brain feels as though it might explode, but my body is calm. I've been biting my tongue and I can feel it swell. I loosen my bite and focus intently on my sandwich. Can anyone see what's going through my head? I gaze around the table, making sure to get eye contact so they know everything's okay. I'm so glad Barton taught me that. Eye contact puts everyone at ease. Oh, wait! If I was trafficked, That means Martin was just not my pimp, but he was a trafficker. The questions run through my head like rain on a spring day in Portland. I can't make it stop. I don't really want it to stop. So many questions are being answered. My entire life is beginning to make sense. For the next few hours, I intently examined every aspect of my life. The hostess excused us for the day, and I raced to my car in the back of the parking lot, longing to be alone. I want to cry. I just need to cry. As I merge onto the freeway, the tears break free and I uncontrollably sob. I weep over my lost innocence. I cry for those who are like me, who were never told it wasn't your fault. I pray, God, why did you wait until now to show me this? What do you want me to do with this information? Flipping on the radio, I try to drown out the torrent of thoughts. My favorite song floods the car. Be strong in the Lord and never give up hope. You're going to do great things. I already know. God's got his hand on you. So don't live life in fear. Forgive and forget, but don't forget why you're here. I slam off the radio. This isn't what I want to hear, God. I don't want to talk about my life. You've brought me too far. I don't want to go back. I yell at the empty car. Hoping the song is over, still avoiding my own thoughts, I turn on the radio again, hoping for something to ease the pain. My second favorite song pours into the car and over my aching heart. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see so clearly. Hallelujah, grace like rain falls down on me. Hallelujah, all my stains are washed away. They're washed away. Okay, God, I get the point. I'll do whatever you ask. You set me free 7 years ago today. And on that anniversary, you showed me the plan for my life. Walking through my front door, I wondered how I was going to explain today's events to my husband. The sex industry. As awareness of trafficking rises, the language that surrounds the sex industry becomes more and more distorted, and the chasm between sex workers groups and anti-trafficking groups grows larger. Within the English language, we have a lack of words to describe the act of selling sex. For centuries, society has been using the term prostitution to describe anyone selling sex in exchange for a desired item. One word is not enough to describe the entire spectrum of the sex industry, spanning from consenting adults selling and purchasing sex to the forced sale of a 5-year-old for the sexual pleasure of an adult. The sex industry includes all types of sexual pleasure in exchange for money, goods, or services, including pornography, escort services, massage services, peep shows, strip clubs, working on the street, fetishes, BDSM, brothels, in-call, out-call, phone, text sex, webcam shows, dungeons, and a wide variety of other services, and some that we haven't even thought of yet. The sex industry encompasses individuals who want to be sex workers and others who are forced, and every type of person in between. The diversity of individuals and experiences within the sex industry has caused many conflicting arguments, leading to confusion about the terms and how effective change is to take place. Society can put laws into place, preach a biblical worldview, and condemn sex workers, but the sex industry has always been and will continue to be until the end of time. As long as sexual desires need to be fulfilled, there will be a market for someone selling sex. Due to the laws, it's incredibly difficult to find reliable information on the revenue for the sex industry in the United States or worldwide. The general consensus is the sex industry produces a minimum of $12 billion a year, and some estimates are as high as $180 billion worldwide. It's a huge industry that provides jobs and fuels our economies. The sooner we can accept the sex industry is not going anywhere, the sooner we can move forward collectively to stop trafficking. Understanding the difference between trafficking, exploitation, and voluntary sex work is critical in comprehending the depth of the issue and how we can be most effective in stopping slavery. The movements that surround sex industry fall into two large categories: sex work and anti-trafficking. Both sides have strong survivor voices who advocate for their rights to be protected. Unfortunately, there are not many individuals or organizations who acknowledge the other viewpoint, causing even more division among a largely misunderstood industry. In my quest to comprehend my own experiences and define language around those experiences, I sought insight from trafficking survivors and sex workers. Sex workers frequently utilize the language of choice, circumstance, and coercion, which better describes the complexities of the sex industry. However, the definitions within that language have not been clearly defined. Even full immersion into the sex industry does not clear the air because every person has their own perception or agency of their life's events. This process led me down a path of deeply desiring to unify the movement while respecting all of the various voices from within the sex industry, whether trafficked or empowered. Sex work spectrum. The spectrum of sex work encompasses all sex workers who are in the sex industry willingly, and this spectrum is most widely understood in society. There are many valid arguments in favor of sex work, all over the world, people use their backs, hands, and minds to create an income. Why should genitalia be off limits? By oversimplifying the experiences of individuals within the sex industry, we create a larger problem, minimizing the issues of racism, gender inequality, poverty, and class. Today, the average minimum wage is less than $8 per hour. Assuming a person worked 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, they would earn $16,640 per year before taxes. In comparison, the average income of an escort after agency fees is approximately $200 per hour for one client. If an independent sex worker had one client per day, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year, their annual income would be $52,000. Due to laws, most of which may not be reported to the IRS. Not only would they earn 3 times the income, they would only work 1 hour per day. The consistent income without needing a formal education or training or experience lures many down this path. The first image that comes to mind when the term prostitute is used is normally that of a high-class call girl, an individual with full agency to choose the lifestyle of sex work. They are on the far end of the sex work spectrum, on the side of choice. These are individuals who come from upper middle-class homes with little to no abuse, and many have college degrees. The vast majority are Caucasian men and women who have all the opportunities the Western world offers, but chooses to enter the sex industry. They may be experimenting with their sexuality or view their work as healing, empowering, and enlightening for themselves and their clients. There is a growing trend of sex workers who specialize in assisting people who have disabilities. These sex workers find their work extremely rewarding as they meet the needs of the client who has been longing for intimacy and companionship. Individuals with disability have the natural desire to be physically intimate, but these needs cannot be met by the medical community. Since the 1980s, Annie Sprinkle has been a key voice in the sex-positive feminist movement as a prostitute and a porn star turned artist, sexologist, and teacher. She earned her PhD in human sexuality and is widely known for her books, movies, and presentations, including her famous public cervix announcement where she invited an audience to view her cervix with the aid of a speculum and flashlight. She says, over the years, like so many other sex workers, I was continually trying to explain to people that I freely chose my work. I was not a victim in any way. No matter how people feel about sex workers and the politics surrounding them, sex workers are a part of our neighborhoods, communities, and families, and always will be. Not all sex workers are as vocal as Annie Sprinkle, but the cultural stigma alone can be overwhelming, leaving many sex workers to isolate from their families, community, and faith-based groups. Their life experiences are taboo in most social conversations. When they have the opportunity to build relationships outside of the sex industry, they're often met with being taught how to live a better lifestyle, which comes across as judgmental, consequently adding to the isolation. As we move down the sex work spectrum into circumstance, we find individuals who are faced with challenging life decisions. More commonly, we find individuals like Julia who are faced with a lack of education and sustainable income combined with childhood abuse, creating the perfect storm. All of these complex issues create a belief that their path to love, purpose, and economic freedom is sex work. For many sex workers who are also parents, sex work is the ultimate sacrifice. Selling themselves provides more time with their children and opportunity to experience the joys of this world without considerable income restrictions. After being trafficked, I spent almost 3 years as a sex worker. One of my normal routines was to eat breakfast at a small restaurant around the corner from my home. One day while eating my breakfast, I was flipping through a magazine that sells cars. I fell in love. It was a bright yellow 1994 Mustang convertible with black leather interior. I rushed home, grabbing a few $1,000s, and walked into the dealership. Putting my cash on the table, I struck a deal with the salesman. I would pay the balance within a week, but I wanted to drive the car home that day. Every day for the next 5 days, I pulled onto the lot with my top down, my blonde hair blowing in the Seattle wind, handing over another tightly wound wad of cash. I didn't think about I didn't think about what it took for me to get the money as long as I got what I wanted. My body had been taken from me since I was 4 years old. I felt like I was finally getting something in return. Complex trauma and childhood abuse further complicate the circumstances around surrounding decisions. A teenager or adult may be fully choosing to enter the sex industry, but they may not have the ability to make an informed choice because their life experiences or mental illness. Their agency does not change this fact. They made the choice to enter the sex industry, and they must make the choice to exit the sex industry. This does not give others the right to remove their personal choice or apply unwanted victims such as victim, sex worker, whore, prostitute, or even survivor. Every individual has the right to apply their own personal labels to their life experiences. In Hoes, Hookers, Call Girls, and Rent Boys, David Henry Steary shares one of his personal experiences as a 17-year-old industrial sex technician. After detailing his experience giving oral sex to an 82-year-old woman, he expresses his feelings. I grab a chocolate-covered strawberry and head to the door, full to overflowing with a sense of well-being, even though my parents don't care to talk to me, even though I have no home and no family except for a bunch of prostitutes and a pimp, even though I have no future, and I'm racked by nightmares and lusting for revenge on the men who attacked me. At least I'm good at this. David Henry Steary. He found value in his work. He had a deep understanding of the obstacles he faced in his life. Due to his age, 17-year-old David technically qualifies as a trafficking survivor based on the UN definition of trafficking. However, he identifies as an industrial sex technician. That is his option about his life. However, he identifies as an industrial sex technician, and his opinion about his life is more valuable than the labels that can be applied by society. A person's age does not give us the right to override an individual's voice or basic human rights. We all behave in ways consistent with our personal agency. We do things for reasons that may only be understood by walking in those shoes. It's incredibly difficult to say that someone should have made a different decision when we haven't been down that particular path. Sex worker groups all over the world have been advocating for decades to ensure safe work environments. Being a sex worker does come with added dangers. Statistics give a wide variety of numbers on the mortality rates of prostitutes, but experts do agree that prostitution has the highest mortality rate of all occupations. Some buyers can be incredibly violent, and the police officers offer little to no protection due to the criminalization of prostitution and society's overall view that a prostitute cannot be raped. However, rape and violence is a continual threat. Just because sex work is your occupation does not mean someone can override your voice. Far too many buyers mistakenly believe that they paid for sex, they can do whatever they want to the person. The transaction that takes place when someone pays for sex details what is to be exchanged for payment. If the buyer goes outside of that agreement, it's not the fault of the person performing the services, but the fault of the buyer. When a person says no to sexual acts, regardless of occupation, it means no. Many individuals and even law enforcement still blame the prostitute rather than the buyer, saying sex workers deserve to be raped because of their chosen profession. Saying sex workers deserve to be raped because of their chosen occupation is like saying high-rise window washers deserve to fall. All employment comes with risk. The risk for sex workers is violence and sexual assault, but they deserve the same protection as any other person in society. Many well-meaning faith-based and anti-trafficking groups have been especially hurtful, insinuating that all sex workers are victims of trafficking, or they state that sex workers are incapable of making decisions because of their abuse or trauma has hindered their ability to see their life experiences clearly. Therefore, their basic human rights must be overridden until they're capable of making healthy decisions. Sex workers can be an abolitionist's greatest ally, but fear of judgment and arrest have created a chasm between the two worlds. Sex workers see the inside of the sex industry more intimately than anyone else and have a current view into the sex industry. Many sex workers don't want the bad reputation that comes with being the victim or a part of sex slavery, and have the desire to assist abolitionists in stopping trafficking while removing the cultural stigma. Sex workers can be the eyes and ears from within, helping children and those who are trafficked escape the life. It's a beautiful partnership that must be built on grace and understanding for all people. Exploitation and trafficking spectrum. Most individuals who are currently being exploited or trafficked don't identify as victims or survivors of trafficking and exploitation. Many take great pride in their lifestyle. When I first met my pimp, he built a deep relationship with me, taking the time to hear my heart, listening to my deep desires, and asking important questions. He fulfilled my deep need to be heard and loved. No one in the community took the time or saw my internal turmoil. I listened with bated breath to his stories of traveling the big cities, living the high life filled with all the glitz and glamour of the pimp and hoe lifestyle. Even in 1996, the music and movies pointed to this beautiful life of freedom that could be achieved by the life. I fell head over heels with the idea of him and I against the world. At 17, I had never thought of myself as trafficked or enslaved. Don't get me wrong, I couldn't leave. I couldn't eat without permission. I had a daily quota to earn for him. He selected all of my clothing and picked out my nail polish, but I still felt like he cared for me. In reality, he did care for me. I earned him over $500,000 in the 14 months I was trafficked. I was his product. He had completely brainwashed me until I fully believed that I was fulfilling my life purpose. Quote, being a pimp is about finding what a bitch lacks in her life and meeting that need for her. Identify the needs of a bitch and fulfill them, then use that to your advantage. That's the day you'll be a pimp. Came from pimpfeet.com. Many times, it's only a few choices that lead the individual to the hands of traffickers. A teen who runs away from home will seek housing and food, making an easy target for pimps, traffickers, and those looking to exploit the basic needs of others. Many times they started running away to escape the abuse at home, which makes the exchange of food and shelter for sex seem like a small price to pay for freedom from the constant abuse at home. Once they feel indebted to the individual, group, or gang providing for their needs, they may begin being borrowed by other people within the group, widening the circle of exploitation. Commercial sexual exploitation doesn't have to include selling, renting, or borrowing the individual for sex. Selling pornographic images or videos can have an even longer lasting effect. Once a photo is sold and distributed, there are no options for removing the images. On the far end of the exploitation and trafficking spectrum is the individuals who are exploited. Survival sex normally falls into this category, but there are times where survival sex could be in the sex work spectrum, free will and choice, or further into the trafficking portion of exploitation and trafficking spectrum. Survival sex is trading sex for housing, food, clothing, and/or protection. There is not an exchange of money, but rather an exchange of provision. Survival sex can quickly turn into trafficking when the individual is being manipulated into servicing friends of the individual who is providing basic needs. Further down the spectrum into trafficking is the individuals who are manipulated into or tricked into the industry, such as myself. The vast majority of individuals who are manipulated into the sex industry are forcibly held with violence, blackmail, and shame. As we saw with Emily and Winona, the individuals within the stable, people who are owned by the same pimp, lean heavily on each other for support and friendship, lovingly referring to each other as wifeys, hoes, and bitches. This kind of brainwashing takes considerable skill on the part of the trafficker, deeply knowing each individual in the stable, uniting them for his purpose while in a competition with each other. In my experience, the mental trauma far exceeded the physical. Broken bones and bruises healed much faster than my heart. There are thousands of scenarios that constitute the exploitation and trafficking spectrum, utilizing the definition of force, fraud, or coercion. On the most extreme end of the spectrum is force, and I believe the use of force is most widely overlooked in the United States due to the extreme horrific nature of the abuse and trauma. When the news reveals a parent selling their elementary age children, it's more than most people can comprehend, leading the public to believe it's an isolated case. These cases are much more widespread as the demand for younger children becomes more mainstream. The number of cases involving children who were bred for the purpose of being sold for sex beginning at infancy are smaller than the other types of stories within this spectrum, but they do happen in greater numbers than I had ever expected. In 2013, my husband and I had decided to legally adopt a survivor with just such a story. Her earliest memories are of being sold by her birth family, and the horrors continued until she fled on her 18th birthday. The individual stories of trafficking and exploitation are incredibly diverse. Only after trust is firmly established will the real stories be told. And that actually, hold on, that didn't end up happening. And we'll talk about that some other time. Moving spectra. After running for my life soon after my 18th birthday, I found myself with a lack of options. Staying in the sex industry was my only option due to my life circumstances. Without a pimp, I felt an enormous amount of freedom. I was allowed to eat when I wanted. Water was no longer restricted. My clothing and life choices were my own. I felt incredibly empowered to keep the money I was making, earning an average of $1,000 per day. Empowerment is a matter of perspective. After experiencing and escaping slavery, being a sex worker was very empowering. Moving from the sex work spectrum to the exploitation and trafficking spectrum is very common. Many survivors start working in a strip club or with an escort service to pay for college, only to find themselves being trafficked by a pimp or a club owner. Others, like myself, are trafficked, then turn to sex work because of a lack of options, resources, and sustainable income. Imagine sitting in a booth at a fast food restaurant looking for employment. Something as simple as previous employment is enough to deter most sex workers and trafficking survivors from trying to fill out an application. Identifying specifically trafficking survivors can be difficult. A few years ago, a woman contacted me. She was trying to locate resources to get out of a trafficking situation. When we sat down for coffee, I immediately noticed that she radiated massive trauma and abuse, but didn't say whether she had a pimp or a trafficker. After talking for a couple hours, it was clear that she wanted help. She was desperate to leave the sex industry, but she was never officially trafficked. If an organization exclusively serves trafficking survivors, individuals like this remarkable woman would not have resources. More commonly, the individual will identify as a sex worker, stripper, escort, or go-go dancer, then slowly disclose more information about their potential trafficking as trust is established. Moving from one spectrum to the other and back again is very common, making it difficult to have an organization or ministry who only serves trafficking survivors unless they exclusively serve children. We can't help trafficking survivors while alienating sex workers. They are all a part of the sex industry. Giving every person equal voice and power over their own life decisions is the key to empowerment and healthy relationships. Both the trafficked and the empowered sex worker deserves the right to exit the industry without pressure. Otherwise, we become the oppressor. Chapter 5. Emily slowly opens her eyes in the darkness. How long have I been laying here? What time is it? Cooper walks out of the bathroom. Steam flows into the bedroom. Hey, baby, let's go get some breakfast. Just you and I. He glides across the room, bringing her a warm washcloth and gently wipes the dried blood from the side of her face. Can I get pancakes? Asks Emily. Sure. You gotta hit the track hard tonight. We can't be having short nights if we're gonna make it to Hawaii. Okay, Daddy, I'll do better. I'm so sorry. I won't ever talk back to you again, Emily said, walking into the bathroom. The reflection staring back at her looked more like an old woman rather than her 17-year-old baby face. Her left eye was almost completely closed, with a large gash from her temple down to under her eye. She just wanted to sit down for 10 minutes. The hunger was overwhelming, and her feet were hurting from working all day. Emily didn't even see it coming. The firmly planted right hook lifted her off the ground, bouncing her face off the baseboard heater as she crumpled to the floor. Makeup covers bruises, but nothing can hide the swelling. Parting her hair on the other side, it drapes across her face. Taking one last look in the mirror. How did I get here? He's gonna kill me next time, she thinks. He pulls down a side street. Bitch, hit it hard, break luck and find your groove, and get us the hell out of this shithole. We're moving on up. Cooper spouts and his hand bangs on the steering wheel. Sliding across the creamy leather of his caddy, Emily mutters, Yes, Daddy. Scanning the windshields of oncoming traffic, she wishes there was a way out. Her first trick picks her up. Breaking luck was always the hardest. Her mind checks out when she floats for the rest of the night, watching herself work. Hey, darling, how you doing this evening? Woman looks completely out of place with her long coat and little pink box wrapped in string. Emily has seen her out here talking to other girls, but she seemed too square for Emily to want to chat. Okay, Emily takes a step towards a curb. She scans the street looking for him. Phew, he must be checking on my wifeys. My name is Susan. I wanted to bring you a cupcake and pray with you. I also have some makeup and soap if y'all want it. What's your name? Emily, but I gotta keep working. Do you like working out here? Asked Susan. It's good. I've been in the game forever. You ain't working, so what you doing out here? You used to be a hoe or something? Asked Emily. Susan laughs. No, but I get that a lot. I have a heart for working with girls like yourself. Confused, Emily asks, You mean you bring us cupcakes, makeup and stuff, or what? Yes, sorry. I got distracted for a second. Sometimes I help girls get away from the life. I can help you get away if you want, said Susan. Really? I was thinking about that the last few weeks. Really? Thinking about that the last few weeks, she can't even count the number of times he punched her. And that new blonde bitch is getting way more and more of Cooper's time, she thinks. We love you, no matter where you've been. My friend has a beautiful home with animals and a flower garden. You would be safe and could go to school. Do you want to get away? I guess. I'm totally pissed off at my daddy. See this? Emily pulls her hair back, revealing the gaping gash. Wow. Are you ready to really get away from him? You can do that? Asked Emily. Sure. Be back at the same spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. and I'll be back. Okay. Does your friend have a horse? She has 3. You will love it there. I will see you tomorrow at 10. Susan hands Emily the cupcake and briskly walks away. I hope she comes through. She'll probably forget about me. I bet she won't even be back out here for another week. We'll see. The night flies by, one trick after another. Cooper's mantra echoes in her mind. Somebody's got to trick the trick. If you ain't tricking the trick, then you're going to get tricked. You got to be the one to trick the trick so you don't get tricked. The next night, she obsessively checks her phone. 8:32, 8:46, 9:03. The track is hopping tonight. She hardly makes it out to the corner before another trick is circling the block. I hope Susan waits for me if I'm on a date, Emily thinks. Cooper pulls up to the curb. Drop it like it's hot, bitch. Emily reaches through the passenger window, tossing the money on the seat. Hot damn, bitch, you're on fire tonight, he says, squealing away. I hope she gets here before the next trick. Looking at her phone again, it reads 9:59 p.m. Scanning the cars, she sees Susan in the parking lot across the street. They make eye contact. Susan waves, motioning for Emily to come across the street. Hi, are you ready? Susan asks. I am. Do you think I'll be able to ride a horse? Asked Emily. Of course you can. We're going to have a great time. They pull away from the track. Emily takes a deep breath, watching the rearview mirror. She stares out the passenger window while her brain is running on hyperdrive. The coke helps her stay alert. Memorizing the turns has saved her life before. 205, 84, exit 22, left, right, first house on the left. 205, 84, exit 22, left, right, first house on the left. 205, 84, exit 22. Over and over she repeats the words. The house is quiet, but even in the darkness she can see it's beautiful. An old farmhouse with a large front porch. They knock on the door. The woman in leggings and a long sweater answers the door. Her long brown hair flows over her shoulders. Extending her hand, she says, "I'm Naomi. Welcome home." Naomi and Susan lead Emily back to her room. Flipping on the light switch, she blinks, trying to adjust her eyes to the light. Standing in the middle of the most beautiful room Emily has ever seen, she turns in circles and the fear screws in deep. Everything matches. Purple, green, and black in large shapes all over the wall, and a bed. What am I going to have to do for them? How much is this going to cost me? I got you a stuffed animal horse and a fuzzy blanket, Naomi says, holding them out to her. I heard you like horses. Emily smiles. Thank you. Why is it so quiet? It's only 11. We all get up at 7 to eat breakfast and do chores before school starts, replies Naomi. What am I doing tomorrow? We will talk in the morning after breakfast, Naomi says with a large smile. Susan leans into Emily, giving her a hug. I have to run, but I'll see you soon. I come out here a couple times a month. Make yourself comfortable. This is home now. Naomi asks a bunch of questions and helps Emily unpack. Do you have any drugs? Alcohol? Are you a smoker? Where is your phone and laptop? Do you cut? I'm going to need your razors too. How about vitamins or prescriptions? Naomi gives her a hug goodnight and closes the door, carrying a box of Emily's most valuable possessions. Emily sits in the quiet room in shock. It's so quiet. No phone, no Facebook, no computer, no smokes, nothing but this beautiful room. How am I supposed to go to sleep this early and without smoking a bowl? Coming down was excruciating, but the other girls in the home encouraged her to keep pushing through. Even with the medication, the night terrors come every night. Sleep is but a dream in itself. Winona has been at the home for 2 months, and they are fast friends talking about everything. I should be in fucking 10th grade. 2nd grade reading is bullshit, Emily says, stomping around her room. My daddy told me not to take that kind of shit from anyone. He would be pissed if he knew how much they were fucking with me. Ugh, they pissed me off so much. I miss my daddy. He takes me to get pancakes. He loves me. I ain't never had to clean my room when I was with him, and they took my fucking phone. I can't even call anyone for 30 days. Ugh, they are so controlling. My pimp only likes white hoes. That's why I had to get out of there, said Winona. I don't even get why he bought me if he didn't like me. My mom told me to do good to him and I could come home. But that bitch sold me. I ain't going home with her. He busted my head open and I spent 3 weeks in the hospital and they brought me here. My daddy would never put me in the hospital. Yeah, he smacks me sometimes, but I deserve it and he takes care of me. If I walk straight, I get a good breakfast every morning and he is so good to me. I miss him so much. Emily curls up on the bed with a fluffy purple pillow. I miss getting high. I haven't been sober for more than 6 weeks since I was 8 years old. I'm so sick of feeling. I just want to be numb again, says Winona. We should leave this shithole. I want to get high too. My daddy would take good care of us and we could be wifeys. No one tripping on us, making us make the bed, cook some stupid ass food. I just can't wait to get that first gin and juice. It would be so much fun. Emily jumps up from the bed. That would be so much fun. Would he let me call my mom? I want to see how Steven is doing. He hasn't been the same since Sophia killed herself, says Winona. My daddy would totally let you call her. He ain't like these people. That would be awesome. I'm so sick of these meds. It ain't nothing like blow. When do you think we can leave? Asked Winona. We could hitchhike back to town. I totally know the way. 205-84, exit 22, left, right, first house on the left. Just do it backwards, says Emily with a proud grin. That's fucking awesome. How did you do that? Asked Winona. My daddy taught me how to memorize where I was just in case some trick kidnaps me. Then I would know how to get myself back to the track, explains Emily. He can teach you that stuff too. He is so smart. Let's start planning. We can leave on Friday, exclaims Winona. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but then we can bounce. Chapter 6. Forgiveness has nothing to do with absolving a criminal of his crime. It has everything to do with relieving oneself of the burden of being a victim, letting go of the pain, and transforming oneself from victim to survivor. C.R. Strachan. Holocaust survivors, earthquake survivors, Titanic survivors, incest survivors, domestic violence survivors, child abuse survivors, trafficking victims. Titles are very important, and it's critical for every survivor of trafficking to understand the actions were committed against them. It was not their fault. They were the victim of trafficking. Abuse is not the fault of the abused. However, placing the title of victim on an individual who has been in trafficking, or anything for that matter, leads to a sense of disempowerment, shame, and entitlement. Personal labels such as victim and survivor become our internal voice and lead to behavior modifications. A victim mentality can lead to competitive storytelling and selfish behavior. A recent Stanford study states, distinguishing our work from past research, we found that one's sense of entitlement can change from the moment to moment, increasing when one is wronged or remembers being wronged, and that it can yield selfish behavior or intentions, even in domains unrelated to the original wronging. Therefore, entitlement can be thought of as a dynamic mindset susceptible to situational clues, which affects on behavior that can cross domain boundaries. Unquote. Labeling a trafficking survivor as a victim creates a shift of power away from the survivor, creating additional obstacles. But what if we empower the voiceless to develop their own voice as survivors? When an individual hears about trafficking for the first time, the natural reaction is to help the little girls and boys and feel rage towards the traffickers. However, many people forget about the buyers. It should make us angry, with a righteous anger fueling passion to change lives. How that anger is put into action is critical for both the individual and the survivor. The goal of interacting with trafficking survivors should be to help them establish healthy agency, which leads to healthy choices. The survivor must be empowered to make healthy decisions to change their own life. The best advocate for the survivor is the survivor themselves. Rescuing a trafficked man, woman, or child and giving them a bedroom in a safe home with all their physical needs met is not enough to heal, restore, and make them whole. A new bedroom does not fix the physical, mental, emotional, and relational wounds created by complex trauma. Faith-based communities are wonderful at responding to needs, but many times they come with their own agenda of sharing the gospel or helping people the way the church wants to help, rather than meeting the needs of the survivor. Matthew 10:16 says, "Look, I'm sending you out as sheep among wolves, so be as shrewd as snakes and harmless as doves." While I don't want to discourage anyone from being involved within the anti-abolitionist movement, survivor support in any form requires education, training, and extensive networks that take considerable time to develop. Without training, the sheep will be eaten by the wolves because they didn't know how to be serpents or doves, leaving those who are being exploited in the same situations. The implications of getting involved with survivors or taking girls on the track or talking to girls on the track or in the strip clubs before understanding the complexities of trauma and mental illness can have a devastating effect on those survivors. It can be not only devastating, but also life-threatening. There are thousands of scenarios with the potential to cause great harm, both physically and emotionally, to the survivor and the individual, without proper training. I deeply understand the passion and desire to save those who are being abused, but addressing one of the largest illegal enterprises in the world necessitates that we contain our excitement. When we rescue one of their assets, we're taking money out of someone's pocket. These are little girls and boys. They are sisters, sons, daughters, nieces, brothers, and neighbors, but the traffickers consider them property. For over half a century, Maslow's hierarchy of needs has been standard teaching in psychology. Maslow suggested that the needs of individuals were experienced in a hierarchy, and the next level of needs could not be achieved without first fulfilling the lower levels. The most basic needs are physiological, such as food, water, and sleep. Once those needs have been achieved, the next level of the pyramid is safety, such as personal and physical safety. Only after achieving physical safety and safety needs does an individual need love and belonging through relationships. After all the lower needs are met, the individual can achieve self-esteem and self-actualization, through which their creativity and compassion for others can be released. When Maslow created the hierarchy of needs, he only studied the healthiest individuals, stating, "The study of crippled, stunted, immature, and unhealthy specimens can yield only a crippled psychology and a crippled philosophy. It is impossible to apply a hierarchy of needs to trafficking survivors when it has been developed for the most elite individuals within society." From 2005 to 2010, University of Illinois professor of psychology Ed Diener led a study of 151 countries researching Maslow's hierarchy. According to Diener, I hope I'm saying it right, the researchers found that fulfillment of a diversity of needs as defined by Maslow do appear to be universal and important to an individual's happiness, but the order in which higher and lower needs are met has little bearing on how much they contribute to life satisfaction and enjoyment. Diener continued saying, "However, an important departure from Maslow's theory is that we found if a person can report having good social relationships and self-actualization, even if their basic needs and safety needs are not completely fulfilled." Amazing. Over the last decade, as I grappled with the hierarchy of needs, patterns begin to emerge. As I've talked with countless survivors, the core needs desired by survivors have been deep relationships and unconditional love. Often safety is a need they've never experienced and are not accustomed to having consistent food, water, and shelter. The depravity of safety and physical needs is their comfort zone. However, they long to be loved. The vast majority of the time, even their pimp had the forethought to build a relationship with them first. He builds trust before exploiting them. It takes time to develop trust in friendship, but once the trust is earned, physical and safety needs can be addressed with the survivor leading the way. Here's another quote from my pimp. Everyone wants to play captain, but nobody really knows what a hoe needs except her daddy. In the life, Captain Save-A-Hoe is a glorified square, someone who's not in the life, who grabs their cape and runs into the darkness of night to save the little girls. It sounds heroic, but Captain Save-A-Hoe is a very derogatory term. Every good story has a hero, a villain, and the beautiful, helpless maiden in need of rescue. But this is not a fairy tale. This is real life and real people who don't need or want a hero. They need support, empowerment, and hope of a better life, should they desire one. Captain Save-A-Hoes have a wide variety of tactics. Some desire to build relationships with strippers or girls on the street, but don't have the resources available for the survivors who want to exit the life, thus giving an individual a false sense of hope. Others are men who want to give the survivors a break by paying for their time and initiating the conversation, which is also standard behavior for a buyer. And then the furthermost extreme of captains feel called to rescue the voiceless from the grip of traffickers. Imagine someone flying across the country to pick up an individual they only recently met. They are removed from everything they have ever known, then placed in a home where they can't have contact with anyone on the outside world. Sounds much like trafficking. It also sounds like a rescue. Every situation is different, but a rescue can appear like kidnapping or trafficking to law enforcement. The only difference is the intention of the rescuer. Many bad situations are built on good intentions gone awry. More often than not, the story of Captain Save-A-Hoe and the fair maiden ends with the girl running and friends consoling the rescuer, saying, "You did the best you could. Maybe she was too difficult. Maybe she just had too many problems. Or maybe she was wounded beyond repair." No matter the violation, whoa, no matter the violation, well, I don't even know that word. How did I write that? No matter what the rescuers thought, that's what Jess would have wrote. Had people help edit. No matter what the rescuers thought, the outcome is usually devastating. It's better to never give an individual hope than give her hope and fail her. It's this type of unintentional abuse is completely unacceptable and easily preventable. The term rescue naturally implies that a person is incapable of helping themselves. And sometimes this is true. Most of the time it's not. It may literally take a SWAT team to extract a survivor, but the effects of being rescued can leave lasting emotional mark on the survivor, which is difficult to overcome in the new life. A simple change in our terminology and understanding can make a world of difference. When someone is rescued, the power, strength, courage, and control is placed in the hands of the rescuers, rather than empowering the person being rescued. Trafficking survivors have been stripped of all control and decisions. If, on the very first day of their new life, the rescuer has the power over the trafficking survivor's life, then all we have done is shift the power from the trafficker to the rescuer rather than to the survivor. We cannot expect the survivor to become empowered if we have not had these life-giving paradigm shifts ourselves. Rather than using the term rescue, a preferable term is relocation or emergency relocation. Relocation places the power and the choice in the hands of the person being relocated. Relocation is not nearly as heroic, nor does it afford the same fundraising capabilities. The purpose of a relocation is not to create hype, raise funds, make the support team feel better about themselves, or to publicly glorify God for a life being saved. The purpose of a relocation is to transfer a survivor from one location to the other without being detected. The survivor needs privacy and dignity to adjust to a new life in an environment of safety. Relocation is not about us. It's about the survivor who is seeking a life of freedom. The other side of life, life on the other side of relocation. There we go. Life on the other side of relocation is mundane and haunted by flashbacks and night terrors. The lack of drama makes them miss the exciting nightlife, where something is always going down. Their new life is also filled with uncertainty, and trusting God or having faith is not appealing. At least they knew what to expect when they were in the life because it was their normal. If a relationship is established with a support person before the relocation, then likely the survivor won't uphold thoughts of returning to the life. Stockholm Syndrome, or a trauma bond, occurred when strong emotional connections are developed between the captor and the individual who's being held captive. Often the survivor will defend, protect, justify, and cover up the actions of the trafficker or the pimp. While Stockholm Syndrome is relatively new in the world of psychology, in the realm of psychology, the bonds between slave and slave owner can be seen in the Bible. Exodus 16:3 says, "If only the Lord had killed us back in Egypt," they moaned. There we sat around pots filled with meat and ate all the bread we wanted. But now you have brought us into the wilderness to starve us all to death. The Israelites longed to go back to the slavery in Egypt because they knew what to expect. Slavery was their comfort zone. Their voices were heard, and God did provide for them, but not in the abundant ways they were desiring. Before long, the Israelites were complaining again. But the people were thirsty for water there. They were grumbling against Moses. They said, "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to make us and our children and our livestock die of thirst?" This time they weren't comparing the desert to Egypt, thus making slow and steady progress. Talking about going back to the life does not always equate to actually going back. Survivors need a platform where their voices can be heard and their needs are addressed. So talking about it doesn't mean you're doing it, but you have to be able to talk about it. If a survivor does return to the life, they carry the additional burden of feeling like a failure for not being able to complete the program, the fear of rejection from the people who have supported them during the process. Every time a person experiences the cycle of exiting and then returning to their life, their self-worth, which was already almost non-existent, depending on the person, becomes burdened with additional guilt and shame. So they believe that they can never escape. Restoration is prolonged when a survivor is placed into a program before they're fully ready to commit to the gut-wrenching process of healing. Recovery is incredibly painful and requires a huge level of commitment on the part of the survivor. They must be empowered to make this decision because no human can heal for them. Their desire for restoration must override every other ambition they have. A survivor who already exhibits cycles of running away may have other advocates hidden in their pocket as a fallback for when the current advocate upsets them or the healing becomes too difficult. Some survivors have dozens of advocates to call, and it causes problems if the current advocates don't know what the other advocates are planning or who they even are. We recently had a survivor rescued from us by an anti-trafficking organization during one of these cycles. We had identified the cycle and the resources were in place to assist her, but then an advocate flew in, checked her out of the hospital, and took her back to the most dangerous place in the country. I love it when a survivor has a team developed and a restoration path in place, but as an advocate, it's critical to ask and work with those who are already on the team. Relocation is not an isolated event. Relocation is the bridge from the old life to the new life. Usually it only takes one day to cross that bridge, but the sights, smells, and feelings can be like entering a completely foreign country. What most of us would consider this a normal environment, the survivor feels as though they've just been dropped off on a different planet. When all you've ever known is abuse and neglect, being transported to a new world is incredibly terrifying and traumatic, no matter how much love and kindness is shown. Normal is a matter of perspective. What is normal for you is going to be completely normal for me. We all view the daily events of our lives through the lens of our past. We derive our perspectives of normal from our former experiences. Have you ever heard sibling debates about a childhood event? Both people were witnesses. Both saw and experienced the same event, but both had different opinions as to what happened. They observed the event through the lens of their personal perspective, giving them each a unique perspective. A short while ago, I took a flight out of Portland, Oregon. It was a normal winter flight in the Northwest, rainy and dark skies. I love to fly, but the storm put me on edge. As we took off, the plane bounced like a bingo ball on half-price night at the recreation center. The plane suddenly burst through the top of the storm, revealing the magnificent sun and beautiful, fluffy, cotton ball white clouds. In an instant, I saw perspective in a new light. Everyone in Portland was seeing the dark, rainy side of the clouds. But on the other side of the same exact clouds were beautiful blue skies and bright, breathtaking sun. We can look at the same clouds and have very different opinions about their characteristics and attributes. And so it is with individuals. Someone being raised with a mom who is drunk by breakfast and a stepdad who is raping them every night considers this normal. Another individual's normal might be a big house in the West Hills with emotionally distant parents and a platinum card. Or what about living in a loving home with a picket fence and a dog and a cat in an average 2-car garage? We see the world through our own perspective, but learning to see life through the eyes of others becomes an intuitive and valuable skill. For many survivors, abuse is normal. Not being raped, beaten, or manipulated is completely foreign and possibly a lifestyle they've never experienced. Relocating in itself is a very traumatic event. The simple act of moving a survivor from one location to another is one of the tactics used by traffickers to keep their assets under control. Pimpin' Ken Ivey says in his book Pimpology, one of the best ways to keep a hoe off balance is to move her around. If a hoe is in a location too long, she will get used to the place, and her mind will wander to her own thoughts. She may think she doesn't need a pimp, and why not keep all the money for herself? Without roots, even the mightiest tree can be easily moved here and there. People are the same way. Without strong ties to a place, family, or loved ones, they can be easily manipulated and controlled. If you can keep a person off balance, they'll be too busy trying to regain stability to try to unbalance you. That's a pimp. So much psychology. Emotional or physical stability may not be possible before relocation. However, relational stability between the survivor support person and the survivor is critical. Establishing a degree of trust provides a survivor someone to lean on during the unstable transitions for emotional support. Otherwise, relocation can cause a survivor to experience shock and fall back into coping habits. When a survivor is prepared for relocation with the freedom to fully exercise their free will, complete power is placed in its rightful place, the hands of the survivor, thus setting the stage for a life of empowerment and healthy decision making. When a relocation takes place before the survivor is ready to exit the life, it creates a cycle prolonging the restoration of the survivor. She may be reaching out because of a recently experienced traumatic event, such as a very violent rape or a severe beating. When the survivor makes initial contact, the protective response of the contact person is to quickly remove the survivor from the situation, providing her with a safe environment. When the survivor comes down from the drugs, night terrors begin and they are trapped in their own brains. They must have the internal willpower to overcome the pain of abuse in order to face the reality of their lives. Humans have the tendency to forget about physical pain over a period of time. I have given birth to 5 children, 4 of which who were born at home without pain management. Why did it require a 10-pound, 14-ounce baby for me to finally realize that I didn't want to experience this pain ever again? How can a woman be beaten and then return to her abuser? God has given us a normal, healthy ability to forget physical pain. Without this ability, the cycle of life would have ended with Adam and Eve. Over time, the bruises heal, and all the survivor can think about is going back to their normal life. The survivor's pain must be greater than their justification of the abusive behavior to change the pattern. I developed an analogy of a rowboat in treacherous ocean waters. As a support person, I row an unsuspecting dinghy through the giant swells of turbulent ocean, searching for the one person who wants to build a relationship. Some might hold on to the edge of the boat for a while and decide to let go, but some talk for a bit. I see the waves crashing all around, but the swells can't distract me from helping my friend holding on to the side of the boat. One day they ask if they can get into the boat. With great internal joy and deep gentleness, I help them into the boat. We sit through the storm, not rowing, but simply sitting, talking and learning to trust each other. The boat stabilizes from the extra person and we learn to balance our relationship together. I ask if I may add another support person to the boat because I need rest from maintaining the boat's stability. One by one, we add new support people to the boat until the survivor has adequate emotional reinforcement. Over time, the survivor gains strength, asking, "When can we leave this storm?" Slowly we row the weathered dinghy out of the storm into calm seas heading for land. Though it's a long journey to land, with a unified team, no one gets exhausted from rowing or stabilizing the boat. Analogies such as this assist both the survivor and the team to assess where we are in the process and how we can best engage a survivor. While sitting through the storm, coping habits are frequently utilized by the survivor and appear detrimental by the outside world. Such coping patterns include cutting, burning, drugs, purging and starvation, alcohol, and a host more. To the survivor, these actions are completely normal and have been their means of survival in the darkest of situations. The following are critical before the relocation: a relationship to be built and aftercare resources to be in place. A survivor embraced with grace and compassion will inevitably thrive along with the entire team. in comparison to bombardment with deadly shame. Then the support person can premeditate the coping patterns and walk the survivor through an action plan during crisis to assist in prevention of spiraling into unhealthy or prolonged coping. The most successful relocations happen during the natural course of an established relationship with a survivor. Typically, the relocation is not the first step. Time and patience cultivate trust and facilitate a plan of action to be decided upon. These beginning steps can take anywhere from weeks to years before a survivor is ready to relocate. There is no formula. When the entire relationship is built on mutual respect and friendship, it transforms the dynamics, creating emotional sustainability for both individuals. A fine line exists between empowerment and exploitation. The most effective prevention of exploitation is providing an atmosphere of empowerment and allowing the survivor to make their own decisions about their life, with the support person honoring those decisions. The only way we can figure out what a survivor needs and what they want to do with their life is by listening intently to them. Ask questions rather than do what we think that they want to do. It's as simple as serving the survivor the way they want to be served, rather than serving them the way we think they should be served. It is their life, not ours. Their voices, our voices, have been unheard for too long. Relocation can be the most empowering day of their life if they are given the power to change their life. We may feel like superheroes or Captain Save-A-Ho. After all, we just helped a person cross a bridge into a new life. But the glory is not ours. The glory belongs to the survivor, who gave us free will with the right... Wow, skipped a line. The glory belongs to the survivor and the creator of the universe, who gave us free will with the right to decide the path for their life. The relocation is just one day. The most grueling work is the healing in the months and years to come. If we are fortunate enough to be invited, we will journey with them for the rest of our lives. Chapter 7. From a distance, she looks seasoned, as if she's been working for years. Walking closer, she can see she's much younger than she initially thought. But her face is hard and her eyes are vacant. "Hey, darling, how you doing this evening?" Susan asks. "Okay." Emily steps to the curb as she scans the street. "My name is Susan. I wanted to bring you a cupcake and pray with you. I also have some makeup and soap if you want it. What's your name?" Oh, poor thing. She's avoiding me trying to find another John. She's so young. I hope we can rescue her soon. "Emily, but I gotta keep working." "Do you like working out here?" asked Susan. "God, please just let her want to leave. Just give me a sign." "It's good. I've been in the game forever." "You ain't working. What you doing out here? You used to be a hoe or something?" Emily asks. Susan laughs. "No, but I get that a lot. I have a heart for working with girls like yourself." Susan thinks, "I will never wear these pants again. Do I really look like I'm working? Maybe I should have worn my hair in a braid. What the hell? Is that John? Does he have Paris in his car? Why would my husband have Paris in his car?" Confused, Emily asks, "What do you mean? You bring us cupcakes and makeup and stuff, or what?" Yeah, sorry, I got distracted for a second. Sometimes I help girls get away from the life. I can help you get away if you want." "Breathe, Susan, breathe. You can do this, just breathe. I can't believe you would do this to me. What did I do to make him want to buy sex? Breathe." "Really?" asked Emily. We love you no matter where you've been. My friend has a beautiful home with animals and a flower garden. You would be safe to go to you would be safe and could go to school. Do you want to get away? Please, Jesus, just make this quick. I can't do this. I'm about to lose my mind. I guess I'm totally pissed at my daddy. See this? Emily pulls her hair back, revealing the huge gash. Wow, are you ready to get away from him? Asked Susan. You can do that? Asked Emily. Sure, be back in the same spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. and I'll be back. Okay, does your friend have a horse? She has 3. You'll love it there. I'll see you tomorrow at 10. Handing Emily the cupcakes, she focuses on her steps. Don't run, don't run. Get out of sight before you break down. Bree, I'm so glad you're home. Sorry I didn't call first. I'm freaking out and needed to talk to you. Susan shreds her coat, flopping on the overstuffed chair in Bree's living room. No worries. Everyone's sleeping. Do you want a glass of wine? Asked Bree. Yes, I'm going to kill John. Not really, but you know. Susan takes a deep breath. I wasn't supposed to be talking to girls on the street tonight, but I felt like I really needed to go out there. When I drove by, I saw the gal I'd been talking to on the street, but I hadn't been able to talk to her yet. As I was standing there talking with her, I saw my husband drive by with Paris in the car. Who's Paris again? I have trouble keeping up with your crazy life, Bree asks. Paris is one of the girls I've been talking with for months out on the street, and she was in John's car, guzzling her glass of wine. I need another glass of wine. Laughing, Bree pours Susan another glass. I'm glad it's only a few blocks to your house. Me too. I don't know what to do. John and I have talked about his porn addiction. I thought he was healed. Every Saturday morning, he leads a men's sexual accountability group at the church. He talks about how great everything is. But I saw him. I saw her sitting in the passenger seat. As they drove by, he was talking to her and smiling. How could I be so stupid? You're not stupid. You believed he was telling the truth. He's the one that was lying to you. Did you know he was seeing prostitutes? No. And Paris has a pimp. She's being trafficked. I can't believe he's paying a trafficker. Sighing, Susan continues. He even confessed about the porn a couple years ago. He started the men's group at church, but we don't talk about it much. He's always saying he's working through it in group and God healed him from his lust. I can't believe I was so stupid. Trusting your husband is not stupid. You might have been naive, but not stupid, Bree replies. I wanted to respect him, so I quit checking the computer for porn. I don't know how he looks at stuff. It's all so gross. I have to go home. Hopefully he's asleep when I get there. Let me know if you need anything. We'll be praying for you. Do you want to ride home? Asked Bree. No, I'll be fine. It's only a couple blocks and I'm not even tipsy. Thank you for letting me drop in, quickly finishing her second glass of wine. Not a problem. I hope you have a restful night. Drive safe, says Bree, walking Susan to the car. Driving by her home, she sees John's BMW parked in the driveway. I cannot go in, not yet. If I had another glass of wine, I could face him. Parking behind the small neighborhood bar, she hopes no one sees her car while she's having a quick drink or two. Sitting at a small table in the corner, Susan's mind spins. How can he do this to me? What about the children? I know I've gained 20 pounds over the years, but I did give him 3 children. How can he betray me like this? Pulling into the driveway, Susan's heart races. I hope he's asleep. She thinks opening the front door. Creeping in, she sees a light on in the study. I bet he's looking at porn. That bastard. Slamming the refrigerator door, she made some cheese and crackers. I don't care if I'm over my calories today. I'm hungry. Hi, sweetheart. How was your... Susan interrupts. Don't sweetheart me, you bastard. I saw you tonight. I saw Paris in your car. A look of terror sweeps across John's face, and just as quickly as the look comes, it's replaced with rage. Of course I had her in the car with me. Having sex with you once a month is not enough. I have to mark your calendar if I want to get within 10 feet of you. You don't want to talk with me. What? Susan yells. I don't want to talk to you? Are you crazy? I've been trying to talk to you for years, but you never listen. You always tune me out. It's because all you ever do is talk. You never listen to me. You never ask how I'm doing. You're always walking around with a glass of wine in your hand talking to some young girl on the phone. I thought they must be good company since you spend so much time with these prostitutes, screamed John. That's my ministry. I rescue girls from pimps, and they need someone to talk to. And they're not prostitutes, they're being trafficked. They're being beaten and abused. And if they don't make their quota every night, and you are paying traffickers. Well, I have needs, but you sure aren't meeting them, and you talk to everyone else but me. You spend time with the kids, you spend time with your women's group and those prostitutes. By the time you get home, you're drunk off your ass and passed out in bed. I'm not drunk. I drink because I can't handle your lies. I know you're still looking at porn. I check your computer every morning, and every day you clear your history. Nothing says guilty like a clean browser history. I know you're lying to everyone at church. You're a hypocrite, you're a liar, and you are a hypocrite. Jumping up from his chair, John screams, I have to lie. I lie to cover up your drinking. You started all this with your porn. How am I supposed to tell my friends about my husband's problem? How am I supposed to get help for your sin? Drinking is my only choice. Don't blame your drunkenness on me, John screams. You won't have sex. You won't listen to me. You drink every night of the week and you keep gaining weight. How the hell do you expect me to deal with all of your sin? I provide for this family. You have never had to lift a finger or work a day in your life. I come home every night. I fix everything around the house. Go to all the ball games with the kids. I deserve some stress relief. I'm a man and a man has needs. If you're not fulfilling those needs, I'm going somewhere else. You walk into that church just like I do. Susan sinks into the kitchen stool as John continues to yell at her. It's your fault that I've seen prostitutes. If you would have done your job, I wouldn't be in this situation. Furious, Susan leaps from her stool, screaming, You bastard! You're just like your bastard child-abusing father. I don't care what Paris told you, but that girl is 16 and she has a pimp who beats her every night. You are a worthless child rapist, and I'm not keeping your secret anymore. Chapter 8. Within the spectrum of exploitation and trafficking, exist 3 categories of individuals: traffickers or exploiters, survivors, and buyers. From my experience, the ratio is 1 pimp to 3 to 5 girls to 2 to 30 buyers per day for each girl. Look at the numbers on average: 1 pimp, 4 girls, 80 buyers. 80 buyers per day and only 1 pimp. It's easy to jump to conclusions and cast judgment on the buyers, but we're talking about a system that's as old as time and a culture that gives people, mostly men, the right to purchase sex. Our society has demeaned the image of men to nothing more than sexual beings walking around with raging penises and minds devoted solely to their next sexual encounter. The lies continue with men lacking the self-control to abstain from sex without going insane or raping someone. These widely believed misconceptions create a sense of entitlement within men worldwide. If a person must have sex in order to not rape an individual, then we have an epidemic of a lack of self-control. We are created as sexual beings, not simply for procreation, but also for pleasure. We are created in God's image as sexual beings, and it would have been simple for God to make procreation pleasureless. But instead, He created us for deep intimacy with a desire to love and be loved. Sex is supposed to be fun, stress relief, and intimately connect two individuals, but our overstimulated American lifestyles have equated sexual intimacy to fast food. When I was a stay-at-home mom, the young children would tug on my clothes all day, demand food and attention, love, and endless playtime, all of which I was happy to provide. After 13 or more hours of constant interaction with no break time or lunch hour, I would climb into bed exhausted, only having my husband desire more touch, attention, and affection. He was always very kind, massaging my feet and listening to me rant about the day's trials. However, he is unique and a remarkable husband. We had to learn to bridge the gap between our daily lives and our intimate world. We both have sexual needs, and those needs must be met, but self-control during times of abstinence is critical. After being trafficked, I wasn't interested in being in a relationship. I didn't want a person to tell me what to do or how to behave. I'd had quite enough of that. Then Reed swept into my life, raw and honest. We were best friends from the very first day, but we had come from very different worlds. While his life overflowed with abuse, it was very different from my experiences. His religious and sexual abuse caused him fear of relationships. On our wedding day, not only was he a virgin, but Reed had never even kissed anyone until our wedding ceremony. Our consummation that evening should have been the most exciting night of his life. After all, how many virgin husbands get to marry an incredibly sexy, experienced woman? Except we didn't have sex that night or the night after. I couldn't. I have herpes, and the stress of our wedding caused me to experience an outbreak. The same self-control that enabled him to wait 20 years to have sex enabled him to wait another 3 days. By culturally implying that men are sex-hungry savages, we're limiting their abilities and insulting their masculinity. Over time, Reed started to work less outside the home while I worked more, leaving him as a primary caregiver for our young children. We quickly discovered that feeling overstimulated with little sexual desire due to raising young children had very little to do with our gender and had everything to do with our daily tasks. As the head of our home, he now had the opportunity to lead our home, but many would find this reversal of roles unbiblical or emasculating. However, the opposite has been true. Reed is more secure in his abilities as a husband, father, and leader. Being a stay-at-home parent requires an enormous amount of grace and self-discipline, which have strengthened his abilities to fight against cultural trends. Our society has virtually stripped our men of confidence and honor, leaving them to search for affirmation and dignity through the exploitation of others. A quote from the book A Buyer by the Johns. If I don't see a chain on a person's leg, then I know they have a choice. Marketing normally consists of packaging, persuasive text, and a catchy slogan. Marketing sex is no different. The packaging is the clothing. The advertisement and price are based on the demographics in the target market. The slogans speak to the entitlement of pleasure. The girl must appeal to the desires of the buyer in order to make money, saying statements such as, "Oh, you're my first today. I love sucking dick. I do this because I just can't get enough of sex." The truth in advertising says, "I've had sex with 15 men today. Your penis makes me want to vomit. And if I don't make this money, my pimp is going to beat me up." Very few men want to hear the truth, so the girls must lie in order to be marketable to the consumer. The reality of the dance between the trafficking survivor and the buyer is an illusion of mirrors, designed by the pimp to fuel the raw passion of the buyer. The illusion doesn't have to be believable or make sense to the non-sexually stimulated brain. Simply creating the illusion of pleasure, enjoyment, or kindness is enough to fulfill the buyer's wildest dreams. Most buyers understand the role playing of the sex worker, thus deeming them professional when the illusion is believable enough to satisfy their craving. After countless hours of research, I've come to realize that most middle-aged men have no idea what an 18-year-old to 20-year-old body looks like in comparison to a 13-year-old to 15-year-old body. I began asking everyone I knew this one question. If you see porn or an online ad where a girl looks 14, but the marketing says she's 18, what do you believe? Every single person said they would believe the content of the words rather than their instincts about the age of the person in the photo. Even in my own experience, the girls who looked 12 to 15 were marked as 18. The 16 to 18-year-olds were marked as 20 to 22. When I was 17, my driver's license said I was 22, therefore securing my ability to work hotel bars as a minor. It wasn't until after my fake 26th birthday and leaving the sex industry that I resumed my birth age of 21. After spending almost 15 years in my 20s, I was elated to turn 30, leaving behind my perpetual youth. Marketing plays a huge role in the widespread acceptance of sex with minors and pedophilia. When a buyer is attracted to the school girl or barely legal porn and sex workers, with those girls who are not sex workers but rather trafficked. When a buyer is attracted to the schoolgirl or barely legal porn, when those girls are not sex workers but rather trafficked young teens, a very slippery slope ensues. There we go. And consider younger and younger children. The laws are changing across the country so that a buyer who is caught purchasing a minor can no longer say they didn't know the sex worker was an exploited child. Our country is moving past the excuse of being an uninformed consumer so that every buyer must take responsibility for their actions. Buyers who unknowingly purchase a minor could succumb to overwhelming shame or even suicide. It would behoove us to embrace remorseful buyers with a heart of grace and compassion, combined with the understanding that our children must not be exploited. August 1997. Princess Diana killed in an auto accident flashes across the television above the bar. The man sitting in the stool next to me gasps in horror as he pulls a handkerchief from his suit pocket, wiping his enormous nose. This must be very hard for you, I say, more of a question than a statement. He nods. What's your connection with Princess Diana, I ask, hoping to get more information from him about her identity and to entice him through conversation to his hotel room. I never met her, but the whole world loves her. So giving and beautiful, don't you think? He asked, gesturing towards her photo on the television. Looking around the lounge at the Westin Seattle Hotel, I noticed everyone is riveted by the news. Oh yes, she's the most beautiful woman. Drinking the last of my Chardonnay, I push the glass towards the edge of the bar, careful to not reveal my naivety. I ask, how is this going to impact the world? He turns to me, noticing my low-cut custom suit. His face smooths and eyes fill with lust. I run my hand across my chest, popping the top button, revealing my perky adolescent breasts, push up from my lacy Victoria's Secret bra. Without waiting for him to answer my question, I wave at the bartender. My friend would like to buy me another Chardonnay. I begin stroking his thigh under the bar. He stutters. Yes, please get the lady another drink. Pulling his wallet out of the breast pocket, he grabs the first credit card, handing it to the bartender. I notice a second platinum card behind the first, and I know I have him hooked. Buyers. The term prostitution naturally conjures up the image of only one side of the transaction. Rarely does the mind wander to the buyers, also known as Johns or tricks, and they are as diverse as the individuals who sell sex. There isn't a particular look distinguishing someone as a buyer, and the vast majority of buyers aren't the creepy guy who smells funny, although he's that guy too. Most buyers fall into the middle regions of the bell curve: middle class, middle age, average American citizens who, for a wide variety of reasons, decided to purchase sex. Buyers are all demographics of people, best categorized by the places in which they purchase sex. While emerging from every location or service, the mind can imagine, the majority of locations fall into the chasms between the dank street corner and the high-class New York strip club. The lower the cost of sexual services, the less deception in marketing. The more the buyer pays for services, the more refined the experience. The track is a street where the individuals stand to find the buyers. It's very common to see in movies all the girls leaning in car windows. Working the track used to be very popular, but with the invention of the internet, the majority of people left working the streets are heavily addicted to drugs, except in warmer weather climates. Today, it's common to hear stories from these men and women and trans people about a buyer who literally pulled them out of their vomit in the gutter, gave them $5 for a blowjob. The majority of these buyers are not far from being in the gutter themselves, or they live in extreme poverty due to immigration, lack of employment, or disabilities. In the mid-90s, when I worked the track, it was quite different. Wearing a jogging suit or jeans, many of us worked the morning, lunch, and after-work rushes, sleeping a few hours in between, before being out most of the night. However, the individuals who buy off the street were still the cheapest of all and the most likely to be violent. Late summer 1996. I was standing on the corner of South 188th and Pack Highway by the SeaTac Airport, the chilling wind cutting deep as I searched the windshields for my next trick. The best way to get out of the weather was to turn a trick. Maybe I'll catch one pulling out of the Doubletree Hotel. It's a fast track, $20 to $50 a date, turning another one every few minutes. I spot an old hoe on the corner, out of the corner of my eye. I step right to the curb, hoping to catch a quick trick before she makes her way over to me. She can smell my green. Martin had warned me about old hoes like her. They're gonna sweet talk ya. Don't let me catch you being out of pocket, bitch. I know there ain't no chatting on the track, and I know he can see everything. As she approaches, I nod. I think, ain't no bitch gonna scare me. This bitch is so old, she been hoeing longer than I've been alive. She says, I ain't gonna try to flip ya. We all work together out here. That Green River killer been working these streets for about as long as I have, and he loves them young hoes like you. Get your wifeys and stick together. The pigs say he's gone, but we keep seeing these young bitches vanish. Watch your back, 'cause at least 5 hoes gone off this corner alone. And she turns and walks away. My heart stops. Martin's words echoed in my head. Somebody's got to trick the trick. It better be you tricking that trick, or you're gonna get tricked. Finally, I catch an eye and walk down the side street. I lean in the passenger window and I see his dick is already out and he's pumping it hard. What are you looking for? I ask. A blowjob, but I only got $30, he says. Okay, as I get in the car, hold my hand out to take the scratch. While reaching for a condom, this'll only take 30 seconds, I think. I hope this isn't that Green River guy. I picked prostitutes as my victims because I hate most prostitutes and I didn't want to pay them for sex. I also picked prostitutes as victims because they're easy to pick up without being noticed. I knew they would not be reported missing right away and might never be reported missing. I picked prostitutes. I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught. Gary Ridgway, Green River Killer. Gary Ridgway thought he was assisting police by killing an estimated 49 to 90 prostitutes, saying to the police, "I thought I was doing you guys a favor killing prostitutes. Here, you guys can't control them, but I can." Many buyers don't view the prostitute as a person with a heart, but rather a commodity to be consumed and discarded, or a tool to work out their aggression towards their wives and mothers. A common notion among buyers is once they've paid for services, they own that person for the block of time, and that covers any physical damages. During that time, a buyer can do anything they desire, including beat, humiliate, or rape the individual, even if they beg them to stop. The buyer rationalizes their absolvement from guilt because they paid for services. In a 2004 study, an estimated 70 to 95% of prostitutes were physically assaulted. While that number seems high, I can't remember a single sex worker or trafficking survivor who didn't have their own bad date experience. Violence is a common experience. Until the police are safe people, these crimes will not be reported in accurate numbers, thus leaving men, women, and trans people to fend for themselves in a society where they've already been rejected. High price. The most elite sex workers and trafficking survivors never advertise publicly. Typically, a madam or boss grooms the most beautiful women to serve the highly elite class of international delegates, politicians, Hollywood actors, and individuals who require the greatest level of discretion. Only through referral and detailed screening process can an individual become a buyer. The world-class service does not mean trafficking doesn't exist in the most elite circles. Threatening to reveal their dirty little secret to their family, implying threats of violence against their children, or creating debt through cosmetic surgery, room and board, or beauty treatments, keeps individuals enslaved to traffickers who operate these businesses. A common misconception is that if a woman is free to leave, then they must be free from slavery. Each person has a different value to the madam or boss. 3 girls may be trafficked while 5 others may be free to leave. Madam Alex paints a picture in the lifestyles Madam Alex paints a picture of the lifestyles inside the most elite services in her book, Madam 90210. She says, "I had the most gorgeous girls you could find anywhere, the best with the worst characters. That's why I called them creatures. They were absolute monsters, but they were beautiful monsters. Even after I cleaned them up, taught them how to dress and talk, made ladies out of them, and not just ladies of the evening. Most of them betrayed me, dumped me, tried to cheat on me. Gratitude is not a call girl's long suit." She continues by saying, "Being a madam is a 24-hour-a-day job. It's one part PR firm, another part modeling agency, and the biggest part a psycho ward." I don't know if Madam Alex ever blackmailed or threatened anyone, but her calculated words scream of verbal abuse and intimidation. One can only imagine what took place behind closed doors. The internet has made trafficking young people much easier. Before the invention of the internet, a 13-year-old girl had to be dressed up by a pimp to look older than her age, or the police would quickly arrest her for prostitution because she was an easy target. Today, an ad can be posted online, significantly decreasing the risk of being apprehended. Ads posted online include in-call, where a buyer comes to a location such as a hotel room, brothel, house, or dungeon, or out-call, in which the person travels to the location of the buyer. Sites such as Backpage or Craigslist quickly replaced the track, offering morning specials for $60 or a lunch quickie. Escorts can be booked similar to online hookups, but the calls and screening go through the escort agency, who takes a cut of the money. Depending on the marketing of the agency, the buyer may not know they're calling a company. I edited to add this section in. The laws that removed Backpage and Craigslist have done a massive amount of harm. SESTA, FOSFA, which are the two laws, forced the sex industry further underground and causing more marginalization. I also want to add that, actually, I'll add it at the end. I'll come back to that. In the late 90s, we ran 34 phone lines, screening every buyer through a computer database. But most buyers were led to believe the person answering the phone was the same person coming to their house. The extra screening comes with added cost. Most escorts range from $175 to $350 per hour or orgasm, whichever is first. The vast majority of buyers who respond to online ads or print are largely middle class, whereas outcall range from scummy motels to five-star hotels. Utilizing the internet also bridged the gap between porn and buying sex. With ads listed on porn sites for outcall services, a girl can be on her way to your home, office, or hotel within just a few clicks. Some sites and apps make placing an order as simple as ordering a pizza, selecting hair color, weight, height, breast size, delivered to your door within 45 minutes. Strip clubs, peep shows, and lingerie modeling offer a wide variety of services, many of which do not involve sex, and some don't allow contact. But VIP rooms and boxes offer privacy for the buyer to have one-on-one experience. Regardless of where the buyer finds services, it's increasingly difficult to tell the difference between the empowered sex workers and the individuals who are being trafficked. Unmasking the illusion of marketing reveals a world of slavery which buyers don't want to see and destroys the only substantial income of sex workers. Why buyers buy. When I was trafficked, then a sex worker, my mind focused on analyzing the behavior of buyers. I wanted to understand what made a seemingly happy married father of two pay me for sex. Over time, I understood that they wanted more than sex. An orgasm was part of the expectation, but many were looking for someone to listen. They needed to be able to talk about their innermost thoughts, their deepest fear, their worst nightmares, and their liberating fantasies. Where were their wives and partners? Where are their friends and pastors? Why aren't these buyers getting the attention they deserved? People need people. Without deep, significant relationships, even the strongest leaders crumble. There is comfort in being able to tell a sex worker anything. They aren't going to judge you. They won't assault you with your fears during an argument. Your words won't be twisted, and when you're done, you get sex. Sounds wonderful, but isn't that what a committed relationship should be? A growing trend is to forego a relationship altogether. Quite frankly, I can't blame them with those kinds of dynamics. Focusing on a career and purchasing sex whenever the desire arises. They boast of practical purposes. It's easier than dating, and sex is guaranteed, with no drama or risk of being caught in a steamy office affair because the partner was unprofessional. The prostitute doesn't take everything in a divorce, and they don't want to talk after sex, or before for that matter. Under the John's overly confident exterior lies a lonely man who craves intimacy but has lost hope in relationships. Others feel they are doing their wife a favor by releasing her of the burden of sex, thus saving their marriage while fulfilling their fantasies. Some don't consider purchasing sex as cheating on their spouse because they hired a professional rather than having an affair. But it's a quick fix to the relational depravity that's engulfing America. The world today has so many misconceptions of men. If they are not tall, dark, and handsome, or the strong, silent Oh, come on, page. The strong, silent type, where do they fit in? Some of my greatest times of learning came through listening to the hearts of my buyers and studying their behavior. For example, I recall the high-powered technological executive who wore a diaper while I fed him a bottle in a rocking chair. Too much power, control, and problem-solving at work and at home, combined with a neglectful mother, left him broken and desperate for someone to care for him and nurture him. I remember the 6-foot queen who was forced to wear men's clothes during work hours to keep her job, but preferred spending our time doing manicures and pedicures while listening to Aretha Franklin. Suppressed by judgmental culture, she faced no other options. I also recall the man who had been called a freak his whole life because his penis was too big, too small, too crooked, or had a botched circumcision as an infant. It's easy to say, my wife doesn't give me sex, and pay to have sexual pleasure, but I believe there's a much larger epidemic, a lack of deep understanding of human needs. Building new relationships and repairing marriages takes an immense amount of dedication. But the benefits of having a partner who understands your deepest desires and most passionate fantasies is worth every moment. I have seen the strong, silent husband turn into the most gentle, caring man who deeply desired verbal processing, but being called a sissy in 3rd grade kept him silent. The vulnerability that comes with intimacy feels like standing naked in the middle of Times Square. But over time, the feelings become more normal and intimacy flourishes, leading to outstanding sex. A relationship requires people working towards the same goal. For years, Reed struggled with porn addiction, left me fuming. I was the other woman for so many men, and I refused to allow my husband to have another woman in my new life. What made our relationship grow is honesty, addressing issues, confronting fears, and most importantly, giving him the time and space to work through his childhood abuse. Had Reed been stubborn or justified his actions, our marriage might not have survived all those years. All couples need to guard their relationship and intimacy, ensuring they both have their needs met. Couples with their needs fulfilled have little reason to pay for services. After all our trials, we know our marriage can handle the mightiest of storms. We can't expect perfection, but we do expect honesty in all areas. And I want to throw in a little bonus in this section because there is so much shame all the way through this section. I wrote it 6 years ago. And really, I have made a distinction over time between buyers and criminals. Criminals are people who are violent. Buyers are people who agree to a business deal. Doesn't matter if the person is being trafficked. Doesn't matter if the person is a sex worker. The buyer doesn't know. And so I truly believe that there are intersections with more compassion, more understanding, less shame, and really going after the buyers does not fix the problem. It just adds to the shame, adds to the trauma, adds to the problem. Chapter 9. Cafe Jazz is Ruby's favorite hole-in-the-wall coffee shop. She tucks into a back corner with her usual drink, black bold coffee with none of the fluffy creamers. Simple, straight-up coffee. She settles in for answering emails after a long weekend. The first one to catch her eye reads, "Fuck you," in the subject line. She thinks. Could be spam or could be a really good email. Ruby is never sure what to expect, whether it's opening her email, answering phone calls, or speaking at an event. Every day brings a new adventure. When she started sharing her story about overcoming trafficking in her own life, other survivors began coming forward wanting to help. What started as a passion for creating awareness of trafficking quickly transformed into walking with other survivors on a path to restoration. Opening the email, she reads, "I don't know how the hell you are so fucking happy. I hate you. I hate everything about you. I want to talk. Give me a call. Julia. Smiling, she knows exactly what this means. A survivor heard her story somewhere and wants to talk. She hates everything about Ruby because she represents hope and healing, something Julia has probably never experienced. Ruby Googles the area code, Jacksonville, Florida. They are 3 hours ahead of Seattle, Washington, and it's only 9:30 a.m. here. She might be awake at 12:30 p.m. Let's see what happens. She gets Julia's voicemail. Hi, this is Ruby. You sent me an email asking me to give you a call. Call me back whenever you can. She knows Julia is screening her calls and will probably call back within 5 minutes. Ruby programs Julia's number in her phone. Julia F.U. Smiley face. So she won't get this Julia confused with the other 5 Julias in her phone. When she calls, I want to answer, she thinks, diving into her emails. 20 minutes later, Ruby's phone vibrates on the table. F.U. Julia, smiley face. Ruby answers quickly, packing her computer away. She knows it's going to be a long private phone call. Hello? Hi, it's Julia. Then a long silence. How are you doing today? Asks Ruby. Okay, I guess. Well, how did you hear about me? I saw you on YouTube and I saw a video of you talking about your pimp. I don't have a pimp, but there's this woman who says I owe her a lot of money, and the only way I could ever pay her back is to keep working for her. I think she's kind of like your pimp, but women can't be pimps, so I don't know. I just feel stuck. I can't ever get away from her. I've tried to leave once and she had her runners come after me. They brought me back down here, gang raped me, and told me to keep your ass put. I just don't know what to do. Ruby listens to Julia's story and soon realizes her entire family has domestic violence and sexual abuse, leaving Julia isolated and confused about healthy relationships. She's careful not to give her advice or tell Julia what she thinks. Right now, Julia needs a friend to listen, not someone to solve her problems. I'm so sorry you're having a hard time. I do lots of different things. First, I can be your friend. Second, I can help you get away from this woman. But I don't know you, and you don't know me, so let's just put that in the back of our head, okay? Okay. Let's just keep in touch and get to know each other. So what are your favorite things? Julia whimpers, I miss my baby girl. You have a daughter? Yeah, she'll be 5 next week. I can't believe I'm missing her party. I'm so stupid for coming down here. I let my mom and dad take care of her while I came down to dance for a couple months. I just wanted to make enough money to be able to get our own place. I had to do something. When I answered the ad online, she said she would hook me up with an apartment and a car until I made enough to get my own place. After 2 months of working for her, I was about to leave and she told me that I owed her $20,000 for rent, food, gas, and service fees. The place was sweet, but not worth $20,000. That's when I tried to go back home. Do you know how long I'm going to have to work to pay that off? Says Julia. Wow, that just sucks. Do you think your baby is safe with your parents? That's why I have to stay here. They said they would kill her and my mom if I tried to leave again. Oh, I'm sure your parents will do everything they can to protect her from them. Do you think she's okay around your family? It sounds like they've hurt you really bad. Oh yeah, they're totally safe. My mom loves her like crazy. She always has her all dressed up in these pretty dresses, and her hair's always done. She is so beautiful. My dad would never do the stuff to her. He loves her so much. I mean, Mama didn't want him to do it to me, but it's just different. He hasn't touched me in years. She's okay, really. She's okay. Okay. Ruby's mind processes some of the new information. She has a strong feeling that Julia's daughter is being sexually abused, but a gut feeling is not enough to report to authorities. When a family is highly respected in the community, the authorities rarely do anything to prevent the abuse unless there's hard evidence. From From Ruby's experience, it's best to help the mom become stable. Then the little girl can be safe with mom. Even if she could prove that Jazz was being abused and to safely put her in foster care, there's no guarantee the foster care home is going to be any better than her grandparents' home. Julia also believes her daughter is safe. If Julia called protective services, it would break trust, and Julia might not be able to get the help she needs. So, what do you want to do about the woman who owns the club? I don't know. I just get so pissed. That's totally understandable. You should be pissed. It's really jacked up what she's doing to you. I gotta get off the phone, but can you give me a call tomorrow and let's chat some more? Are you okay with that? I guess. I really look forward to getting to know you more. I'm around all morning. Can you call me before noon your time? Yeah. Is there hope for me? Do you think I'll ever get out of this alive? I sure hope you'll live. And I know there's hope for you. Just give me a call tomorrow. It's great talking to you, my new friend. Okay, bye. Goodbye. Ruby says a quick prayer for Julia and her daughter's safety. She knows she can't control the situation or Julia's choices, but she really hopes she'll call back tomorrow. 5 minutes after they hung up, she receives a text from Julia. Thanks for being a friend. We'll call you tomorrow. Julia smiles. Sometimes God answers prayers quickly. Over the next couple months, they continue to build a friendship. Ruby introduces Julia to Ivy, beginning to expand Julia's support team. Ruby wants to be a part of Julia's life, but the countless hours on the phone 7 days a week weigh on her physically and emotionally. While continuing to talk or text at least once a day and sometimes for hours, Ivy begins to pick up more and more of the support, giving both Ivy and Ruby much needed space while Julia maintains adequate emotional support. Most of the time, Julia sounds angry, hurt, and like a 3-year-old. Other times, she sounds like a little girl with a thick northern accent. Ruby and Ivy are used to listening for clues to help them discover the action plan for Julia to escape the female trafficker. Julia is going to need people around her who understand both mental health and spirituality. Ruby's phone rings. Oh my God, they took my baby! Whoa, Julia, what's going on? Really, I want to hear you, but I can't understand if you're freaking out on me. Who took Jazz? Okay. The fucking state came in and took her from my mom. My dad got caught with his hand in some little girl's panties at church and they called fucking CPS. Now they took my baby. I gotta get up there. I have to leave now. Okay, what did CPS say? I don't know. They said I left her with a child abuser and that I have to prove I can be trusted before I can get her back. They're going to keep her in a temporary home during the investigation, but I have to get her back now. We've talked about you leaving many times. You didn't sound like you were ready to leave. It will be very difficult. No more drugs or parties. You're going to be flat broke, and it's going to be the hardest thing you've ever done in your entire life. I want to help you, but you have to really want help more than any amount of drugs, alcohol, or coping. What do you think? Yes, I have to get out of here. I don't care how hard it is. If I can do good for 6 months, I can apply to get my baby back. I will do anything. Please help me. Let me make a couple calls. Can I tell Ivy what's going on? We'll need to do some planning together, asked Ruby. Yes, tell her anything you need to help make this happen. Thank you for wanting to fight your way through this. We're here for you. I will get back to you within a few hours with some options. Does that sound okay? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for helping me, and thank you for being my friend. You're welcome. I'm with you every step of the way. I'll talk to you soon. Chapter 10. If we have the desire to prevent the cycles of running and relapse, we must completely change the way we view survivors. In our culture, appearance is everything. We say things like, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then it must be a duck, and we treat it like a duck. However, if a 16-year-old walks like a prostitute, talks like a prostitute, then she must be a prostitute, so we treat her like one too? By denying the existence of slavery, we have allowed slavery to be more plentiful today than any other time in the history of mankind. That 16-year-old is a minor. She may have chosen to be a sex worker, but she may also be trafficked. Either way, she deserves dignity and respect. Dare I say, we can't judge a book by its cover? Exploited or trafficked survivors and sex workers have enough to overcome without addressing the stigma of being sold for sex. No one wants to be defined by the worst parts of their life. Yet once you have a scarlet letter, it becomes very difficult to transform that stigma into something respectful in the eyes of society. Joshua 2-6 details Rahab's dramatic relocation with the destruction of the entire city of Jericho. About 1,500 years later, in James 2:25, Rahab is referred to as Rahab the prostitute. She was forgiven and redeemed, given the highest honor of being the great-grandmother of King David and in the bloodline of Christ. But not even that could rid her of the scarlet letter. The only solution to remove the cultural stigma of being a whore is to change your perception of humanity. This paradigm shift is not merely a quick transition, but a deep understanding of equality within the human race. On July 4th, 1776, the United States adopted the Declaration of Independence, stating that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Less than 55 years later, President Andrew Jackson signed the Indians Removal Act, resulting in entire nations of people being forcibly removed from their homeland. Thousands of Native Americans were slaughtered at the hands of the same individuals who vowed to uphold the Declaration of Independence. The idea of all people being created equal is repeated thousands of times throughout history, but history has never seen a time when all people were treated equally. When faced with trauma and abuse, all people are capable of horrific acts with no apparent reason. Every day we hear news about announcements such as mother drowns children in bathtub, man shoots 5 people at restaurant, and serial killer strikes again. Society is left asking, how does this happen? Most cannot conceive why individuals commit such horrific acts. The solution to violence is love. The solution to disrespect is honor. The solution to humiliation is dignity. When isolated, the combination of violence, disrespect, and humiliation creates individuals who are capable of the most horrendous acts of violence and abuse. Likewise, the combination of love, respect, and dignity, paired with intentional relationships, restores life and gives hope. When individuals within the sex industry are empowered with unconditional love, respect, and dignity, they become capable of fighting the seemingly constant flow of new memories, night terrors, and the invading thoughts that plague them every day. You don't become a survivor of slavery by being weak. Regardless of age, survivors are some of the strongest and most stubborn people I have ever encountered, including myself. Stubbornness may be a negative character trait in the hearts of most people, but with that understanding of what is required to overcome the trauma, of trafficking, stubbornness is actually a great asset. Over time, stubborn qualities make way for the new skills and a beautiful combination of leadership, courage, dedication, motivation, passion, and determination. The problems are complex, but the principles that lead to a fulfilling life are remarkably simple. As humans, we have basic needs. These needs are the same today as they've always been throughout history. While our culture evolves through time, the needs of the individual are timeless. Doctors have spent their entire lives studying basic human needs. But for me, my desire was not merely to have my basic needs met, but rather to live a fulfilling life. I have seen thousands of buyers who appeared to have every physical and emotional need met. I saw photos of their lovely wives and beautiful children. I heard about their careers and their journey up the corporate ladder to success. They had friends and people all around, yet they were completely miserable. Perplexed, curiosity during my time in the life motivated me to analyze human behavior. In essence, it's what kept me alive during those years. I had a deep desire to be heard, so I listened to others, hoping to find my own freedom in their stories. My years of deep healing were spent devouring every self-help book and counseling curriculum I could get my hands on, while simultaneously learning to build intentional, transparent relationships. I was on a quest to discover restoration. I didn't want to just be okay or high functioning. I wanted to be outstanding because mediocre was not good enough. I knew in my heart that I needed to be healed, but it was going to take more than Jesus. Jesus is all we need for forgiveness, but we are created by him for relationships with other people. It is going to require deep, significant relationships with people who could be Jesus in my life. Christians use Jesus as the perfect example of how to live the Christian life, but it's a hard act to follow. Jesus was sinless and capable of reading minds, neither of which I excel. Since Jesus had the ability to hear thoughts, he was able to address the deep needs individually. Without this ability, the only solution is to listen, and listen more. I was fortunate enough to have a dear friend who didn't know how to respond to my stories, so she didn't say anything. For years, Janie sat and listened to story after grueling story, giving me space to process my pain and discover my own answers. The key being that she had established trust with me long before I started sharing. Establishing and maintaining trust can be difficult when the individual has been incredibly hurt by others whom they have trusted. Survivors of trafficking and sex workers have seen the naked underbelly of society. When godly men buy sex, when police officers threaten arrests unless sexual services are performed, and congressmen do drugs in your presence, the individual quickly learns to distrust authority. I came to believe that no one told the truth. Everyone lied to get what they wanted, and if they didn't get it, they would become violent or manipulative to achieve their goals. Trust is continuously earned and can be lost in an instant because most survivors will become suspicious of anyone wanting to help. Their suspicion has come with good cause. Many people want to help, only to use a survivor's story later to raise funds for their nonprofit or other self-glorifying purposes. The easiest way to establish trust is to live transparently. When a support person shares their own past experiences, hurt and pain, even if it's dramatically different, it breaks down the superficial walls. Sharing about past pain, now healed, is very different than sharing about current drama. When the pain or frustration is current, the sharing sounds more like venting. I would never recommend hiding current challenges in your life, but remember we are being an encouraging support rather than an added burden. Allowing a survivor into the deepest parts of your life will establish trust and help the survivor feel validated. For many, the thought of sharing the worst parts of their life with someone they've just met is terrifying, especially if that person is a trafficking survivor or sex worker. But isn't that what we're asking of them? How can we expect them to share the intimate details of their life if we aren't willing to go first? It's not through our success that we bond. It's through our pain and brokenness that our lives weave together a beautiful tapestry. In addition to intimate sharing, healthy relationships depend on healthy physical touch. However, commercial sexual exploitation or trafficking have destroyed the image of appropriate touch and personal boundaries. It's very difficult to establish trust if the survivor does not feel like they have control over their personal space. Placing a hand on their shoulder or arm can trigger feelings of violation, and a hug can cause them to completely disassociate. Following their lead will give you clues about physical contact, but never assume they want a hug because you spent time with them or bought them lunch. Always ask permission before touching. Period. Over and over. All people have the desire to be deeply known and once known loved. Being deeply known is a feeling most people have never experienced. We may have allowed someone into the deepest, darkest parts of our heart and mind only to be hurt or misunderstood. We react to these experiences by not letting our walls down or continuing to wear the mask that separates us from our closest friendships. My shame was so vast, I swore to myself I would never tell another soul about my history in trafficking. I attempted to shut that part of my life away, never to speak of it again. Except the effects of trauma were prevalent in all the areas of my life. I didn't know how to establish healthy relationships or parent my children, much less have sex with my husband. I didn't know how I could trust Reed because my experiences told me that husbands see prostitutes because they need more than their wives, except I wanted to be Reed's one and only. The skeletons in our closet don't simply go away. While being nagged by disturbing thoughts daily, we might be able to push them away until the annual family reunion, when we see Uncle Sal sending us into a whirlwind of memories from a sexual assault 20 years ago. Either way, the skeletons will always be there until we move them out of the closet and into the light. Late 2005. The bathwater is cold again. I let the water out Starting again. Late 2005. The bathwater is cold again. I let the water out only to refill the tub with steaming hot water. I am at war with God. My heart is convicted, but I refuse to let it out. I swore I would never tell. What the hell is wrong with me? Why can't this just go away? I have 2 beautiful children, and we have been married for a year and a half. He doesn't need to know. There's no good reason to tell him, and it will only cause problems. I argue with myself. Hours pass. I can't wash away the pain, and the conviction is worse with each counting minute. I could lose my marriage, my family, everything. But if I don't tell him, I won't be able to live with myself. Reed, can I talk to you? I holler down the stairs, wrapped in a towel. I pace in the hallway with tears streaming down my face. Reed bounds up the stairs with great concern. What's going on, he asks. Gazing into his blue eyes, I take a deep breath. Reed, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I was a prostitute, and I didn't know how to tell you. The words hang in the air. My lack of clothing doesn't help my feelings of vulnerability. I'm naked inside and out. He pulls me close, wrapping his long arms around my trembling body. He whispers, I already knew, and I love you. This type of love restores the soul, shining a light in the darkest corners of the heart, setting us free. The only way to deeply know a person is to listen. We must learn the art of an intentional listening, which requires pushing away all the other thoughts, putting the phone away, removing any distractions, making eye contact, and listening. When someone begins to open up, sharing little bits of their story, they're testing the waters. This is a very healthy way to discover who is safe in your life. I start with telling a story that I don't care if the whole world knows, but is deeply personal. As I share, I wait for their response. If they're encouraging and listen well, I may open up more at another time. If they question whether or not I'm telling the truth, minimize my pain, or try to fix me, I may not ever confide in them again. Listening can be the most difficult task. It requires a massive amount of self-discipline to not react to the horrific stories, and the few words that we do say must be validating. Our culture has a remarkable way of taking a saying that was intended to be helpful and turning it into a cliche, then cross-stitching it on a pillow in the hope that it will help someone. These sayings, and even Bible verses, have been the source of hundreds of broken relationships and abuse. Let go and let God. This too shall pass. Be still and know that He is God. And my not so favorite, God does not give you more than you can bear. Such cliche statements completely minimize the incredible pain of trauma and ignore the instance of suicide in which the individual was clearly given more than they could bear. When survivors first began trusting me with their stories, my brain would jump into hyperdrive trying to figure out what I needed to say next. I felt like I needed to do something. The first few stories were so horrific that I couldn't think of anything to say. This was one of my best lessons. I was doing exactly what they needed. Listening, not thinking, not trying to figure out how to respond, just listening. Not talking, not relating, just listening, while occasionally saying, I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault that happened. It's quite simple, but being a validating friend can be the biggest blessing. This is a section from one of my old favorite songs. It's called Welcome Home by Sean Groves. Take a seat, pull up a chair. Forgive me for the disrepair. The souvenirs from floor to ceiling gathered on my search for meaning. And every closet filled with clutter, messes yet to be discovered. I'm overwhelmed, I understand. I can't make this place all that you can. Building deep relationships is like inviting another person into the darkest room in the back corner of your heart. It's an enormous honor to be allowed into that space. And while there, we have to earn the right to speak. Depending on the type of abuse, even saying that you will pray for someone can be enough for them to Move out of that room, shut the door, and never look back. During this time, a simple "I'm sorry" is best. Allowing posture to speak to their heart, leaning forward, making eye contact if it's comfortable for them. I may even cry, but I'm careful to not lose control. This is their space, and I want to honor them. If I become too needy, they will believe I'm not able to handle the intensity of their life. Remember, it's critical they are heard, and permission is given before physical contact. Survivors will tell exactly what they need as we listen. Once we earn trust, we also must earn the right to give advice. This is normal for us to want to fix people's problems. It's easier for someone else to see the solution to our problems than it is for us to discover the solution ourselves. Organizing our home is a great example. It's always easier to go to your friend's home to clean out their garage, clearing out clutter and donating most to charity. But your own garage is filled to the brim with items you can't part with. We are emotionally attached to our own possessions, but there is no emotional attachment to other people's possessions. Relationships are much the same way. We may struggle with a relationship with a family member, but a friend may see the solution easily. This does not give the friend the right to tell me how to handle the situation until I ask for help. Permission to advise is given, not assumed. Just as we would not throw away our friend's possessions without first being given permission, until the person asks for advice, it's not our role to fix their problem. We are simply to listen. You will know when permission is given because they will ask, "What would you do?" But statements like, "I just don't know what to do," or "I'm so frustrated," are not permission. When someone gives permission to advise, it's only for that conversation and does not equate to giving advice forever. Earning the right to give advice is done in every conversation. If you tell someone what to do and their first reaction will be to rebel. It's human nature. Think back to your teenage years. What would happen when you went to your parents with a problem and they immediately told you how to fix it? What were your gut feelings? Now, think about your current life. What happens when your friend or spouse tries to fix you rather than allowing you to vent or process verbally? The reactions to advice giving are the same regardless of past experiences. No one likes to be told how to live their lives. Rebellion is a natural response to someone giving advice without permission. Wow, think about parents. Yeah, powerful. Let's pretend I have a friend who visits her brother regularly. Every time she goes to his house, he rapes her. The solution is simple. Quit going to your brother's house. But that is the last thing I should say. Just like with my friend's garage, I can see the solution easily. But she is emotionally attached to her brother and needs to be given the space to process through the emotional attachment. It's my job to listen as she vents about her brother. As our relationship grows, I can ask a question that journeys to the heart of the problem. Asking questions require a delicate balance of sensitivity and wading through the uncomfortable silence while they formulate their response. It can take many minutes for them to respond, and that's okay to let the awkward silence hang in the air as long as you can see that they're not visibly triggered. The idea is to help them process through why they are in the situation and allow their processing to guide them out. When a person is given the space to process through their feelings, most of the time they come to the healthy conclusion on their own. However, this takes patience and sometimes months of listening while the person is still being abused. When they do make the decision to break away from the unhealthy relationship, it's normally a decision that's never reversed. Ultimately, they have to make the decision, then follow through. No one else can do it for them. This is the heart of empowerment. Many survivors who are still in the life have not experienced unconditional love, so they have little to no concept of safety or healthy relationships, or of safe, healthy relationships. I didn't. Much like a moving teeter-totter that's been tipped away from unconditional love, they will allow incredibly dangerous people into their life. If a person is given unconditional love, boundaries, encouragement, and is walking towards self-empowerment, they will naturally begin avoiding friends who are unsafe. It is a difficult journey, but the slow, gradual process of understanding what safe and healthy look like is critical to stopping the cycles of abuse. The goal is not balance, rather the exact opposite extreme. With balance, they have support and unconditional love from individuals who are safe and healthy, while still maintaining existence in a world filled with people who want to abuse those who have been abused. The feelings of empowerment come from learning to defend yourself and your space while still interacting with the outside world. All people deserve the right to make their own decisions and to receive respect when we don't agree with their decisions. The decision may affect me and other individuals, but removing my love or respect from their life will only cause greater damage. Such concepts are especially sticky when working with children or adolescents. Survivors may be children according to their date of birth, but their life experiences do not mirror that of a child. Society says these are children. They don't know what they want. They're going to destroy their lives. We must stop them from making these decisions. Most people have these thoughts when thinking about a 15-year-old girl who has been being trafficked and is wanting to go back to her pimp. But from her perspective, she has been taking care of herself her entire life. Perhaps her mom never got out of bed to make breakfast. She got herself ready for school and came home to an empty house, if she was lucky. On the not-so-fortunate days, her stepdad was waiting for her so they could have some one-on-one time. This left her with a ripped vagina and anus, blood to clean up, tears to bandage, because she never received treatment from a doctor. At school the next day, she then pretends that it never happened. Later, she lies to the teacher about the bruises while convincing the school nurse she slipped on the icy stairs last night. Rushing home again, she hopes her stepdad isn't home. And here, the cycle repeats again and again. She has been making adult decisions her entire life. She has been faced with choices most adults never dream of making. Honestly, she doesn't know any different. This is the only life she's ever known. It is her normal, her comfort zone. When an adult steps into her life and starts giving her advice, they are met with hostility and rebellion. Even if the adult is kind and loving, advice appears very odd and even hostile to the child. We must learn to retrain our inner thoughts to be honoring and respectful without being controlling or manipulative in tone or action. Adult survivors respond in the same way. Actually, most people respond with rebellion or avoidance when faced with unsolicited advice. The number one reason adult children don't like to return to their parents' home is because their parents still treat them like children. Teens who have been exploited, trafficked, or are sex workers have been forced to make adult decisions while the law still views them as children. In the beginning, I believe these core concepts were used for establishing and maintaining relationships for the purpose of restoration, such as with addiction ministries or trafficking survivors. Over time, I started to witness a pattern of wholeness in other relationships when I applied the same concepts to my marriage, parenting, and friendships. I have seen families disintegrate because they gave careful consideration to the individuals for whom they were caring, but didn't show the same respect with their spouse and children. Every relationship in my life is built on these core concepts. All people have the desire to be deeply known and once known loved. We earn the right to give advice. If we have the desire to empower others, we must first empower ourselves by taking responsibility for our own actions, thoughts, and words. Sharing our own experiences, no matter how different, demonstrates respect and vulnerability. Listening establishes trust and demonstrates unconditional love. Chapter 11. Tossing her coat on the hotel bed and smiling fetchingly, Emily says, "Pay first, then play." The closet door slides open and a man with a gun jumps out. Two men burst through the door that adjoins the two hotel rooms and points a gun at Emily. "Keep your hands where we can see 'em!" Her trick yells, whipping out a gun. "You're under arrest!" "How do I know you're not some crazy tricks?" yells Emily. "I want to talk to your supervisor." Jerking her hands behind her back, the officer whispers into her ear, "You bitch, you can't talk to my supervisor. You're under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You haven't a right to an attorney. And if you're a worthless slut and can't afford an attorney, a shitty one will be appointed to you. Now shut the fuck up and get in the room with the other trash." He shoves her into the next hotel room with the 3 other girls and a female officer. When the door closes, the female officer says, "He's usually an ass, but he's in an especially bad mood tonight," rolling her eyes. "Let's take a look at your stuff. Do you have any drugs or weapons on you?" Emily shakes her head. "I'm going to have to search you." Emily nods as the officer pats her down, watching the contents of her purse get spilled across the small hotel room table. She holds her breath. Control your breath. Try to look calm. Marge Michelle Michaels. The officer reads Emily's driver's license and holds it up, comparing the photo to Emily. "Marge, where were you born?" "When were you born?" "January 25th, 1984, replies Emily. "How old are you, Marge?" 18. "Okay, go sit over there. Someone will be here in a little bit to take you all back to the station. Don't talk to the others. Sit quietly," says the officer. "Yes, ma'am," replies Emily. Emily thinks, "Cooper is going to kill me. I hope this fake ID holds up. What was that he always tells me? Shit, calm down, Emily. I'm not supposed to call him. Call one of the other hoes. Tomorrow I will go before a judge and say, not guilty. They will let me go. I hope that's what I'm supposed to say. Was it not guilty? I hope so. Shit. Why do I have to be so stupid? He's going to be so pissed." At the station, they separate her from the other women, telling Emily to sit in an office. The same female officer closes the door, but Emily can hear them talking in the hall. "I ran her driver's license. It came back without any information. We need to figure out her real identity. I don't think she's 18. After the anti-trafficking training last month, I'm hesitant to place her with the other women. If she's a minor, we'll be able to hand her over to social services." Emily strains to hear the other person, catching only snippets. "Talk to her. Plan. Can you talk with her?" The officer comes in with a soda and a bag of Cheetos, handing them to Emily. "Yippee, my favorite," Emily thinks. "I ran your name through our system and I couldn't find any information. And you just got your first driver's license a month ago, which tells me this is either a fake license or you've lived under a rock your whole life, says the officer, clearly amused with herself. Why don't you tell me the truth? I am telling you the truth. I don't know what you're talking about, replies Emily. Listen, I'm trying to make this easier on you. I'm on your side. If I can prove that you're a minor, that makes you a victim, and I can give you to social services rather than keeping you locked up overnight. We're going to have to book you for prostitution either way, but I'd like to help you get out of this mess rather than putting you right back on the streets tomorrow. I can't help you unless you tell me who you are. So what happens with social services, asks Emily. They'll pick you up and take you to an emergency foster home. The silence hangs in the air as the minutes tick by. My name is Emily Smith. I'm 15 years old. After talking for a while, the officer leaves to call social services. She thinks, I can't wait to get out of here. My daddy's going to be so proud of me. I'm not even going to spend the night in jail. I might even be able to hit my quota tonight. 3 hours later, Emily sneaks out the back door of her foster home. They think I'm stupid. I ain't staying with these squares. Dialing collect from a payphone down the street, she calls Cooper. Daddy, I'm at a gas station on the corner of 39th and Belmont. I got picked up by the cops, but I figured out how to get out and I can still hit the track. I can still make my quota tonight. Please don't be mad at me, Daddy, Emily begs. You a down-ass bitch. I'm on my way. Don't move. Do you want to get McDonald's before you go out? Asks Cooper. Oh, Daddy, you know how I love me some McDonald's. Thank you, Daddy. Space break. Emily, yells a woman running toward her in the hotel lobby. Who the hell are you? Asked Emily. I saw your photo on Facebook. Everyone is looking for you. I believe it said you were last seen in Portland. Aren't you from Tacoma? How did you end up in Fresno? You saw a photo of me on Facebook? Asked Emily, stepping backwards. Yeah, someone really misses you. Let me see if I can find it, she says, pulling her phone out of her purse. Ah, here it is, showing Emily the phone. Isn't that you? Looking at a missing photo of herself left a knot in the pit of her stomach. Yup, but I don't know who would be looking for me, says Emily. Do you want me to call the number and see who it is? It looks like it's an organization. No, thank you, says Emily, walking away. Yeah, wait, you can't just walk away. They're worried. I'm going to call, she yells as Emily runs towards the exit. I can't tell Daddy. He'll freak out. I shouldn't have even talked to her. I can't believe my photos are all over Facebook. I wonder if Daddy has already seen. Maybe that's why he wants to get my hair done tomorrow, Emily thinks. I'll just stay in my room for the next few days. If I can't go out, then they won't find me. At least the ads online are keeping me busy. And if I'm not working the track much, I bet he knows. Daddy knows everything. A knock at the door is no surprise to Emily. Hi, come on in, says Emily, standing in the center of her hotel room wearing a tiny red dress. With a seductive smile, she whispers, What are you looking for tonight? Hi, Emily. I'm here because your mom has been looking for you. She wants you to come home, he says. What? How do you know my name? I thought you were looking for a date. Who are you? My name is Jonathan. I work with the rescuers. We help trafficking victims like yourself reunite with their family who is looking for them. My mom sent you all the way down here to look for me? Asked Emily. Yes. She misses you very much and she would love to have you back home. I'm here to help you, says Jonathan. Yeah, I've heard that before. She really wants to see me. Are you sure? Asks Emily as she flops on the bed, pulling her legs to her chest. Do you want to talk to her? He asks. Would she talk to me? Asks Emily. Of course, digging his phone out of his pocket. Nikki, I have Emily, your daughter, here with me. Can you talk with her? Taking the phone from his hand, she gently places it close to her ear. Mommy? The tears rolled down her face. Okay. I love you too, Mommy. Emily hangs up the phone. We have to leave now. He'll be back soon to get his money. And if I don't have it, well, let's just go. Emily feels more free on the open road. Her hand floats in the air out the open window. The white dashes on the freeway pulse by, making her feel at peace. Far away from where she's been, another new beginning, another adventure, another move brings new hope, a dream of a different life. Maybe she could wake up in a different life. Another time break. Bitch, get your ass in the car, Cooper growls. Emily drops her backpack, paralyzed with fear. Bitch, now, bitch! I have to go to school. Emily whispers, I didn't think he wanted me. Why is he coming after me after all this time? Bitch, if I gotta get out of this car, I'm gonna check your ass. Get here now, says Cooper. He came back for me. I can't believe he came back for me. He really does love me. Climbing into the back seat of a black Cadillac Escalade, she whispers, I love you, Daddy. Bitch, you love this pimpin'. They speed away, leaving her backpack on the sidewalk. You know you can't ever get away from me. I own yo ass. I knew where you were before your ass hit the state line. Those stupid ass squares had your photo all over the internet, telling me exactly where you were and who you were with. I'm God. You can't take a shit without me knowing. You have been my bitch on the inside. Now that I got you, I got the names and locations, all I need. Let's go get some more hoes. Bitch, you and me, we're going to the top. We're going to liberate us some hoes from these dumbass rescuers. That's some top-notch pimping right here. Chapter 12. People locked in a house for decades, kidnapped, raped, and chained to a wall. Is this how sex trafficking looks? Misconceptions of domestic sex trafficking are everywhere in the media. The most important element that distinguishes trafficking from other horrific forms of abuse is the commercial nature of the act. Sex trafficking requires a person to be sold for sex acts, distinguishing it from rape, yet trafficking includes rape. Our overstimulated culture is searching for words to differentiate short-term crimes from the long-term offenses. Kidnapping and raping a young person for a day or a week is vastly different than forcibly holding that person for years or even decades, yet the same term is applied. However, neither are classified as sex trafficking unless the target was sold to other individuals for sexual services. With a lack of vocabulary available to explain the long-term holding of a person, many mistakenly apply the term trafficking. Mislabeling abuse in the media creates confusion, which leads to apathy, leading to the further deterioration of our society. Portland is a sex trafficking hub. Unfortunately, so is Houston, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Seattle, Kansas City, and many other U.S. cities, all deemed either first or second in the nation by the media. Since we all can't have the most trafficking in the nation, numbers are getting confused in our race to be the best of the worst. The questions we need to be asking are, where did these numbers come from and what do they signify? In 2003, the FBI Department of Justice Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children joined forces to launch the Innocence Lost National Initiative. Their focus is to address the growing problem of domestic sex trafficking of children in the United States. They have created task forces and working groups in dozens of cities across the nation. As of 2012, they have recovered over 2,100 children and seized over $3.1 million. These numbers answer the second question. Do we have a problem of domestic minor sex trafficking in the United States? We do have a problem of domestic minor sex trafficking in the United States, and you could have asked any survivor to know that. But which city is the worst? Operation Cross Country is a multiple-day nationwide sweep that is part of the Innocence Lost National Initiative. To date, there have been 6 operations, including upwards of 50 cities. I want to add in there that they do the operations every single year. So when I wrote this 6 years ago, there have been 6 more operations since then. The first 2 operations didn't even include Portland. The third operation started the Pornland reputation, in which Portland had 6 minors rescued, second only to Seattle, who had 10 minors rescued. From these operations, media and anti-trafficking spokespeople across the nation have labeled different cities a hub for sex trafficking, based on either 6 survivors or 10 survivors. In 2011, the Oregonian did an interview with Oregon FBI spokesperson Beth Ann Steele, who said, quote, "We try to stay away from rankings. It's a horrible problem that a lot of cities share, and Portland is no worse or better than the others." Unfortunately, a few articles is not enough to change an already established misconceptions about which cities are the worst hotbeds for trafficking. The most recent Operation Cross Country 6, or VI, recovered 79 children from 57 cities: Dallas, Detroit, Milwaukee, Sacramento, San Francisco, and Seattle. All recovered the same highest number of trafficked minors, 6. These numbers individually reveal a small portion of people who are being trafficked, and the operation does not mention how many of the thousands of adults arrested started their life of prostitution by being trafficked as children, had a pimp as an adult, or had false identification making the minor appear to be an adult. Most news articles are only a few hundred words long, giving a very small look at the complex life of a trafficking survivor. A March 2013 article reported that a pimp and his 23-year-old quote-unquote female accomplice coerced a 13-year-old girl to become a prostitute, giving her drugs to become obedient. When the teenager tried to leave, the pimp and his female accomplice had his name tattooed across one of her eyelids and house across the other. So it was name, house. Implying ownership. What this child experienced is nothing short of horrific, but the photos of the female accomplice create a larger view of the situation. Across the accomplice's chest is a tattoo of the pimp's name. Was she really an accomplice? There was no doubt that she took part in the horror that the young teen experienced, but was she acting out of her own free will? What would the pimp have done to her if she had tried to leave? How do we know the pimp was acting alone? Could the pimp's life be in danger if he didn't produce a quota? There's always more to the story. Sitting on the bed, uncomfortably and feeling utterly hollow, I could see the morning sun glimmering on the ocean and the beautiful orange clouds streaking the sky at dawn. Longing for the water, my mind tries to escape the succession of loud thuds, muffled crunches, and cries for help in the next room. If only I were a bird, I could fly out the window and over the water. It's so nice to be out there in the air. I would be free. Nobody could tie me down. Desperate and terrified, I feel like a mouse trapped in a maze, wishing there were some way I could possibly escape this and forget it forever. Why did I sneak into the bar for a drink? Stupid. Crash! It sounded like a lamp. Oh, God. I should have been working. Well, I was working, but I wasn't trying hard enough. I got distracted by the man who only wanted to talk to me. He was nice to me. A loud smack comes from the next room, followed by a cry that is cut off by a loud thud. How could I be so stupid to not hit my quota tonight? I just want to sleep. A horrible gut-wrenching thud and a disgusting crunch from the next room, then silence. Oh no. I may never sleep again. Get in here and see what you did, he yells from the next room. There she is, face down, with her hair matted and dripping in blood, one part of her head bare of skin and There she is, face down, her hair matted and dripping in blood, one part of her head bare of skin or hair, one hand reaching towards the doorway and my feet. The clothes I helped her pick out, rumpled, bloody, and ripped. Her eyes vacant and glassy. And I stand over her lifeless body. A body, that's all she is. Now, I can't believe it. I can't believe he really killed her. What am I gonna do? How long before he does this to me? It's all your fault, bitch. If you had made enough money, this wouldn't have happened to you. Her blood is on you. My mind tunnels into itself. The twilight takes over. My world is black. 2 weeks earlier. Well, she said, twirling her hair on one finger. I guess, but how do we start? You have a good start already with your big brown eyes, your beautiful, creamy skin, and your cute little figure. I could always make the new hires feel like they had it going on, but this girl did. She had a sweet personality and a beautiful face, a childlike quality that many men like. With her cooperative attitude, we would have no trouble grooming her for our stable. Let's go shopping. We gotta get you some sexy clothes, I say, knowing exactly what he will want her to wear tonight for her first night on the track. I can't pay for anything, she replies, staring at her old flip-flops. Don't stress, I got you covered. We'll get our nails done after that. Then Daddy'll want to spend some time with you before we work tonight. Okay, she mutters. You've been giving it away your whole life. Isn't it time you got paid for it? I say, grabbing her arm and pulling her into the store. She giggles as I hand her outfit after outfit to try on. I've never felt so spoiled, she exclaims, spinning in her new dress in front of the full-length mirrors. You're going to love the rush of getting paid. You'll feel like a queen. I say, fully believing that we'll be the strongest stable in Waikiki. Chapter 37 of Genesis details the betrayal of Joseph's brothers when they sold him to the Midianites, who then sold him into Egypt, into the house of Potiphar, an officer of the Pharaoh. While serving his master, Potiphar, and I don't even know if I'm saying that right. I'm going to call him Potiphar. While serving his master Potiphar, God blessed Joseph, and everything he did was more successful than ever before, giving him great power within his master's home. When Potiphar's wife tried to seduce Joseph, he resisted. Infuriated, she went to Potiphar and accused Joseph of trying to have sex with her. Joseph was sent to prison. There, he was soon placed in charge of the other prisoners because of God's blessing. After years of imprisonment, Joseph was called on by the Pharaoh to interpret dreams, thus earning trust. The Pharaoh placed Joseph over the entire land of Egypt. The Pharaoh told Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without your consent, no man may lift his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. The Pharaoh changed Joseph's identity, gave him a wife, and changed his appearance so much that Joseph's brothers didn't even recognize him years later. Was Joseph a free man, or was he a slave? He ruled an entire country, but was he free to leave? What do you think Pharaoh would have done if Joseph tried to return home? Today we see a similar situations with pimps and their bottom bitches. A bottom bitch is the most favorite of all the girls in the stable, or women possessed by the same pimp. Normally the pimp is the one who grooms her with his bottom and turns her out as a prostitute, or he bought her at a very young age. It takes time and trust to be established as a bottom. Typically, she is given more leeway in the form of additional freedom to eat and drink water, receive less beatings, and is provided better housing and clothing. Like Joseph, the bottom's added benefit come with added responsibility, such as recruiting, training, and beating the other girls in the stable. Does earning favor in the eyes of a slave owner, pimp, or master free one of the burden of responsibility? Does it make the individual who is owning full responsibility? Does it make the individual who is owned fully responsible for their actions if their life is in danger? People's actions always have some motivation. Discovering those motivators is essential to understanding the seemingly illogical behavior of survivors. Looking through the lens of the media is going to give you a distorted view of anyone's life. The sensationalism in the media has spilled into the anti-trafficking organizations. Images are used on abolitionist blogs, event posters, and marketing material with chains around the wrists and ankles of a young girl, black eyes and fat lips, large hands engulfing a young mouth, and eyes screaming, "Help me." What are the effects of these images on the movement and survivors? What are the feelings they portray? What happens when the initial shock wears off? The domestic violence movement made the same mistakes 30 years ago. showcasing photos of women being beaten with bruises on their face. However, broken bones heal much faster than the wounds of the heart and mind, leaving many domestic violence survivors feeling as though their abuse wasn't bad enough. Or they won't step forward because of perceived ideas about being a domestic violence survivor. Over the years, the vast majority of marketing has become more hopeful and honoring to survivors, domestic violence survivors, and their voice has become the fuel of the movement. We can choose to learn from history and change the future of the anti-trafficking movement. Sensationalized photos also create a false image for buyers. When a buyer sees a young woman selling sex who doesn't look like the photos displayed by the anti-trafficking movement, they can easily rationalize that the woman is not being trafficked. If the individual selling sex plays into the misunderstanding of her situation, others are misled to believe that she's not being exploited. The sensationalized images reinforce only the physical trauma of the trafficking survivor, thus minimizing the emotional, spiritual, financial, and other types of abuses not visible to the naked eye. Some organizations only focus on awareness of trafficking, which is greatly needed. However, the shocking photos create a demeaning view of survivors and immediately break any possibility of trust. It is fair to say that at least one trafficking survivor It is fair to say that there is at least one trafficking survivor at every event who would see the photos, since our numbers are much greater than most people assume. The long-term effects of graphic images creates funding challenges too, because donors expect the survivor to look a certain way. When the survivor appears normal, the urgency to raise money gained through the photos is lost because there's a sense of distrust. Providing an accurate view of domestic sex trafficking is essential to creating awareness, prevent others from being trafficked, and support survivors. I have seen countless websites with incorrect terms referring to survivors and our experiences. I've also stood on stage with dozens of trafficking experts only to hear them give completely inaccurate definitions of trafficking, while knowing there were other survivors in the audience who were also appalled at the misconceptions and misrepresentation. Excuse me. Surviving trafficking and surviving the anti-trafficking movement are two entirely different experiences that an trafficked individual must endure if you're public. Surviving the movement requires years of research and also an understanding of the many aspects of domestic sex trafficking. It requires a holistic view of the issue. Justifying ridiculous behavior in the name of activism harms survivors. Start again. Justifying ridiculous behavior in the name of activism harms survivors, independent sex workers, and the anti-trafficking movement as a whole. Gaining an understanding of how our actions impact others can save lives. Protesting strip clubs and sex shops seems like a direct route to creating awareness and gaining media attention. But what are the possible reactions within the clubs? It could be uneventful and serve its intended purpose. Or an independent sex worker might not be able to make enough money to buy diapers or pay rent because the strip club customers were put off by the protest, continuing the cycle of economic hardship that leads many women to pursue the sex trade in the first place. If there were trafficking survivors in the club, they have a quota to make. If they don't make enough money, they could be beaten or killed. As it happened in my case, someone else could get hurt if a trafficked girl doesn't make enough money. Someone else could get killed if a trafficked girl doesn't make enough money. No matter the outcome, the protesters on the street won't see the results of their actions. They will leave feeling that they have done something good to change the culture with the possibility of having unintentional blood on their hands. Our first priority should be safety for ourselves and for those we desire to serve. Women going into the clubs can be a helpful form of outreach, but it serves a different purpose than awareness. Building relationships with people inside the clubs is incredibly helpful if the individual or organization has resources to assist them. Going into the clubs or doing outreach without adequate resources can be one of the most hurtful actions we can take. Being a friend and offering hope but not having options for exiting the sex industry, housing, financial support, and other resources will give the survivor a sense of hopelessness. Something is not better than nothing. We cannot continue to provide friendship without resources. In Christian circles, the misconception is if the sex worker or traffic survivor accepts Christ, then their problems will be solved. Christ provides freedom, but the church does a poor job of providing resources for their people. Many strippers and sex workers identify as Christians, but have a lack of options for income at the healthy standard of living. When I was in the life, my favorite type of buyer was the Christian who paid me for my time in an attempt to lead me to Christ or give me a break from the bad men. Not only did they not want sex, but they were the most fun to manipulate for extra money. Most people in the sex industry, trafficked or not, are not going to take this type of buyer seriously. Outreach disguised as a helpful buyer is nothing more than a buyer playing Captain Save-A-Ho. Some buyers will pay for housing and truly help someone exit the sex industry, but it isn't going to change the nature of the relationship. It will always be a sex worker and a buyer relationship because trust was not established. We have done numerous relocations and a few emergency relocations that were more intense than I care to admit. After many hours and sometimes a couple days of running on full adrenaline, it would only seem logical that I would share my adventure with the world. Or better yet, I could tweet or Facebook the entire event. It would be great for my followers to see what their money is supporting, follow along with the ups and downs while paying for our entire trip. Wrong. This is quite possibly one of the hardest days of the survivor's life, and just knowing that it has been plastered all over the internet can set them up for failure by placing such high expectations on them from day one. If their life is not ours to publicize, and they have enough to overcome without the support people adding to the list of painful experiences. Many Christians believe sharing the victories of a life pulled from the grip of darkness is encouraging and honoring to God. But Jesus said, "Be careful when you are trying to be good so that you don't make a performance out of it. It might be good theater, but the God who made you won't be applauding it. When you do something for someone else, don't call attention to yourself." God rejoices in the quiet places. He doesn't need us to exclaim his glory in other people's lives on Facebook or Twitter. Our lives should speak of his glory without quoting a single scripture or wearing a cross necklace. We should reflect the love of Christ without ever having to preach Christ. Sometimes a survivor will give us permission to share with others or take photos, but with limited understanding of safety, they may not fully understand the implications of being public as a trafficking survivor. Most importantly, their story is not ours to tell. Sharing the detail of someone's story to raise money or awareness is exploitation. It may not be intended as exploitation, but using their story or photo for someone else's benefit is the very core of exploitation. The person coordinating the relocation may have spent hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars trying to build a support team, raise the money to relocate the survivor, but this cannot ever be used against the survivor. Pimp Ken Ivy writes, "It's important that a hoe doesn't feel like she's hoeing for nothing. She has to constantly have an incentive, a carrot dangled in front of her face. A pimp has to keep her distracted with things he thinks she wants, and he has to consistently fill her head with more and more things for her to want. One of the pimp's best tactics is manipulation and guilt. Saying, 'Look at all that I have done for you,' makes the survivor..." The quote ended. "One of the pimp's best tactics is manipulation and guilt. Saying, 'Look at all I have done for you,' makes the survivor feel indebted to the pimp and will keep them under the pimp's control. If we use these same tactics of guilt to control their actions, it doesn't make us any different than their pimp. Saying, 'We have spent thousands of dollars to get you to a safe place,' can slip off your tongue so easily when an advocate is faced with a survivor who is about to return to the pimp they were just moved away from. It is painful to watch, but relapse or running is a normal part of the healing process. Advocates must accept the fact that we cannot help everyone, and some personalities will clash. I believe we can significantly reduce the number of times a survivor runs through healthy practices." In the early stages of safety, most survivors want to repay the people or the organizations who have helped them. While it's good to want to give back, it's important to first learn to accept assistance without debt. This is a core difference between working with trafficking survivors versus drug and alcohol addictions. When we assist a survivor in finding freedom, the survivor should not have to do anything to receive assistance. They do not owe anyone anything. They do not owe anyone anything to help them relocate. If we expect gratitude or repayment from trafficking survivors for our efforts, then we are in the wrong line of work or ministry. Every survivor in their situation is unique. Some may not have safety concerns, which would make photos acceptable, but it's important to understand the potential dangers of posting photos or checking into location on social networking before utilizing those sites. The trained eye can easily uncover the location of an individual through the details of a photo. A tree can determine the climate. A bedspread can determine the hotel chain. An airport photo can disclose the exact city. A street sign seen through a window can disclose the exact neighborhood. Even interior photos in a private residence can give clues. The types of furniture varies from coast to coast, and so does clothing. Brand name clothing may not give away a location or identity unless the person is particularly attached to the brand. But school shirts and jewelry are the easiest way to identify a person. Living in fear of being found is not freedom, but it's also irresponsible to pray for God's protection for a situation that could easily be resolved with wisdom and diligence. Learning to be safe helps everyone, and prevention is always better than aftercare. We must keep survivors' identities concealed. Blurring eyes, changing names, or using a distorted voice is not enough to protect them from those who have exploited them. Most of the time, the traffickers know everything about the survivor, right down to how they phrase sentences and their body language. It's the trafficker's job to study every detail of their stable and know how the girls interact with each other. As parents, it's our job to understand every detail of each individual child. Even identical twins have different mannerisms, and many times only their parents can tell them apart unless they have distinguishing features. Profitable traffickers have the same ability to know each of their people because these people are the core of their business. Getting someone safe does not equate to them staying safe. Every survivor must learn to protect him or herself. Trafficking is a big issue, but the internet makes the world very, very small. It's easy to locate someone anywhere in the world. The best way to protect a survivor is to help them become so empowered that abusers of any sort won't get near them. Traffickers and abusers don't want strong, empowered individuals. They are impossible to control and manipulate. There's a fine line between empowerment and exploitation within the realm of sharing survivor stories. It's in the very fabric of our culture to have the desire to be famous, and being a trafficking survivor will place you front and center with the media. I had no idea what to expect the first time I shared my story. All I wanted to do was change one person's life, and I succeeded in my goal because my life was changed forever. I was fortunate due to my supportive husband and friends in the community. The interview was good, but my entire world changed that day. People started treating me different. I was recognized at my children's school for being a prostitute. I couldn't get a job because my face was associated with trafficking. I was too strong for my pimp to want to find me, but the rest of the world wanted to devour my story. It didn't take me long to realize that I would soon be old news. And I needed to utilize my platform to learn and grow. In speaking with dozens of survivors who also were public with their stories, we all carried similar experiences with sharing publicly. Some events are uplifting, others are gut-wrenching. The difference between leaving an event after speaking, feeling encouraged rather than drained, was based on how I was treated throughout the process. Survivors are not projects. We do not need to be pitied. But we do deserve equal treatment. For some, it takes a huge amount of energy to share, and for others, sharing is life-changing, life-giving. Either way, we are sharing the worst parts of our lives, becoming vulnerable with people we don't know, and opening ourselves up to the criticism of the world. Most anti-trafficking organizations want to use survivor stories to promote their organization. Horror stories sell. Sex sells. Horror stories about sex bring in huge donations. Most are quick to encourage a survivor who is fresh out of the life to share their story and become the poster child for the organization. Yet many survivors can barely keep their lights on, but are expected to speak for free. Receiving funds for speaking can feel like being paid for services, but we all get paid for services. How many people would go to work if they weren't expected to get paid? Every event or interview costs time, gas, food, and possibly childcare. At the very least, survivors who come in for speaking engagements should be compensated for our expenses and time. When a survivor, and they should be paid a whole lot more. When a survivor consistently wants to share their story, they shouldn't be held back. It's so important to listen to the survivor when they tell you exactly what they need. It's important to take safety measures, but sharing can give the survivor strength they didn't know they had. Sharing with smaller groups is always easier. Work towards recorded talks and media, taking careful consideration of the survivor's feelings. They will need support both before and after an event. And speaking at one event or doing one interview does not mean they will continue to share their story publicly or become a public speaker. I highly encourage organizations to develop trafficking survivor protection policies if they plan on sharing survivor stories. This gives survivors full control over their story and how it's used, releasing the organization of any liability and removing any feelings of exploitation. Changing the misconceptions in the media will happen as more survivors come forward sharing their stories, bringing a message of hope and healing. Our lives have taught us to be strong. Our personalities, message, passion, giftings, and voice vary from survivor to survivor. Each voice paints a more holistic view of domestic sex trafficking. It will be the collective voice of survivors that fuels the next wave of abolitionists. Chapter 13. Cooper, get in here for dinner and get your brother too, hollered Mama from the tiny kitchen. Yes, ma'am, I'll be right there. Why did he have a southern accent? Yes, ma'am, I'll be right there. Barely loud enough to be heard over the sounds in the kitchen. Is Pops going to be home for dinner? Asked Grady, Cooper's younger brother. No, he has to work late again. He'll be home before y'all go to bed. Do you have something you need to talk with him about? Asked Mama. Yes, Mama. I want to play football this year. It's only $25 for the uniform, said Grady. You know we can't afford that. Your father works 6 days a week to pay the bills. You could start mowing lawns, and when you turn 14, you can get a job. Cooper's making $4.75 an hour down at the loading docks. Cooper, could you get your brother a job down there when he turns 14? I'll try, replied Cooper. I'm home, said Denton as he slams the front door. I've been breaking my back for the last 25 years, and they have the nerve to fire me, slamming his pink slip on the counter. I know it's because they didn't want to pay pension to a Negro man. We aren't ever going to see equal rights. My Pops was right. Nothing has changed. Denton settles into a spot at the head of the table. I'm so sorry, Sugar, said Mama, rubbing his shoulders. You'll find another job. This family is strong, and we'll fight through the bad times. Thank you, sweetheart. You're a good woman, replied Denton. I'm so sorry, Pops. I have $122 saved. I'll give it to you for bills or food, said Cooper. No, son, you've worked hard for that money, and you've been responsible. Keep saving for that car you want. A man's got to fight for everything he has. Keep your head down and never give up. Family is everything and nothing else matters, said Denton. Yes, sir, replied Cooper and Grady. Cooper, get in here. Your Uncle Franklin's here, yelled Denton. Cooper gently closes the front door, tosses his backpack on the plastic-covered couch, making his way to the dining room table. Ah, little Cooper ain't so little anymore. Son, you've grown into a fine-looking young man. When are you going to start pimping like a real man? Said Franklin, rising to embrace Cooper. Now don't you go filling his head with all that crazy talk, Mama hollered from the kitchen. It may be crazy talk, but did you see that new Mercedes parked out front? Asked Cooper. Let me introduce you to a couple of my ladies. This is Sweet Betty and Sugar. They're the finest ladies this side of the Mississippi. Their faces lit up, but they didn't take their eyes off Franklin. Why don't you ladies ask Mrs. Martin how you can help? Let the men converse. They sure are sweet, said Cooper under his breath, soaking in their every move as they strutted into the kitchen. They sure are, pulling a roll of money from his pocket. If you respect the game will respect you, patting his heart with the cash. How long are you in town? Grady'll be home at 4. These boys would like to get a ride in that shiny car, said Denton with a half grin. Ah, I see what you're doing. I bet you're wanting to roll in my Benz too, joked Franklin. Denton leans back in his chair, stretching his arms over his head. I'm listening, he replied, now smiling widely. Tell you what, tonight we'll hit the town. Be ready at 9 and we'll roll, brothers, 2 generations deep, keeping it in the family, said Franklin. Brother, once these boys see this pimpin', they ain't never going back to breaking their backs. Denton leads forward, pointing at Cooper. Don't tell your mother, but we're going out with Franklin. I'll handle it, okay, Cooper? Yes, sir, replied Cooper. Pops, what'd you tell Mama to let us out of the house? Asked Grady as he and Cooper slid across the champagne leather of the new Mercedes. Son, sit back, listen and learn, said Denton. Cooper and Grady glanced at each other, shrug, latching their seatbelts. What's on your mind, brother? Asked Franklin. I've been busting my ass my entire life, working hard, making the right choices, and thinking the good Lord would bless me. I have sacrificed everything, my entire life. I worked till my hands bled. Never called in sick, and they fired me after 25 years, his voice rising. I watched you cheat on every test, skip school, and hang out on the street. And I'm stuck in the ghetto with a tiny-ass house, hardly putting food on the table. You pull up in this shiny car with your rolls of money. Denton shakes his head. I've always respected you, big brother. You set your eyes on something and you've stuck with it all these years. That deserves much respect. You got a stand-up woman and these fine boys, said Franklin. But these boys ain't any better off than we were, fighting for everything they have. I don't want them to turn out like me. Denton hangs his head. Brother, you've done a fine job with these boys. They got respect. They need their Uncle Franklin to lay the pimpin' down. Boys, you'll be trading those Nike knockoffs for Gators by your next birthday if you enter this PIMP apprenticeship. Ain't no business like the hoe business, hollered Franklin. I was planning on heading up north, but we can set up shop for another week. This city's hot for flippin' hoes. We'll roll north with a full stable. Looking over his shoulders. Wear your best clothes to school tomorrow. When that bell rings, you wait until all the kids are outside. Walk out the doors. Don't look at anyone. Keep your head high. I'll be waiting for you. Got it? Yes, sir, said Cooper and Grady. Peering out the main doors of the old high school, they spot Franklin's Mercedes on the other side of the lawn. Students are whispering and pointing as Cooper and Grady stroll toward the car. The back door swings open and a tall, sexy blonde emerges with a dress so short you could almost see her panties. She opens the front and rear passenger doors, revealing another blonde in the back seat. Schoolboys whistle and yell, "Hey, baby, you gonna let me hit that?" The ground shakes with the rhythm of the bass. Cooper slides into the front with Grady sandwiched in the back, grinning from ear to ear. They pull from the curb. Now that's how a pimp makes an exit. What do you boys think a pimp does? Asked Franklin. Pimps have a bunch of hoes that work for 'em and they bring 'em money, replies Cooper. I always see 'em standing on the corner talking shit with other pimps. They're all so dressed. I don't have any pimp clothes, but I'd sure like some of those fine clothes, exclaimed Grady. You don't have any clothes yet, but you soon will, little pimp. We're going shopping. You'll be looking like a pimp and you're going to get your game on. The first step in being a pimp is to look like a pimp. You got to look the part. You got to talk the part. You got to play the part. Ain't no hoe going to respect you if you don't carry yourself like a pimp. Franklin's words rolled off like honey, mesmerizing the boy with his fast talk, flashy jewelry. Then you gotta show those little hoes at school what they're missing. You gotta make them beg to fuck with you. They gotta want your pimpin' more than air. How do you make them want? Franklin interrupts. Cooper, it ain't about the hoes. Hoes is just mean to the end. It's all about the Benjamin, stacking cash till your blood runs green, wiping your ass with 20s because they ain't shit. You can't stop till you hit the top. This pimpin' ain't stopping till we hit the top. Ain't that right, bitches? That's right, Daddy, the blondes chorused from either side of Grady. You bitches ready to make your daddy famous, exclaims Franklin, getting the girls excited. Yes, Daddy. You hoes ready to take over this city? Yes, Daddy. You hoes get out there and show these green pimps how the pimpin's done. You go make your daddy proud. Trick them tricks, rolling them, folding them, taking this pimpin' to the top. His words flowed so fast, Cooper and Grady's heads swim. Yes, Daddy! Jumping from the car, the blondes bound around the corner. Why did you drop him off here? There's nothing but houses around here, asked Grady. See that house right there, asked Franklin. The little white one, asked Grady. Yeah, it's the most profitable hoe house in the city. The bitch that runs that place ain't playing no games. She shot her pimp and fed the sorry bastard to her dogs. You don't want to fuck with that bitch. She makes some serious money, and my hoes pay the house fees and bring me the rest. Business is business. That bitch got some serious flow of tricks, and if she got to take a cut, it's better than them hoes sitting on their asses. They gonna hit the track tonight. We start posting ads at 9. She killed her pimp? Asked Cooper. Franklin could feel his hesitancy. Listen. This ain't a game, boys. If you want to fuck with real pimps, you gotta man up. You can't ever trust a hoe. You can't trust nobody but yourself. Ain't nobody gonna watch your back. When they say they got your back, they're looking for an opening to jack your shit. Reaching for his pocket, Franklin pulls out a large roll of cash, tossing it at Cooper. This is real pimp money, boy. Roll that up. That's 10 G's. That's my pocket change. Grabbing his money. You ready to become a man? Cooper and Grady enthusiastically reply, yes! Chapter 14. By the skillful and sustained use of propaganda, one can make people see even heaven as hell, or an extremely wretched life as paradise. Adolf Hitler. Red suit, alligator shoes, fur coat, and the unforgettable fedora and cane. Pimp evokes an image the media has portrayed about pimps, who they are and how they appear. If we dig a little deeper, we'll discover a glamorous world of pimped out items, such as rides or clothes. Even Nintendo pimped my Wii. The pimp has turned into an American icon for frivolous fashion, jewelry, cars, and homes. This is an accurate image of an old school pimp. My pimp had a beautiful way with words. They rolled off his tongue like honey, engulfing my 17-year-old heart and mind. He fulfilled my need to be needed. He listened. He always wanted me. I believed his love was unconditional, and it was, as long as I brought home $1,000 every morning. Even if I made horrid mistakes, he would always take me back. Love isn't always unconditional. Parents threaten children, kicking them out for getting pregnant or fighting at school. Husbands leave wives for confessions of child abuse, or refusing to have sex after seeing their wife give birth to their child. My pimp only had one condition: make money. As long as I obeyed, I felt like the queen of the world. I believed him when he said we were a team. I believed him when he said he cared. I believed him because he believed too. To understand the mind and life of a trafficker, we have to step back and look at the larger pictures and the cycles that cause someone to be able to exploit another human being. I can't bring myself to believe that anyone is all evil. We all started as infants, but from that moment, everything changes. We are a product of our genetic makeup and the environment in which we are raised. Race, status, and gender are major factors that determine the trajectory of an individual's life. Abuse cycles create patterns that are predictable and can be prevented if abuse is addressed in early adolescence. I spent the last decade reading true stories of crime and the individuals that have overcome trauma and abuse. I was seeking to find myself, just one person with a similar story. I found threads of similarity, but nothing answered the questions that plagued my mind. What causes a person to be able to rape a child? How can an individual be capable of brainwashing, torture, and exploiting another individual? The answers to these questions require us to look at the cycles of abuse and poverty. Facing unemployment, homelessness, hunger, and medical challenges while desperately trying to simply exist leads many to actions they were never capable of before. Franklin and Denton are brothers, both raised in the same home by the same parents, but they chose very different paths. Denton wanted to have the American dream: a home, job, wife, and 2 children. He worked hard his whole life and barely made ends meet. Meanwhile, Franklin also wanted the American dream: success, fame, fortune, and freedom. He understood that many people will try to achieve their dreams by going to work every day and paying a mortgage, but it isn't the path to financial freedom. Being an African American man raised in the civil rights era, he still didn't stand a fighting chance finding financial success within the confines of a 9-to-5 job. Rather, Franklin took a different path. He chose to traffic women. When you look at the second generation of pimps, Grady and Cooper, we see the choice becomes easier because they have a teacher and someone to validate and encourage their behavior. Why would Grady or Cooper make any other choice than decide to become a pimp? They saw the evidence from both sides. They saw their dad work hard every day doing the right thing. Then their uncle sweeps in with an expensive car, wads of money, and beautiful women. In the book Pimp by Iceberg Slim, he tells horrific stories of relentlessly beating his whores, followed by tying them up, having sex with them, raping them, then sending them out to work for the night. His actions and manipulation is unfathomable to most people, but his childhood explains his behavior later in life. The book's opening paragraph details him being forced to give oral sex to his babysitter at 3 years of age. Then he endures years of verbal, physical, and sexual abuse, with his hopes of being a good man destroyed by each abuser and the hardened streets. Contrary to popular belief, I don't think most pimps, madams, and traffickers want to be traffickers. I believe that they are stuck in generational cycles of abuse and poverty that has left them with little choice about the direction of their lives. We are seeing the effects of generations of trauma and abuse combined with sheer determination to overcome regardless of the cost to other human beings. The psyche can be damaged in so many ways, and when some people experience such abuse, they move towards anger and rage. When there is a lack of healthy release of that rage, it moves inwards, and the actions become more and more horrendous. Winter 1996. Running up Cohoyo Avenue. I'm saying that wrong, I know I am. Running up Cohoyo Avenue towards Alamona Boulevard, my body slides between the crowds of tourists that have descended upon Waikiki, Hawaii, for a warm holiday in the sun. Brushing the dried, blood-soaked hair out of my mouth, I punch the up button on the elevator while trying to hide behind the potted tree in the lobby of the hotel. Thankfully, the elevator is empty as I travel the 28 floors to our apartment. Banging on the door, I pray, please let him be home, please, please. As the door flings open, I frantically say, Daddy, please don't be mad. Please, I didn't mean to, I'm so sorry. Martin grabs my arm, pulling me inside. He picks me up like a small child walking into the living room. Oh, baby, I've been so worried about you. Where have you been the last few days? Tuesday night, I went with a trick to a hotel on Nahia Street. And when I walked in, there were two other guys. They jumped out and started beating me. I say, trying to hold back the sobs, settling into his lap, with his strong arms holding my sweaty, bruised body. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, and I don't have anything. I cry, my voice trailing off as he buries his face into my neck. Daddy, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Shifting in his lap, I turn and look at him. I thought you were dead, he weeps. I know you hadn't chosen me. None of the other pimps had seen you. And you would have called if you were in jail. I ask, but Daddy, why are you upset? I've been pimping for over 20 years, and I've only lost one bitch to a crazy-ass trick. I just didn't want to lose you. Daddy, I thought they were going to kill me. When I woke up, I was tied in the closet with those black bungee cords around my hands and feet. I couldn't hear anyone. I could just wiggle my right hand, and all I could think was coming home. I just wanted to get out of there. I was so scared that you would be mad at me for not bringing home money, but I just wanted out of there. It's okay, baby. We'll get you all cleaned up, and you can make some money tonight for your daddy, he said, wiping away the last tears. After a day of pampering, I walked down Cohoyo Avenue toward the track. The questions flooded my mind. Why didn't he find me? Why couldn't he protect me from anything? Why was he crying? Maybe he's just weak. He's getting soft. I can't believe he cried like that. Pimps, gangs, madams, and families. Understanding my story will give you one perspective of trafficking and sex work experience, but there are endless combinations of trafficking and exploitation. Over the years, I discovered 3 different types of traffickers, and it became very important for me to understand the difference to better assist survivors. Humans do things for reasons. It doesn't make their actions okay, but it makes them understandable. Each category of trafficker creates patterns of abuse within the people they exploit, and their behavior is consistent with their patterns of abuse. It took years of working with and talking to hundreds of survivors before the patterns became clear. As time went on, the patterns of traffickers became clear also, thus softening my heart to their experiences and stories. To say that was a life-changing paradigm shift is an understatement. For reals. The three different types of traffickers are the individuals who work and act mostly alone, gangs and organized crime, and families. Each type of trafficker carries their own patterns of abuse, trauma, behavior, fears, and mindset. When we are born, we only know what we are taught. If you are taught that a certain lifestyle is normal and life reinforces that idea, it becomes a belief. That belief will be reinforced by their mindset and how they view the world. This creates generational cycles that impact and create every type of trafficker. I simply can't believe that a well-adjusted teen woke up some rainy day, and suddenly decided to sell another human being for profit. Rather, it's their beliefs about the world and their perceived role within society, combined with their personal experiences, many of which are almost entirely abusive. The human experience is vastly different based on a number of factors: race, religion, gender, sexuality, income level, stability of the family unit, and community. Each one of these factors acts like adjustments on a sound mixer. Imagine for a moment that you walked into a recording studio. There are knobs and dials everywhere. Every knob has a specific purpose. There is a range of variation within the knob. Each factor that determines a person's life experiences and their response adjusts the sounds that are produced. Every single person is producing their own music. These are our words and actions. When you hear a song and it terrifies you, it's because you're only seeing the end result, not the process in which the song was recorded. Snoop Dogg is a great example. When these lyrics were written, he was writing from his perspective of life. Fuck that bitch. Niggas always be handcuffing that hoe. When a nigga like me steps in the place, I don't want that hoe. I don't love that hoe. I'm caught up with my greens, collard greens, Indo, and the cash flow. G's up, hoes down. Do I like the way he viewed people? No. The question becomes, what happens in the sound? The question becomes, what happened in the sound room of his life that created these beliefs? If you look deep enough, you will see patterns of beliefs and experiences that allow individuals to commit horrific acts of violence. The positive side of this equation is the individual can adjust certain knobs and create new songs. Snoop Dogg went on to change his tune. In a 2015 interview, he said, "Definitely, my attitude has changed towards women. I am more sensitive and more vulnerable, writing-wise, and accepting a woman for a beautiful person, as opposed to saying she's a bitch or a whore. Because that's how I was trained when I first started, so I have no regrets. As I grew, I fell in love with my wife and started to love my mother, my grandmother, and my daughter. I understood what a woman was, and I started to write about and expressed that. Once I figured out there was room to grow and learn and be a better person, then I incorporated that into everything I was doing. I don't feel like you can be ashamed or mad about not knowing. If you don't know, you don't know." I find his level of honesty to be refreshing. We've all made mistakes, and you don't know what you don't know. Traffickers who act alone. Old school pimps, such as mine, are quickly becoming a thing of the past. The rat-a-tat-tat they speak to confuse and overwhelm their girls, or boys, and the suave brainwashing requires much more self-discipline and a greater knowledge of the human behavior than forcibly beating someone into submission. There is a rise in this kind of pimp, the sneaker or guerrilla pimp. They are pimps who, like old school pimps, work alone, but without the charisma, they rely heavily on brute force. The acts of violence are normally an indicator of a lack of education and the ability to persuade with words, combined with unresolved trauma that causes the individual to be triggered and behave accordingly. Individual traffickers may also have a network of others whom they associate. The Players' Ball is a huge annual event that draws pimps from all over the world, and this is just one event for a very specific type of person. The majority of traffickers live within our communities, and you would never guess that they're living a double life. Ultimately, everyone knows someone, even traffickers. Some of the most successful traffickers, meaning they evaded the law, acted as pastors, law enforcement, social workers, bishops, housewives, and I've even known traffickers who have ran anti-trafficking organizations. Gangs and organized crime. Normally, an individual who participates in organized crime is born into a family or community that is run by an organization. Only a select few even know the internal ranking of individuals. This privacy allows for many individuals to evade law enforcement because victims don't actually know who's in charge. They only have access to their handlers. There is normally less of a bond between the trafficker and the victim, and more a fear that every move is being watched because there are so many individuals within the network. From the trafficker's perspective, they are part of a system. Their life and the lives of their loved ones are at risk. If they do anything outside of what is expected for them. Many crime rings also have doctors within the local hospitals, officers within the local police departments, and eyes within all the resources that would normally assist the victims of crime. Most of the time, prison is the only option, and that is certain death. You simply cannot eradicate gangs, organized crime, or mafia without addressing why they exist. For centuries, marginalized communities have taken matters into their own hands. It's a matter of survival. When faced with no healthy options to overcome the lack of resources or systemic racism and poverty, fending for yourself becomes the only option. As time goes on, the next generations push the line. What was once unacceptable becomes normal until something or someone steps in and creates change. Many organizations actually do a better job of meeting the needs of those in power within the organization compared to those who create a new life and actually get away. That's what makes them work. The money and power are real. The need to be needed within a community is a healthy human desire. It is the twist of exploitation combined with the inability to leave that makes them so damaging. Families. Parents who sell their children are one of the most heartbreaking realizations I've ever had. As a parent, this is unfathomable. However, parents and or parental guardians selling their children is more common than I could have ever imagined. and likely the most common among the three categories. As a survivor of trafficking, I had no idea this world existed. It's also why I feel it's so important to hear a variety of stories within any demographic. There are a variety of reasons why people choose to sell their children. Some are addicted to drugs. Others, it's simply a business. The stories range from not wanting the neighbors to know that they're losing their home and needing extra cash, to being homeless and trading a child for a place to stay for the night. This topic makes me livid. The systemic issues that allow this to happen within our communities is the silence about abuse and segregation. This is a systemic breakdown of our communities and our families. Arresting every bad parent isn't going to change anything. The cycles continue until the core needs of humanity are addressed. Silence doesn't work. Behaviors are learned, cycles are passed on. It was never supposed to be the responsibility of the government or law enforcement to break these cycles. If you don't see these issues within your community, it's because you have been segregated from those types of people. And American entitlement says that it must not exist. You must seek relationships with with others who broaden your view of humanity. People are people. A gentle curiosity, rather than a harsh judgment, will open your eyes to a world where deep, deep change is possible and solutions actually exist. They're there. We have solutions. They exist. Chapter 15. Julia? Asked Ruby. Yep, it's me, replied Julia. Are you okay? What happened? Asked Ruby. I couldn't do it anymore. Do what? After a long pause, Ruby asks again, what did you do? I won't be mad. I got spun, Julia whispers. I know it's been a few weeks, but I couldn't take it anymore. The pot just wasn't cutting it. It's okay. I'm not mad. This is a really hard situation, and I'm sure it feels hopeless. It does. I'm never going to see Jazz again, am I? I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. I would love to tell you what you want to hear, but I can't. I can be here to help you make the right choices. How long ago did you get high? It was right after we got off the phone a few hours ago. How did it make you feel? Getting high? Julia asked. I guess it made me forget and not care. It sounds like it did what you wanted it to. Did you like the way it made you feel? Asked Ruby. I guess, but it's all just the same shit over again. My fucked up life is never going to get me better. I told you that we would have a couple options for you if you wanted to leave. These are just options, and they're very difficult. They're just options, and they're very different. I want you to think about it for a couple days and ask lots of questions. Do you want to hear about the different options? Yes, I want out of this so bad. Everything feels so dirty. I'll do anything to get away from this. Are you in a safe place to talk? I don't want anyone overhearing our conversation. I don't want you writing anything down. Just ask me questions. Just ask me if you have any questions. I'm good. No one's here right now. I might not remember anything, but I'm trying to focus, but my world is spinning. It's okay. We'll talk about it more when you've come fully down. But I want your mind to start thinking this direction. I want you to start to see hope for your life. The first place is in Georgia. It's a program run by a survivor who has a home for 4 or 5 women. There's currently 3 women in the program, so there's space for you there. You would have your own bedroom, but you would have to share a bathroom with another woman. The first 30 days are going to be hard. No outside contact with anyone except myself and Ivy. Have you been talking with Ivy much? Yes, she's awesome. We totally clicked and we talk almost every day. That's good. I trust her with my life, and Ivy is the one who has worked so hard to find these places for you. She rocks. Anyway, the place in Georgia is really strict, but if you follow the rules and let them help you, you'll be on a great path at the end of the 18-month program. Okay, what's the other option? Asked Julia. The other one is kind of different than what you would be used to. It's a couple who's in their 50s and they live in North Carolina. They have a suite in their house that's set up for survivors. You would have a lot more freedom, but this path is much harder. You would have an entire team of support around you, but you're going to have to want to make good decisions. You will have access to a phone and computer, but we'll all have to work together on a team to help you be whoever you want to be. You're allowed to make mistakes, and you won't ever get thrown out, but you're going to have to want to choose freedom more than coping, and that is really hard to do. Is there a man in that house? Questioned Julia. I was waiting for that, laughed Ruby. They have been through 2 years of training and through background checks. They are also only one piece of the puzzle. You would also have mentors, friends, peers, a counselor, doctor, dentist, and the support of their church, if that's something you would be interested in after arriving. Everyone is trained at different levels, and we can never assume you will be 100% safe, but you and I will be talking if anything comes up. I need you to let me know what has been said or done so I can fix it. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is hard. You're right. It's really hard, but it gets even harder. But you're not going to be walking alone. I'm with you, and so is Ivy. Whatever you decide, we are with you. Even if you decide not to go, okay? Okay, can I think about it for a while? Of course, and you can ask as many questions as you would like. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll talk with you soon, okay? Okay, see ya. Hanging up the phone, Ruby stops to pray, breathe, and think for a bit. This is always one of the hardest moments. Waiting, hoping, praying. She picks up the phone to call Ivy, her partner in anti-crime. A decade ago, they would have been a reckless pair. Fortunately, they didn't meet till a couple years ago. Without hesitation, they fell into a perfect rhythm. Hey, Ivy, I just presented both options to Julia. How'd it go? Asked Ivy. You did a great job finding resources. She was spun, but I think she's getting it. She'll either be calling with questions or we won't hear from her for a few months. Tell me more about the people in North Carolina. Shit. She got high? Yeah, but she's remorseful. I think the entire situation, it was too much for her to handle right now. She was feeling hopeless. Yep, that totally makes sense. I've been working with the couple for a couple years. They are talking with some survivors, but none of them have been ready to get out of the life. We will have to walk closely with the team, but I think they'll do great. Their hearts are in the right place and they're very teachable. Do you remember talking with them a couple months back? Crap, I talked with them? I'm sure I'll remember someday. Ruby laughs. This is why we need a team. I couldn't imagine trying to do this alone. It just wouldn't work, said Ivy. Now we just wait and see what she wants to do. I'll be praying. Thanks, friend. I'll let you know when I hear something, says Ruby, hanging up the phone. The days creep by. Ruby and Ivy's heart starts to sink. They always want survivors to want help, but their decision just doesn't change the way they feel about them. Love does not depend on what they choose or how they act. Unconditional love. Unconditional love is unconditional. Both Ruby and Ivy. Unconditional love is unconditional. Both Ruby and Ivy have other survivors in various stages, people to train, documents to write, and young families to raise. In the next few years, they're planning on opening community centers within their own cities, which take years of development to ensure the community has the correct training to assist trafficking survivors in their healing journey. Ruby receives a text from Julia. Can we talk today? With great relief, she responds, yes, after 3 p.m. my time. Julia had a hard time coming down and didn't want to talk to anyone for a few days. She asked many questions about the different options, and together they talked through the positive and negative aspects of both options. Julia is ready to relocate, but there are others who need help too. She doesn't want to leave them all behind. Ruby instructs Julia how to make the introductions to both herself and Ivy. If they want help, we'll be here. We're not going to push them, just like we didn't push you. It has to be their choice, and they have to want freedom, because freedom isn't easy. 3 hours later, Julia would like to stay with the family in North Carolina, knowing the option is always available to move to Georgia. Ruby sends a text to Ivy. H is going to NC. Woot woot, we've got lots of work to do, texted Ivy. Ruby texts, let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to work on the relocation for early next week. Thoughts? Sounds good. I'll call the couple she'll be living with tonight. Remember Steve and Jody? Make sure that Jody will do the relocation. We want them to bond. Totally, replies Ivy. There are many details, from concealing Julia's identity to relocating resources. Tracking down the right people with the right knowledge to do the job correctly is like juggling a 3-ring circus. The family and community are not fully prepared for working with a survivor, but Julia understands what she's getting into. Placing the right survivor in the right community with adequate trained support can be a formula for success, but mistakes happen. But I'm sorry goes a long way. They're on the road out of the city, Ivy shrieks into the phone. Awesome. They aren't being followed, asks Ruby. I don't think so, but they have quite a drive to lose a tail. Julia really connected with Jody, and the other gal is amazing too, said Ivy. That's so amazing, but the hard work is just beginning. Now that she has hope, we can't fail her. Yep. They have good people there. We just have to keep building relationships with Julia. So if something happens, we can resolve the issue fast, replied Ivy. They'll be there in about 6 hours. You are amazing. I'm going to give Julia a call. I'll talk to you soon, my friend, said Ruby. You are awesomeness too. Talk to you soon. Chapter 16. In the eyes of the law, sex workers and trafficked individuals are the same thing, prostitutes. There are some states making changes for trafficked individuals who are under 18 years of age, but for the vast majority of law enforcement officials, all people selling sex, whether by force, trafficking, or choice, sex work, are prostitutes. For many people, just having a conversation about prostitution and the law is uncomfortable. I understand. We're talking about selling sex. It sparks emotion, and I want to have a rational conversation about criminalization, legalization, and decriminalization without the stigma of selling sex. So we're going to talk about selling oranges. Yes, oranges. The round orange-colored fruit that makes a delicious mimosa. Criminalization of selling oranges. Current United States law. I have oranges. As long as my oranges are fully matured, I can give my oranges away. I can show adults my oranges online, and they can admire my beautiful oranges. I can do whatever I want with my mature oranges as long as I don't sell my oranges. I can give them to anyone and everyone as long as they are mature. I can post photos and videos of my oranges. I can sell photos and videos of my oranges as long as they don't buy my actual oranges. If I decide to sell my oranges, that's illegal. If someone buys my oranges, that is illegal. If someone profits from the sale of my oranges, that is illegal. If I choose to sell my oranges or someone forces me to sell my oranges, I am a criminal. Now, if someone steals my oranges, I cannot have the protection of law enforcement. If someone throws my oranges on the ground and smashes them, I cannot have the protection of law enforcement. If a psychopathic serial killer lumberjack cuts down my entire orange grove, killing every tree, they may not be charged because, according to the law, I should not have been selling my oranges. If I see someone being forced to sell oranges, I am unable to report it because I would be charged with illegally selling my oranges. Because I have sold oranges, the hands of justice are tied, and I am unable to protect my oranges, my orange trees, or others who sell oranges. Legalization of selling oranges, current Swedish oranges, which is also known as the Nordic model. I am free to sell my mature oranges. Hooray, mimosas for everyone. Wait, you can't buy my oranges because that is illegal. When I legally sell my oranges, law enforcement waits around the corner from my fruit stand to arrest you for buying my oranges, making it more difficult for me to sell my oranges. If I pay rent with money from selling oranges or sell oranges from a rented apartment, that is illegal because my landlord profited from my orange sales and I face eviction. If I hire someone to help protect my orange grove, that is also illegal. If I decide I need a partner to help protect my oranges and they also sell oranges, that is illegal because orange co-ops are illegal. If I sell oranges to provide for my children, I may be deemed an unfit parent and lose custody of my children. If I see someone being forced to sell oranges, or if someone smashes or steals my oranges, I am not inclined to report for fear of further harassment of my orange buyers by law enforcement. If I am poor, I may not have access to tests or protective barriers to protect my oranges from deadly diseases. Legalizing the selling of oranges doesn't make my life safer as long as it's illegal for people to buy my oranges. Also called legalization, selling oranges in Nevada adds a twist of lime to this mimosa. I can sell my oranges and you can buy my oranges, but only in specific areas. However, I have to submit my oranges to the powers that control the oranges within the local regulations to see if they're good enough. Only certain people are granted the rights to organize a protected sale of oranges, causing the fruit stands to be controlled by the elite. Decriminalization of selling oranges, the current New Zealand model. I can sell my mature oranges and you may buy my mature oranges. It's a business agreement handled above the law. If I see someone being forced to sell oranges, I am free to report without fear of repercussions. If an ethical orange buyer sees someone being forced to sell oranges, they are free to report without fear of repercussions. If my oranges are stolen or harmed, I am free to report without fear of repercussions. In addition, if there were resources available to assist me when or if I choose to quit selling my oranges, it would be hugely beneficial, especially if I didn't have a criminal record from my time selling oranges. But what if I fear my children growing up and selling their oranges? This is not an issue of legislation for individuals who are already buying and or selling oranges, but must be addressed within parenting while addressing the systemic issues that may lead someone into a life of choosing to sell their oranges or being forced to sell their oranges. These systemic issues include poverty, racism, gender inequality, social and economic class, housing, lack of educational resources at an affordable cost, medical and mental health care at an affordable cost, making minimum wage a living wage, and resources for parents. All of these issues must be addressed at a community level rather than within federal or state legislation. Utilizing an analogy equating the selling and buying of sex to oranges simplifies the complex issues within legislation. However, removing the stigma of selling sex is critical in understanding the ramifications of legalization and how we can proceed in protecting both sex workers and individuals who are being trafficked. Trafficked individuals and sex workers are more susceptible to acts of violence, rape, and murder because of their inability to report a crime. My reality and sex crimes. I had 2 official experiences with the law, but hundreds of unofficial encounters. Evading law enforcement is the norm within the sex industry. Really, they just aren't any help. Whenever an officer would stop me, it normally meant a quick blowjob and I would be on my way. The quicker it was over, the quicker I could get back to work, until tomorrow. I trained my brain to ignore the mocking, degrading words. I knew exactly how those many officers felt about me. It was my white skin and blonde hair. I got special treatment. I was allowed to keep working after I got them off. Most of my friends got arrested anyway. Many of the condoms to be used as evidence that they are criminals. My first arrest was a hit and run. I backed into a parked car and drove off. 16-year-old me was terrified because it was a borrowed car. But when the officers arrived at my home later, they gave me a ticket and a court date. I never went to court because I was trafficked. I learned of this warrant after 10 plus years when I was attempting to volunteer at my daughter's school. I turned myself in, and what was supposed to be 45 minutes turned into 5 hours. While I sat in jail, they ran my fingerprints. They were connected to a different name. I remembered the arrest, but was trying to forget my past life. I was 6 months pregnant with our 4th child, and all I wanted to do was be part of the PTA. They released me. The hit and run charges were dismissed, and I focused on my family and my future. The other me was 5 years older than my biological age, making me an adult while still a minor. The problem that my pimp solved that gave him the first power over me was my age. I had just turned 17 years old, and my mother would not give me power over my life, even though I had been living out of the house since I was 14 years old. My pimp had a birth certificate made, and then I got a library and voter's registration cards, walked into the DMV, and took my tests. I walked out a licensed driver, Joanna Johnston, age 22. Without a social security card, my life wasn't quite complete. I wanted to be free of Jessica, and she was angry, and he gave a solution. With my heart set on getting a social security card, I went in and applied. I said I was Native American and I didn't know if I had a social security number. If I didn't have one, would they please issue one for me? They did. My pimp was shocked and pleasantly surprised. I was ready to take over the world, him and I. 3 months later, I was working the track, some months later, I was working the track in Hawaii. I picked up a trick. He paid, we had sex. Then he arrested me. The condom and the money were taken as evidence. They locked me in a cell in my street clothes, but took my bra and underwear, leaving me in a tight shirt and a miniskirt, barefooted. My cellmate was homeless, coming down, puking and shitting everywhere, and the cots weren't recommended. Bugs. By morning, they finally got her medical attention, but I'm certain she almost died that night in the cell that night. I was moved to my own cell with a camera in the ceiling, a toilet, cement, and nothing else. Not even toilet paper. The days went by as I sat and stared at the camera. I was eventually taken before a judge in my same clothes and released. My pimp said he paid off the judge. That's why I was held longer. The case was closed, and I went back to work. I didn't think much of the arrest. It was just part of the game, and some things are better left alone. I started sharing my story in 2009. By 2012, I had garnered enough attention that I needed to verify the legitimacy of my story. I had a contract with a large nonprofit on the East Coast, and we were doing great work together. They offered to pay for my legal fees and any repercussions, but I needed to get the records from my prostitution arrest in 1995. I submitted my fingerprints to both the state and the FBI. My records were connected. Joanna and Jessica were officially one person. The arrest is a petty misdemeanor prostitution charge. Joanna was an adult, but Jessica was a minor. It's the very case that proves that I was the victim of trafficking. I then gave the nonprofit partner the opportunity to use my story, and we shot a couple videos. It's pretty remarkable to have your story open for Bill Clinton and see millions of dollars raised to stop trafficking. I was deeply honored and believed in the work we were doing. As the years went on and our family moved to Texas, we needed to rent a home. I wasn't prepared for what I wasn't prepared for was being a criminal. We experienced numerous denials because of my record, but the most shocking was having our family escorted off the property of an apartment complex. Criminals with sex crimes are restricted. I was in shock. It didn't matter what I said or the good work I had done. I was a criminal. I found the old emails from the nonprofit and I contacted the CEO. I needed him to help me get this resolved, and I had it in writing that they would. He put me in contact with a pro bono attorney, and he really did his best. For over a year, we worked to get the records and figure out where the case was hiding. It wasn't clear cut. There was something fishy going on, and the records were difficult to track down and then suddenly disappeared. I can't help but think about the cop who I had sex with and the very fact that they didn't catch that I was a minor. I thought about my pimp paying off the judge. All that remains is my FBI record. With the right doors opened, I have the hope of my record being cleared. We tried. It was easier to move to another state with more lenient housing laws. My last interaction with the CEO of that nonprofit was him trying to get me to sign a document that released their liability. I refused to sign and never heard from him again. He has since been fired, and not because of me. I don't believe he or the organization was maliciously trying to hurt me. It's the unintentional harm and the lack of responsibility for the damage they've done. I spent a number of years being angry and eventually came to terms with simply being me. Tell my stories, share my heart, and let the chips fall where they may. A slight detour into the bigger issue of trafficking. The government separates sex trafficking and labor trafficking, but if sex work is work, then it's all labor trafficking. If we're talking about the physical consequences of trafficking, the forced labor of coal mining, brick making, or diamond mining would be just as physically damaging as being forcibly penetrated thousands of times. As I have learned about the broader picture of trafficking, I noticed a much larger problem that many acknowledge but very few take seriously: manufacturing and agriculture. Every single item we own or purchase has been manufactured, grown, raised, or created by someone somewhere. The globalization of our food and product supplies has caused us to disconnect with the process, and quite frankly, most people choose not to look. I can't blame them. Our produce is manufactured in labs, and the taste has never been the same. The crops are maintained by individuals who are hidden from society, many of them immigrants working for pennies compared to current standards, which also isn't a living wage. Animals are bred, abused, and slaughtered in the worst conditions, and also maintained by immigrants with few options, and that's just the U.S. manufacturers. Our global food systems are filled with exploitation and trafficking, but that isn't seen when we are walking the beautiful aisles of the brightly lit grocery store. I first heard about couponing back in 2007. I had never used a single coupon, ever. The idea of purchasing normal household products for very little money intrigued me. Couponing became a way of life, and within a year I was teaching others how to save 90% on all their grocery needs. My entire childhood we lived in poverty, and that day I learned I could make a difference. I started couponing more, lots more. At my peak, I was clipping or shopping 40 plus hours a week, all with the kids in tow. We were having the time of our lives. Every week we were giving away thousands of dollars in groceries to families and homeless shelters. My children were learning principles that gave them a heart to listen for the needs of others, to have compassion without judgment to those who were in hard situations, and learn the value of money. As I started learning about trafficking, an odd thing started to happen to me. Every time I walked into a store, my heart was heavy. I started to understand the impact of my extreme couponing on slavery. After consumer outcry, Hershey's, which is owned by Kraft, made the commitment to stopping labor trafficking within their supply chains, but it's very difficult to measure the results. How often does a commitment end with results? And when would it affect the profit margin? It is much cheaper to employ young children than pay an adult a fair wage. Then I started hearing from my friends who live in Cambodia, India, and Thailand. Their firsthand stories about 8-year-olds coming out of sweatshops after working 14 to 16-hour days broke my heart. It was all the big name stores that I shopped regularly: Old Navy, Gap, Target, and of course, Walmart. Every time I walked into a store, my heart wept for the children that produced these products. My children would consume these products without so much as a thought of the children that lived on the other side of the globe. I wanted to change our shopping habits, but we didn't have the money to buy local food. It's also much easier to prepare quick food. It doesn't have to be the boxed meals like Hamburger Helper, but rather a package of Foster Farms chicken, stovetop stuffing, and a fresh salad, or a can of corn on the especially busy days. It's super quick, no brain work. It's done in 30 minutes or less. And with 5 kids running around, that's a big deal. The huge internal battle raged within me. We still had a few months of stockpile left. So I pushed the thoughts aside. It was easier to shut down and quit feeling out of sight, out of mind. I didn't want to think about the children being forced to work. I didn't want to think about how my spending was affecting the rest of the world. I didn't want to change my lifestyle. I was comfortable. I started avoiding shopping altogether. Sometime around 2012, I published the following article. It was picked up by a popular blogger and became my most popular article to date. Financial stewardship is overrated. I have been extreme couponing for years and incredibly frugal for even longer. When it comes to financial stewardship, we've got it covered. Lately, I've been thinking about financial stewardship isn't all that God cares about when it comes to making purchases and taking care of our home. In fact, I think there is something that God cares about even more than our financial stewardship. Human stewardship. Every time we make a purchase, even if the item is free when I'm using coupons, we set into motion a series of events that causes human lives to be destroyed. Yes, you read that correctly. Human lives, children's lives, destroyed because of what we purchased at the mall. Was it really such a great sale? Was it really that awesome when I got a new pair of jeans for $5? How many children did it take to manufacture that pair of jeans? I had been battling with those thoughts for quite a while, but I couldn't find a solution. Most items, especially clothing, food, and technology, are manufactured by slaves. How do we change what is essential for our living? It's not like we can quit eating, wearing clothes, or using technology. Quite frankly, I don't even want to change any of those things. So what then? This weekend, I hit a desperate state. Every pair of Truth jeans, it's one of my sons, had holes in both knees. And Zoe, one of my daughters, was close behind with only one pair of jeans left. The war was raging between my ears. Where do I buy slave-free clothes? They don't even sell slave-free clothes. I should have figured it out sooner, but I hate the smell of thrift stores. I used to be able to tolerate the stench, but when I learned to coupon, I could quickly beat the price at almost every thrift store, and it quickly became pointless. The thrift stores in Portland, Oregon, are awful, or maybe I'm just cheap and a good steward, but the prices are outrageous. I quit attempting to shop at any of the stores after we moved here 5 years ago. It was pointless. Man, it's been 11 years now. Whoa. Why would I want to spend $5 on a pair of jeans at a thrift store when I can go to the mall and get a new pair of jeans for $5? It was a no-brainer, but then everything changed. I grabbed Truth's and Zoe's hands, held my breath, and walked into the thrift store. Did I mention that I hate the smell of thrift stores? Why do they smell like that? How do they all smell the same? Anyway, we'd come out 30 minutes later with 4 pair of jeans for $22, which isn't a great deal. I didn't feel like I saved a bunch of money. Actually, I spent an extra $2 for used jeans. The difference was how I felt. I was being a good steward of people. Spending an additional $2 on 4 pair of jeans translates into children on the other side of the globe not having to manufacture 4 more pair of jeans. I have never seen the sweatshops in India or China, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. I have never talked with a child who is forced to work 12 plus hours a day to make the shoes I'm wearing, but that doesn't mean they don't matter. I have been a slave, and I do know what that feels like to not have a choice. I do know what it feels like to be forgotten by society, and I cannot continue to live as if the individuals on the other side of the globe don't exist. Human stewardship is caring for the individuals that God created in His image, designed by Him for a purpose. I believe we can have the best of both worlds. We can have both financial and human stewardship. I will never be frivolous. I just can't waste money. But stewardship is more than my finances. It's about being educated and thoughtful with all of our resources, understanding that my choices affect others all over the planet. I must create change, and change starts with me. Fair trade clothing, edited to add, fair trade clothing is a much better option. However, it's difficult to find an entire wardrobe. It's also important to research the labeling of quote unquote fair trade. Many times the label is used, but it only applies to the cut and sew portion of manufacturing, not the production of the fabric. My final conclusion on global trafficking is bleak. Slavery, exploitation, trafficking, domestic servitude, forced labor, debt bondage, and the sale of bodies and body parts affects almost every sector, region, and company. No major company has a completely clean record. There are simply too many curtains in the process of manufacturing. Almost everything we buy has components that were mined or grown using the bodies of the unfree. The change must be global, but the power is in our communities. Our hearts need to accept that each of us are a part of the problem. We cannot carry shame for what we didn't know, but knowledge without action is worthless. Start by being aware, then make changes in your spending habits. Pay attention and read labels. Do research. We have a human consumption problem, and it needs to end with us. Chapter 17. Wynonna took the role of being the oldest child very seriously, even though the twins were only 14 months younger. Stephen was always bigger and stronger, but his hands were gentle. Sophia was the fighter, frequently making Mama upset. Standing on the chair, Sophia bangs on a deadbolt with a screwdriver. "Hurry! Mama will be awake soon," urged Stephen. "I'm going as fast as I fucking can," replied Sophia, swinging the screwdriver wildly. "You dumbasses, you're going to get us beat. Move out of the way," ordered Wynonna, dangling Mama's keys in their faces. Gasping, "Where did you get those?" Stephen and Sophia said in unison while jumping up and down with excitement. "Shut up! You're going to wake Mama. She should be passed out for a while, but not if you two keep yelling. Let's see if she has any food in her kitchen," replied Wynonna, opening the deadbolt kitchen door. There was food in every cupboard. Even the fridge was full of food. "I've never seen so much food. This would feed us for a year," exclaimed Stephen. "We can't make it look like we got into the kitchen or Mama will kill us," said Wynonna. "Only take a little bit of the food from packages that are already open and make sure to put it back exactly how it was." The weekends were the hardest. The schools fed Wynonna breakfast and lunch during the week, but Sophia and Stephen wouldn't be in school until next year. Every day, Wynonna carefully packed 2/3 of her school food into her pocket and hid the food behind the back fence for Stephen and Sophia before coming in the front door. Mama only gave them table scraps when they had been good enough. It seemed that they would never be good enough. Mama turned the water off for the entire house when they had been especially bad. She would laugh watching them drink from the toilet. "How the fuck did you shitheads get in here?" screamed Mama. "Give me that food!" snatching a bag of chips from Sophia's hand and backhanding her in one smooth motion. Sophia went flying across the room, then scurried into the corner. "You aren't going to eat for a week," her words raged on. "This is my food. This is my house. Get in your room." Tripping over each other, they scurried into the bedroom, racing to get out of her path as Mama kicked anyone in her range. Wynonna wrapped Stephen and Sophia in her arms in the corner of their bedroom, shielding them from Mama's blows. The bedroom door slammed closed. Slowly, Wynonna released her grip on Stephen and Sophia. "Sophia, you're bleeding. It's already all over your shirt. Take it off and wipe the blood," said Winona. "Stephen, how are you?" I think I'm okay. My hip hurts." "Let me see it," said Winona, pulling the leg of his shorts up to his hip bone, revealing a large black bruise and a knot that was just beginning to form. "Is it bad?" he asked. "Nah, you'll be fine. You're just gonna hurt for a while, but you're a strong boy," reassured Winona. "Can you look at my back? I can't breathe very well." Lifting her shirt, Stephen gasped. "It looks bad." Winona sighed. "I wish she'd just kill me." "But we beat her," said Stephen with a large grin. "What?" said Winona and Sophia, clearly confused by the injuries they had just received. "Look what I have," said Stephen, pulling a candy bar out of his pocket. "If Mama finds out, she's going to be so angry," said Winona. "Mama's angry all the time. I'm hungry. Can't we eat it?" asked Sophia, nudging Stephen to open the package. "I guess, but she might not let us out until your birthday in 2 days. Maybe we should save half of it for tomorrow," said Winona. Sophia crossed her arms. "No, we need to eat it today, because if Mama finds the other half, then we don't even get to eat it. I want to eat it all now." Stephen and Winona exchanged glances, knowing Mama would find the other half and take it away. Either way, they were going to be beaten. At least they would have food in their tummies. For a few short minutes, that Snickers bar was heavenly. "It's our birthday! It's our birthday!" sang Stephen and Sophia, jumping on the dingy mattress on the floor. "Shh! Shut up! You don't want it to be your birthday," said Winona. "Yes, I do!" exclaimed Sophia. "It's my birthday, and I get to go to school next year." "Do you remember last year on my 5th birthday?" asked Winona. "Yeah," said Stephen and Sophia. "We went to that big house in the trees, and Mama put you in a room with a TV, but she took me away, and they did very bad things," said Winona. "What kind of things?" asked Stephen. "I don't remember," said Winona, hanging her head, "but it hurt all over for a long time. I also got this." Pulling down her pants, she showed them a small tattoo on her inner thigh. "A big man told me that I belong to him. It's our family sign. I didn't see him again until I turned 6. He talks funny. Everyone listens to him." "Even Mama?" asked Sophia. "I think Mama's scared of him," replied Winona. "He must be very bad if Mama is scared of him. Mama ain't scared of anyone," said Stephen and Sophia nodded in agreement. Stephen and Sophia sat down on the bed. "Mama has been packing the car. Do you think we're going to that house?" asked Sophia. "I think so," said Winona. "When they take you away, pretend like you're sleeping and always say yes, sir, or ma'am. When they ask you a question, it will make it easier. And never show them that you're scared. It only makes it worse." The twins pulled their knobby knees to their chest. "It will be okay. Don't be scared." "It'll be okay," soothed Winona. Stephen usually slept at the other end of the bed with his legs between Winona and Sophia. But without Sophia, and the twin mattress felt large as the empty void in their souls. Tonight, they lay holding each other. Stephen weeps as Stephanie holds his head against her adolescent breasts. "Everything will be okay," Winona whispered in Stephen's ear. "Sophia is in a better place. She's happy. She's free. She wishes she could believe it herself, but she too longs for freedom. If it wasn't for Stephen and Sophia, she would have left years ago." "Where do you think she is?" Stephen's voice cracked. "I think she's with the angels," replied Winona. "I miss her too," whispered Stephen. "I miss her," replied Winona. "I can't go into that bathroom. I know the blood is gone, but I still see Sophia in the bathtub and I can't get her out of my mind." "Where have you been going to the bathroom?" asked Winona. "I've been pissing in the alley. I haven't been going to the bathroom much." "If Mama catches you, she'll bust your ass. Be careful, I can't lose you," Winona squeezed him. Stephen drifts off to sleep in her arms, leaving Winona with the memories that feel more like nightmares. Her mind wanders to little Sophia. She was always petite, but when she walked into the bathroom that day, she looked tiny. Maybe it was her lifeless body, or maybe it was the tub full of blood. Her beautiful brown skin torn open. Winona wishes she had Sophia's courage, the courage to end her fucked up life. But she had Stephen to care for. He needed her. The door slowly opened. If I pretend to be sleeping, will they take him, she thinks. Gently sliding away from Stephen, she walks out the door. Down the steps, carefully, the last step is higher. Sage, they're burning sage. She knew the routine, cleansing and preparation. What is that other smell? Why does it feel different tonight? There must be 15 people in here. Their chanting is louder than normal. The large hand gripping her slender arm guides her across the room. Lifting her off the ground, she's placed on a cold table. As the buckle fastens around her ankles and wrists, she feels the scissors cutting the clothing from her body. The chanting grows louder as he removes the blindfold, but light is so bright Winona can only see the naked bulb shining directly above her eyes. Hours, days, weeks. Reality blurs in her dreams, hands everywhere, reaching in, touching her soul. Lights flashing, her head drops, needles in the flesh, time lost. Sophia's sitting on a cloud. Come to me, my sister. It's safe and warm. Falling through the clouds, Winona can't hold on. Clouds slipping between her fingers, falling. Winona, wake up, Winona, said Mama. She sees the most gorgeous green eyes. You gotta keep her out of the sun if you want her skin to stay this light. But she's a workhorse. She'll make you great money. Winona blinks, trying to orient herself. Where am I? Is this my bedroom? How did I get here? Who is that man talking to Mama? He's dressed so nice. Those clothes must have cost a fortune. How old is he? Asked the tall black man standing with Mama. She's 14, but with her hair done right, she can pass for 11 or 12. She doesn't even weigh 100 pounds, replied Mama. Would you take 1,000? You didn't tell me she was all cut up, and I'm going to have to do a lot of work to get her presentable. How about 1,500 and you can have her brother too, asked Mama. Stephen? Where's Stephen? Winona tried to mutter, but the gag in her mouth prevented her from saying anything more than a tired grunt. Bitch, I don't want your boy. I'll give you 1,000 and not a penny more. Chapter 18. When I opened this book, after 5 years of being tucked away in my Google Drive, there were a few chapters that I didn't finish because my heart was still in process. In addition, I lost a dear friend due to spiritual abuse at the time of the writing. It has taken me years of internal work to be ready to share my personal journey with Christ and the effects of religion on my life and family. My journey of faith will become another book, but I wrote many times about my internal struggle around gender, sexuality, and faith on my old blog, which is no longer published. I wanted to include those articles to better share the thought process of my journey rather than just my current beliefs. Coming Out and Going In, written in 2011. I really tried. I tried hard to be a good Christian woman. I really wanted to be normal, or should I say normal, but I can't. It's just not who I am. Mainstream non-denominational, which is a denomination in itself, churches teach that husbands and wives have different roles. A husband's role is to love God, his wife, and children and provide for and protect his family. A husband is a leader, pastor, shepherd, and/or apostle. He is the head of the home and the key decision maker. A wife's role is to respect her husband, be his best friend and biggest cheerleader. She is the nurturer of the children and home. Her children are her biggest ministry, with church bake sales being a close second. In more progressive churches, women can hold some kind of title and be given an equal voice, but the men always hold the final say, or at least the majority vote. I tried to be this woman. Every night when Reed came home from work, I stood on the stairs to give him a kiss after a long day. I wore long skirts, carried my babies in a sling. I cooked gluten and dairy free. I even learned to knit. My insides raged. This isn't who I was created to be. I was created to be a leader. I was created to be a pastor. I was created to be a shepherd. I belonged in a suit and boardroom or on a stage. That is my gift. Every single fill in the bubble ministry gift test told me so. Every single one. I couldn't figure out why God would give me a bunch of gifts I couldn't use if I was to be a godly wife. Why was I created a woman if my gift bag is full of manly gifts? One day, after a very long conversation with a dear friend, I had a huge revelation that I had to tell Reed. After a very long night at work, when Reed walked in the door, I didn't know how to say it. I always choose the get it out quick and pick up the pieces later method, so I said, "Reed, I think I'm a man on the inside, but I'm attracted to you, a man, and I like being a woman on the outside. I don't know if that makes me a gay man in a woman's body, but I just thought you should know." Reed sat on the couch, crossed his legs, took a deep breath, and said, I could see that, and I still love you. And that was it. He accepted me for who I was. He loves me just the same. Over time, we both grew comfortable with this new understanding. I suddenly had permission to be me. I didn't have to pretend that I was something I wasn't. I grew comfortable with my gifts, and they started to grow because I had permission to develop and grow. I felt like we were flying under the radar because we looked so straight as fair-skinned, minivan driving, 5-kid, at the time, family. It was the perfect cover. This new freedom led me down the path of understanding sexuality and sin. But during that time, I slowly started ungendering my gifts and roles. Reed was and still is the primary caregiver for our children. He does most of the housework and homeschools our kids. I write, go to meetings, travel, and do lots of work-type things. We are happy. He is a wonderful nurturer to our kids, in many ways much better than I am. But that's good. It works for our family. Here's where it gets weird. After about a year, I didn't feel like a man anymore. I was happy to be a woman. I began to understand that God didn't make a mistake when she made me. I was created to be a woman, and I was created to have these gifts. After walking in all these circles, I came right back to where I started. The church made me a gay man. Finding freedom from gender-specific roles and fear of sin released me to be who God created me to be, a woman. Why I Don't Go to Church, written in 2014. Stopping trafficking from a faith-based perspective is at the front of the anti-trafficking movement. However, little is said about the intensity of spiritual abuse that is rampant in America today. When I first became a follower of Jesus, I couldn't find a pastor who was willing to baptize me. I was a train wreck, living in the darkness of complex PTSD, and most of my time was spent disassociated from my core self. I was too dirty to be welcomed into a church. It wasn't until I was able to find relationships with people who loved me deeply that I was able to begin healing from my years of abuse and trauma. Only then was I able to start feeling normal. Over time, it developed into a healthier lifestyle. Through the years, I learned to never speak of my past. It was too difficult of a topic for most Christians to tackle. Instead, I played the Christian game. I went to church, prayed with others, led Bible studies, and tried to be the good Christian wife. 4 years ago, I decided to go public with my personal story of overcoming trafficking and abuse. As a Christian, Reed and I decided to gain the spiritual support of our church. It was a non-denominational church with whom we had been involved with for over 2 years. They knew us well. Reed was mentored by the head pastor. I had been involved in the children's ministry and women's Bible studies. We were on a first-name basis with the leadership and their assistants. Mom and I spent days writing a one-page version of my story and emailed it to our pastor. We got 0 response. Days later, I called the church and verified that the email was received. I was reassured that the pastor would get back to me within the next day. It never happened. Then I sent the same email to the entire leadership of the church. No response. At this point, we started looking for another church. About 6 months later, I was presenting at a luncheon meeting for pastors. The head pastor of the church, Reed's mentor, or ex-mentor, I should say, was in attendance, but he did not know I would be presenting. When I got up to speak, he stood up and walked out. I tell myself that maybe he had diarrhea, or maybe his wife was in an accident. Ultimately, I don't know why he walked out, but the rejection hurt so very deep. Within a year, the same church started using a video of my personal story to raise awareness of trafficking and fundraise for anti-trafficking efforts. I have tried many times to contact them, but I have yet to receive a response. We tried another church, one that was more accepting of our story. We were welcomed, and over time we were asked to share our journey with the congregation during the 5 Sunday services. It went well, but Reed and I quickly learned that church was more of a production rather than a leading of the Spirit. The very next week after Reed and I shared, the lead pastor was put on stage to go on leave due to sexual immorality and substance abuse. For 5 services, he had to sit on stage and plead for the forgiveness of his actions while enduring the shame and judgment for his inability to be perfect. I'm not excusing his actions, but there's little room within the church for imperfection and support when it's needed most. After walking through a church split, we decided to look for another church. We wanted to try something different. Rather than reading websites, we sought a relationship with a pastor and his wife. We know there is no perfect church. We just wanted to be accepted for who we are and give back to the community. They were incredibly kind and loving. They accepted us and our story. We thought we had found our home. We dove into building an anti-trafficking ministry, and I was working with other trafficking survivors. Progress was being made and needs were being met. Over time, it became clear that there were significant issues that included dishonesty, the abuse of power and control, abuse of power to control available resources, and tricking survivors into hospitalization. We tried the biblical approach, going first to the pastor, who insisted on meeting alone with me behind closed doors. Then we included others in the mediation. Finally, when we resigned from the church, my emails were used to teach a 4-part sermon series on divisive leadership. This was the end of our willingness to be a part of the formal evangelical church. It is because of my relationship with Jesus and people who behave like Jesus that I'm free today. But I have also been deeply hurt by many who call themselves Christians. When I was a sex worker, I had pastors, elders, and church members who were my clients. I was used by the church to be a poster child for Christ's redemptive love, and I have yet to feel Christ's redemptive love from the church. True change comes from the inside, from the heart. Then, over time, the behaviors match the heart. Fake it till you make it only works for a while, but without the heart change, failure is inevitable. It is not my heart to come from a place of bitterness or anger, but from a place of restoration. My heart had to be broken for his people. My heart had to be broken for his people by being broken by his people. Many individuals who identify as Christian carry heavy burdens of shame, guilt, and addiction. If you feel this way, please know that you are not alone. Your feelings are valid, and I'm sorry you have been hurt. The Christ I know met me in my bedroom and accepted me for who I was at that moment. He saw the needs of my heart. He didn't care if I did drugs, had sex with women, or cussed. He still accepted me and loved me as bad as my life was. Our system of Christianity is failing. We have placed a Jesus Band-Aid over the gaping wounds of complex trauma and rampant abuse. We have faked it and failed the very people Christ loved. It's time for mainstream Christianity to make a decision. Are we going to continue to dole out Jesus Band-Aids, or are we going to allow ourselves to go into surgery? One of the biggest burdens of my heart has been church leadership. Time and again, headlines read of pastors and leaders committing suicide. The religious shame of not being able to stop a behavior such as porn addiction, buying sex, or being gay has led many to take their own lives, and even more to live a double life, which is simply a ticking time bomb. One day the walls will come down and the path of destruction is different for each person, but the shrapnel hits many lives. The solution is the same for everyone: relationships, understanding, honesty, and community. Go deep. Do better. It's my general rule of thumb to never tell other people's stories. However, there is a loophole: explicit permission, and they understand the risks associated with publicly telling your deeply personal story. I would like you to meet one of the most remarkable humans I've ever had the privilege of walking beside. He is full of life and vigor, speaks his truth with bold strength, and rattles the ground with his passion. Meet Alexander Villarreal, the commercially sexually exploited children CSEC Victim Services Implementation Team, VSIT, Program Coordinator at Janus Youth. Over the years, he became very involved with my nonprofit when we still had it. We shared the stage many times and made a dynamic duo of trauma-informed training. Without further ado, I would like you to read his words. We want that something. You are the ones carrying a banner of joy, hope, healing, and peace. I speak on behalf of those that have cried out for help from the streets of Portland, Oregon. My eyes now say help has finally arrived in abundance after 20 years of hopelessness. I am seeing something that I have not seen before within those years. I am seeing something slowly with wisdom grow in glory, piercing the darkness of Portland's streets. The more you get together and share each other's resources and petition before the King of Heaven and Earth, you will reach more of us. Below is a poem story through the lens of a former homeless youth who within the past 5 years had started his healing journey through safe community. This community has stood fiercely around him, fighting on behalf in the name of the Holy One, Jesus the healer. They fought and fought despite what seemed to be endless torrent of the evil one. Finally, his light and healing hand reached through, slowly pulling him out of darkness and into the perplexing healing love of his presence. My heart is becoming more and more ravished with love. I now cry out, thanking him for bringing me the blessed ones. How blessed are the feet who carry his well, spring of life. We do not know how to ask for your help. We do not understand our need for deep healing. Would you be willing to seek us out, seize hold of us, and not let us go until you know we are safe, even if we are right in front of your loving grip? Our feet hurt from walking all day trying to find a place to rest. Our bodies ache from the damage from the world and what we have done. We have not tasted the moment that takes place when a mother cradles her baby whispering love. We have not tasted when a father tosses his child in the air and catches him with laughter. We have not tasted when a mother and father reads his words of love while both fall asleep in a warm, purified bed. When you say family, we think of nothing but the void. Will you show us what these things are? What is the space being shared between two lovers blessed by God? What is the space between a loving father, mother, and their children? Between a brother, sister, a grandparent, and their children? What does it look like, feel like? We see something, but uncertain as what it is. Somehow we know that we are missing out on something. I want that something. How do I get that something? At first, do not toss scripture at us, but show us through demonstration. Lay your Holy Spirit-filled hands upon our body and petition before the King for healing. Cry out to your King and do not stop until you see breakthrough, and continue to pray for us before you sleep. Let us hear your voice with a tone of pure love, telling us we matter and we are loved by you, and place your hand over our head, anointing us with his peace, telling us we are created and loved by him. Anoint us with oil blessed by God. Stand with us while this healing is taking place, and let us know you will stay however long it takes. Tell me you will walk this long journey with me. Show me how to set a safe boundary around my heart and body. He continues, I have that something. My body is laying there before you, torn apart, broken on the inside from the world and self. My eyes and heart darkened in torrid despair. Each of you in regal array, dressed in his glory, with faces of utter shining peace. With the sound of joyful singing in the atmosphere, lay your hands powered by the Holy Spirit on and over me. You gently rest your hands upon my head. You whisper in my ears truth of love from heaven above, which somehow tastes like warm honey, filled with a cool breeze of peace. Harmonious music of hope fills the air surrounding us. You continue to speak this unexplained foreign truth. My body begins to feel a peace like the smell of honeysuckle. It begins to drip into my flesh, into my blood, into my bones. I feel this peace, which I am perplexed. I reach out towards the heavens and ask, what is this thing I feel? I reach out my arms towards heaven as if it would save my life, allowing me to continue my breath. I see a hand from heaven reaching towards mine, pulling me up, up, up. In a gentle, still voice, you continue to whisper confounding love into my ear. Inside my innermost self, I feel a cool warmth going deeper still. I take deep breaths as it covers over my heart. Slowly, my eyes begin to open as if for the first time. I begin to see clearer and brighter. I look around and I see something I have not seen before. A father looking deeply into his children's eyes with love. A mother holding her children with protective arms. A brother protecting his sister, grandparents, filled with elated joy, holding their grandchildren. I see lovers blessed by God sharing an inviolable space. Your forearm is holding me back while I lean against you to rest. My tears soak your arm. You wrap your arms tightly around me and rest your head on mine, telling me that I am loved. Now I see that something which once was peculiar to me is now beginning to become familiar. I begin to feel that something. I realize that in the middle of that something, that sacred space shared with holy love, I see and hear the words of love deep from those blessed by God of heaven and earth. I now have been introduced to joy, hope, healing, and peace. They have become tangible, palatable to the innermost me. I can sing and dance before my enemies with laughter. I am becoming filled with his wellspring of sustainable life. I am becoming holistically sustainable. Thank you for shining, glorious, regal ambassadors of the Holy One King Jesus. Written by Alexander L. Villarreal, 4/23/2012. Powerful, right? He found freedom and hope. This poem was used widely by a number of organizations, including my own. But Alex and I shared deep struggles with our sexuality. Both of us as Christians, knowing we wanted to be free of sin, but the struggle was real for him and I and Reed. The shame felt wrong, and we learned and grew together. Being gay wasn't bad. A God big enough to love us is big enough to understand why we are the way we are. That was good enough for us, but not for our community. They used all the scare tactics. Alex and I were so entrenched within the anti-trafficking movement. The only way out was to fight or run. Our family had an opportunity in Los Angeles. We left. Alex stayed and continued to fight for his voice and space for all people. We continued to chat, but he called me quite serious in February 2015. And asked if I would come and sit on a board of directors with him. My own life was going down in flames. The transition from anti-trafficking to supporting the rights of all sex workers trafficked and empowered was too much, and I had made a bad business decision. Out of desperation, I had partnered with someone who was not healthy for the nonprofit or myself. A close friend suddenly died, and the grief of losing my mother years prior had hardly begun. There were entire months where suicide felt like the only option. The exile was toxic and hateful. I sat in shock. There was no way I could sit on a board in another state. I needed a mental health break for a very long time. I wanted to give him the original art that we proudly displayed as I spoke around the country. I was done for a while, but he insisted that I kept his beautiful drawings, and I vowed to support him as he fought the battles. My phone was on, but I needed rest. 3 months later, he was dead. A brief phone call. Out of the hundreds of people who knew us, suicide. Our family's exile continued as no one would tell me what happened. He and his dogs ate raw vegan. He was passionate about fitness and hadn't been struggling with drugs in the years we were in close contact, and we talked about everything. Something didn't feel right. One of his last posts on Facebook was titled, Religious Trauma Syndrome, How Some Organized Religion Leads to Mental Health Problems. It's quite a brilliant interview with Dr. Marlene Winnell, author of Leaving the Fold, a guide for former fundamentalists and others leaving religion. She said in the article, in addition to anxiety, RTS, which is the religious trauma syndrome, can include depression, cognitive difficulties, and problems with social functioning. In fundamentalist Christianity, the individual is considered depraved and in need of salvation. The core message is, you are bad and wrong and deserve to die. The wages of sin is death. This gets taught to millions of children through organizations like Child Evangelism Fellowship. There is a group organized to oppose their incursion into public schools. I've had clients who remembered being distraught when given a bloody image of Jesus paying the ultimate price for their sins. Decades later, they sit telling me that they can't manage to find any self-worth. Authoritarian religious groups are subcultures where conformity is required in order to belong. Thus, if you dare to leave the religion, you risk losing your entire support system as well. For Alex, losing his entire support system was death. He was gay. They refused to let him be gay. Hell is an ugly place, but even worse, they took his voice away. If you aren't healed, how can you help others? If you can't serve with this type of sin in your life, let's fix you over and over and over again. You can't pray the gay away. Even more, this message kills people. As I debated about sharing his story, I felt him. I went and reviewed our emails. He pushed me to share his story with every opportunity I had. I felt like he left me a trail of breadcrumbs. He deeply loves me, and I love him. But he was tired. The hateful words echoed in our souls. Honestly, I can't blame him for his actions, because I killed myself 1,000,000 times over in my head. Chapter 19. I don't know what's wrong with me, exclaims Julia. What's going on? Asks Ruby. This is totally embarrassing, but I have a huge rash all over my back, and I haven't stopped bleeding since I got here 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm so sorry. That sounds horrible. Remember when we talked about a week ago about healing starts with the body, then the mind, and finally your heart? I didn't want to put it in your mind that you were going to fall apart physically, because not all survivors do. But sometimes our bodies react to safety. Your body is saying, I'm so safe, I'm going to fall apart so you can fix me. I know it's crazy sounding, but it's totally normal. You're going to be okay, replied Ruby. When's your next doctor's appointment? I go in to the first intake day after tomorrow. The doctor actually called me after I filled out my intake paperwork online. She was very nice and understanding. Jody is going with me, but I'm still really scared. Totally understandable. You will do good, and we'll talk after your appointment. Does that work for you? Asked Ruby. That would be good. I'm talking with Ivy later today. I'm so proud of you. I know this is so hard, but you're doing great, and you will get to be with Jazz in no time. You're going to be the mother you always wanted to be. You got this, my friend. It's all part of the healing process. Has Ivy talked with you about the tunnels? Tunnels? No, I don't know anything about tunnels. What's it about? Asked Julia. This is kind of fun, but it'll help you understand and put words to some of the things you are feeling. Imagine that you are in a forest. It is your home. Moss grows over the rocks and hangs from the trees. It's the most beautiful place. It's all you've ever known. This is your comfort zone. Then one day you're wandering around your beautiful forest and suddenly you see something you've never seen before. It's an old, dark train tunnel that's almost completely covered in hanging vines and moss. Can you see it in your mind? I can. I saw something like that in a movie once, said Julia. Good. There's something about that tunnel that haunts your dreams and draws you back every day. You want to ignore it, but it's always there. And you feel like you really need to walk into it. You start walking into the darkness, and the darkness is so thick it feels like it's tugging at your soul. And you run back into the safety of your comfort zone. A few days later, you feel like you need to try it again. You start the journey into the tunnel, and the darkness closes around you. It's clawing at your flesh, and you feel like you're going to die in the darkness. Soon you don't see any light, but you must keep walking forward. Suddenly, a speck of light starts to open up in front of you, and you start to run. You run as fast as you can towards that light. Your heart is racing when you come out the other side of the tunnel. The world looks a lot like the place you started, but it's brighter. The sun is more brilliant, and it's filled with more joy and freedom. It's filled with more joy and freedom than you've ever seen or ever experienced before. This new world is your new comfort zone, and you have just walked through a tunnel of healing. Are you tracking with me? Asked Ruby. I think so. When I have a new memory or I'm triggered by something, is that like a tunnel popping up, right? You got it. Then, if I walk through the tunnel or memory, I'll come out the other side and it'll feel different? Yes, it will feel very different. Once you process through the healing of an event, you will find a new world of freedom and joy that you've never experienced before. The process of walking through the tunnel is difficult, but if the actual event didn't kill you, then the memory won't kill you either. Laughing, Julia says, that sounds so easy, but when that darkness is ripping my skin off, I feel like I'm going to die. I know it does, and you have to ask yourself, am I safe now? Or is anyone hurting me? If you can answer no to both those questions, then keep going. If you answer yes, then no to call Ivy or myself. Of course, said Julia. Of course, replies Julia. Over time, you will get used to seeing new tunnels popping up, and you will be able to run through them faster. It becomes a habit. When a tunnel comes up, you can either walk through it right then, or you can call one of your support people to walk with you through it. Sometimes no one will be available for you, or you're busy with jazz and you won't be able to process right at that moment. Then, write it down in 3 to 5 words, put a time and date on the paper, and put it in a memory box. I prefer the date to be within a week or so, because I know it's going to be bothering me, and I don't want to get in the habit of stuffing it. Then, when my kids are in bed and I have some time to process, I allow myself to walk through that tunnel. We all have tunnels. Some of us just have more than others, chuckles Ruby. Ain't that the truth? Does Steve and Jody know about the tunnels? Yep. Ivy taught them. It will make it easier for you to verbalize what you're feeling, too. You can say something like, I need to process a tunnel, or I'm ignoring a tunnel, and we'll all know what you mean. Either way, we will talk with you. Eventually, you will learn to hit the tunnels hard and fast because they're not going to go away. Over the years, I have processed through thousands of tunnels, and there isn't a tunnel out there that can hurt you. Today, you are going to understand the joy that's on the other side. But that comfort zone is so much more wonderful than your current comfort zone. Wow, I have some thinking to do. I can think of 5 tunnels that I've been ignoring for the last week. Which one do I start with? Whichever one you want. I promise the other 4 will be waiting. Laughing, "Oh, that's just wrong," says Julia. "Yup," says Ruby. "Thanks." Julia's voice drips with sarcasm. Ruby and Julia erupt in laughter. "I'll talk to you soon," says Julia. "Sounds good. See ya." Julia's body begins to heal. The tunnels get easier to process, and the good days are more plentiful than the bad. With only 2 weeks until she can see her daughter for the first time in a year, the fear takes hold. What should be an exciting experience is filled with worry. What if Jazz hates her for leaving? What if she doesn't remember her? The questions plague Julia's mind. The judge was lenient and will give Jazz back to Julia after a month transition if Julia follows through with all the assignments he has given her. The thought of being a mom is terrifying, but she has so many friends and people that care about her. This is a tunnel she wasn't ready to walk through, and it isn't going to take everyone, and it's going to take everyone to help her through. She's going to hate me. I would hate me for doing what I did to her, Julia sobs. How could I have been so stupid? Julia, you're not stupid. You didn't know. You couldn't see what he was doing at the time, replied Ivy. What do I say? How do I talk with her? What would you want to hear if you were her? Asked Ivy. I would like to hear, I'm sorry, I love you, and we'll be together soon. But she's going to hate me. I think that sounds like a good start. She's going to be hurt, but children want to be with their mommies. How have your phone calls been going with her? I've only been allowed to call twice, and I didn't know what to say. Jody said I could read her a book on the second phone call. I read it to her, but I didn't think she was listening. I'm sure she was. You will do great, and so will she. Do you remember how we talked when we first met? Yeah, I word vomited on you all the time. But it helped, didn't it? Maybe just let her talk to you. That's the beginning of being a safe person. Just listen. Thank you for listening. I'm so grateful for you. I know I don't say it, but I love you. You and Ruby have changed my life, and I don't know how to show you how grateful I am. Thank you. I love you. We love you more than you could ever know. We didn't change your life. You changed your life, and we got the privilege of walking with you. Chapter 20. The vast majority of people who are sexually abused as children never enter the sex industry. Yet sexual abuse has taken the brunt of the blame for the prominence of sex trafficking. There's little doubt that childhood sexual abuse is a huge problem in the world today. It's hidden in almost every home, and the majority of people have a story to tell. The correlation between a young person being sexually abused, then being trafficked, is obvious. But if sexual abuse was the only factor leading a person to be trafficked, the solution would be simple. Stop childhood sexual abuse. However, childhood sexual abuse is a primary factor in many situations, such as domestic violence, bullying, drug and alcohol addiction, self-harm, homelessness, and a host of other issues. Childhood sexual abuse breaks down the walls of healthy sexuality, but poverty drives a person to seek opportunities. A lack of financial resources and the ability to create a sustainable income lead more people, both young and old, to seek opportunities they may not consider if their holistic needs were being met. The American dream of money, fame, and fortune is promoted in every part of our culture, except it's nearly unachievable for the vast majority of Americans. It's easier to see poverty when we look at cities like Detroit and Chicago. However, generational cycles of poverty are hidden behind the white picket fences and huge debt loads that are not sustainable for that debt-to-income ratio. The changes in the global economy over the last decade first affects those in the middle and lower income classes, leaving many to search for income opportunities. When a person has nothing left of value to sell at a yard sale, the bills continue to pile up, selling sex becomes a very real option regardless of a person's childhood experiences. While searching for opportunities, some choose to enter the sex industry by circumstance, while others encounter an individual who seeks to profit from their vulnerability. Either way, if the needs of the individual were being met, the individual was financially empowered, many would not seek opportunities of the sex industry. Our society has fallen into the trap of something being better than nothing when referencing resources for individuals and families stuck in poverty. When I was with my pimp, I wore $3,000 custom suits, lived in elegant condos, and always had my hair and nails done. Granted, what I had to do to live that lifestyle was incredibly difficult, but I really was living the high life. Then, when I was a sex worker, I made more money in 1 month than I did annually for many years. Sex really does sell, and it makes a ton of money. The resources available for individuals who desire to exit sex work or to leave their trafficker consist of being placed right back into the heart of poverty. Food donation boxes include the leftover cans from the back of Middle America's pantry and are loaded with chemicals that lead to a slow death. Low-income housing, shelters, and residential programs leave much to be desired. Even with the most beautiful housing program, what happens when they graduate? Most of the time, the transition is to low-income housing into a low-income housing program in the ghetto. Something is not better than nothing. Many enter the sex industry looking for better income only to be rescued or arrested and placed right back into poverty with a criminal record, adding to the collective problem. The stigma of being a victim of childhood sexual abuse leads many to silence the voice of voluntary sex workers and trafficking survivors alike. My childhood sexual abuse paved the way for me being trafficked, but it was poverty that kept me in the sex industry long after I escaped my pimp. The misconception of childhood sexual abuse being the primary factor in leading a person into the sex industry excuses the need for quality economic opportunities. We must address poverty, which is unequivocally tied to racism, gender inequality, social and economic class, and a lack of community. I'm sorry this is happening to you. The words sink into my soul and as they flow from my lips. Words I regularly hear myself say. I wish there was more I could do. I'm so sorry. There just aren't very many solid resources out there. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. I'm tired of telling trafficking survivors that there's no hope because the worst thing we could ever do is give someone hope and fail them. I don't make promises because I can't keep promises that I can't control. I have placed more survivors in residential programs than I care to admit because of the abuse within the programs themselves. Most programs have the best intentions due to a lack of understanding of complex trauma or a lack of healing within the organizations. Trafficking survivors continue to be abused by the very people who seek to help. Hurt people hurt people. My chest hurts from the responsibility. I know it's not mine to bear, but it's hard to see people I love and have loved for years struggle with the lack of options for the most basic needs, such as a place to sleep without getting beaten or raped, a place to cook a meal, or basic mental health services. Yes, there are short-term shelters. Yes, there are soup kitchens. Yes, there are programs and buses and taxis and 1,000 other programs, but they need specialized training in complex trauma and abuse. Even trauma-informed care is only as comprehensive as the knowledge and experiences of the people who wrote the program. I'm here to tell you that anyone can write a program and sell it. I've written and sold many myself. What we really need to talk about is the results. What works and doesn't work. Psychiatry has been studied since 3rd century BCE, and over the centuries there have been millions of experts. Humans are remarkably predictable. There are almost 8 billion people on the planet, and the world-renowned Myers-Briggs personality test has 16 categories. Most others have less. If you dropped 8 billion balls into a giant Plinko game and only had 16 buckets, and humanity is a lot easier to figure out. Add hundreds of centuries of written history, layers of trauma, and systemic problems within society and government, and it all becomes predictable patterns. This has been my life study. In 2002, I was in a mutually domestic violence relationship. We had a daughter. I say mutually because he would throw a bowl and I would throw a plate. It just wasn't meant to be. We worked it out. Well, enough. I was working for an insurance agency, cold calling for appointments, offering long-term care and annuities. This environment gave me a second set of sales skills after getting a crash course in marketing, sales, negotiation, finances, and how not to treat people from my pimp. One day while cold calling my 200 plus person of the day, I realized that elderly people are either really fun and had great stories or totally bitter and angry. And who I was right then was going to determine the outcome. I crawled under my cubicle and cried. Everything hurt. I had every right to hate the world. My life was one big injustice after another. After all the others, I just wanted to be happy. I wanted to look at myself in the mirror and love myself. I wanted to sleep without night terrors. I wanted happiness, joy, and freedom. When I climbed out from underneath my desk, a decision was made. I picked a North Star. While I achieved these goals, I made bigger goals, but that took a while. By 2003, I was a single mom. I had a terrific 2-year-old who is still just as strong-willed as myself. I wanted a different life, but I didn't know where to start. I went home for the first time in 8 years, and my mom and I completely restored our relationship. She became my best friend. Together, we learned how to heal, grow, and solve big problems. I decided to go to school for the first time in 8 years at 23 years old. Testing was easy. Classes were the killer. I detest being forced to do anything, especially things that don't interest me. I was sitting in the library at school looking at my school loans and had an epiphany. Libraries are free as long as I return my books. Even if I don't return my books on time, it would still be cheaper than school, and I would learn what I wanted. This started my ritual of paying for library fees with great joy and exuberance. I dropped out of school and read the library, applying everything I learned. I kept the good and discarded the bad. History in a nutshell. Slavery has always existed, and history is remarkably violent. I've spent the last 10 years asking thousands of people, do we have more violence in the world, or are we more aware of the violence? The latter is my conclusion. The internet changed the world, and there is nothing in history that can forecast exactly what will happen next. But it can paint some pretty big clues. On a side note, we should really quit destroying books and history. Too much vital knowledge has been lost in senseless war, violence, riots, and fire. Please. I love books. Around 12,000 years ago, the last ice age was receding. The survivors were amazingly resilient, tough, and survival of the fittest was very real, and still is. When pushed to our very limits, mankind is capable of amazing feats of survival. Slavery is written into almost every culture in history, but not as racism. Slavery was classism. Nearly every race that had a system of slavery started with enslaving their own people, who were the lowest class or criminals. Sometime around 3000 BCE, trade routes started to form, but only for luxury items such as silk, spices, amber, and salt. As trade expanded over the next few thousand years, so did the desire for luxury, wealth, and power. By 300 to 600 CE, current era, the trading zones and land and sea routes were established from West Africa to southern Europe, all the way to Asia. The domesticated camel was new to the scene, and this was a massive step for migration and trade. Africa was rich in gold, copper, and ivory, and was growing in wealth, as Europe plunged into the Dark Ages for nearly 1,000 years. By 700 CE, the trans-Saharan trade was in full swing, and the demand for slaves throughout the Middle East was growing fast. As shipping was expanding, plantations needed human power to keep up with the demand. In the 1400s, there was a radical shift of power as new inventions and ideas came to life. This was an era of massive growth for Europe. Taking ideas, systems, and inventions from around the world, Europe created systems and exploded with power, like the underdog hungry for its next victory. The printing press, muzzle-loaded rifle, and whiskey were all invented during this era, while Leonardo da Vinci dreamt of flight. Trade between wealthy Europeans and West Africans grew rapidly as trade zones were established. The hunger for goods and slaves was at an all-time high, but land was the greatest desire. By the late 1400s, Europeans were expanding their territories to the Americas. When they say marketers ruin everything, they aren't joking. The printing press was revolutionary as the internet. Reading and education was only available for the elite and lower classes. And lower classes were not allowed to access education, furthering classism and slavery. The printing press created marketing, capturing the minds of the readers, creating an insatiable desire for wealth and power. Slavery was normal, customary, and encouraged. It was the way of the future. The marketing of humans is like the marketing of anything else. What problem does your product solve? Humans grow crops, make tools, cook, clean, even nurse and raise the children. Anything you don't want to do, go buy a blank and your problems are solved. During this time, slavery moved from classism to racism. It was marketing. By the 1500s, the trade routes to the Americas were in high demand. America was marketed as the new and undiscovered land, but labor was needed to build. Over the next 300 years, the demand for slaves led to approximately 50% of the population of Africa to be forced into slavery and servitude. But it wasn't just the Africans. Massive populations of Caribbean and Southern Americans were also enslaved and sent north. As the Industrial Revolution took form in the late 1700s, industry grew and manufacturing became systemized and relied almost entirely on slave labor. During this era, medicine and mental health became topics of scientific study and experimentation. For thousands of years, education, mindset, faith, and economics were taught by community leaders, elders, and teachers. It was called philosophy. The telling of stories was a primary method of sharing wisdom and knowledge. The printing press allowed knowledge to be shared without relationship or community, causing many wild interpretations of already outlandish ideas. The societal patterns of systemic trauma, war, and displacement kept entire nations in fight, flight, or freeze responses. Raw survival is the most basic human function. PTSD is not new. Neither are any of the other labels and definitions applied to the mental health industry. If humans currently have PTSD from home invasions, childhood abuse, war, and trauma, then humans had those same feelings of being violated before the terms were invented. As the years continued, manufacturing and services were industrialized and institutionalized. This shift meant that more products could be manufactured faster and shipped further. Secondly, the holistic approach to humanity was completely dissolved by the separation of physical, emotional, spiritual, and financial health. The system of sharing knowledge and wisdom were completely institutionalized for the Western world. Remember, the riches are in the niches, but the restoration is in the mushiness of life. By the 1800s, institutions were the newest and best way to deal with mental health problems for the elite, as the source of the problem was thought to be a moral issue. Slavery was in full production throughout the United States. The Civil War didn't free the slaves, neither did the 13th Amendment, because there's an important loophole. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery and involuntary servitude except as punishable for a crime. But who makes and enforces the laws? If the plantation and slave owners wanted to keep their land, manufacturing, and lifestyles, they had to exploit the loophole. Also, freedom without resources is not freedom. Freedom without rights is not freedom. Freedom without opportunity is not freedom. The American Civil War was only 160 years ago, and segregation lasted until 1964. That was only 56 years ago. We are not past racism. Addressing systemic racism has hardly started. Slavery still exists, and it's not any different. Look at the prison system. Once a criminal, the record is for life. Look at the trafficking survivor. Once a criminal, the record is for life. The system is designed to feed itself and not allow certain demographics to overcome. There are always individuals who create change, make a new life, and move forward with abundance, but that isn't the norm. As philosophy was separated into different niches and specialized areas of expertise, the whole person became neglected. While the most extreme cases of mental health disorders were institutionalized in neglected hospitals and asylums, well into the 1960s, counseling was first introduced in the early 1900s. In its infancy, it was much like a one-on-one version of ancient teachings of philosophy. Counselors addressed mental health, relationships, child welfare, education, legal advocacy, and financial literacy, acting more like a holistic advocate. As the Great Depression settled, there was a strong focus on vocational training and personal finances. Credit hadn't been invented yet, and people were desperate for help. As World War II transpired, the government became more and more involved, and health insurance was introduced. Systems were created at lightning speed to keep up with the changes in family structure, industrial manufacturing, and the looming mental health crisis. What I don't think was expected is the rapid changes in mindset over just a few generations. What was once a luxury, indoor plumbing, for example, was quickly an absolute necessity. It's not that we became weak, we simply lost touch with how far we have evolved in the last 100 years. The current standard within clinical mental health care is constantly changing. Every decade, a new method is introduced. It works for some and not for others. Then a new method is developed. In reality, just 60 years ago, lobotomies and literal back-breaking electroshock therapy was accepted. I've never met a clinician who wanted to hurt people. It's the system that failed. Historically, the teachers of wisdom had age and experience on their side. Today, the education system pumps out individuals with a wealth of book knowledge that is only relevant to this decade's standard of care and doesn't require the individual to receive the care they need before serving others. Secondly, PTSD wasn't even added to the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, until 1980. And that was only addressed because of war trauma. But war trauma has existed for millennia. What changed was our relationships, communities, entitlements, and the belief that any government will save its people. There are two other reasons I chose not to take a clinical path with my education: the nature of the relationship and mandatory reporting. Working with trafficking survivors is a nightmare as a mandatory reporter. Everything is a crime. How are you supposed to help anyone if the nature of their abuse causes them to be arrested? Read that again. How are you supposed to help anyone if the nature of their abuse will cause them to be arrested? A criminal record only furthers the cycles. Secondly, clinicians are taught to keep personal and professional lives separate, breaking down the nature of a relationship. Essentially, institutionalizing philosophy and creating separate areas of specialized knowledge is great for science, but it's detrimental to self, family, and community. So where do we go from here? Take responsibility for your life. No one is going to save you. You are responsible for your words and actions. The bad things that happen to you are not your fault. Your response to those bad experiences are your responsibility. You are responsible for the quality of your life. You are responsible for your happiness and mental health. You are responsible for your passion, mission, and impact. You are responsible for your family, even when you don't like them. You are responsible for your community. Take a look at how the internet has changed the world and realize that it's only 30 years old. If the internet were a person, it would still be trying to discover their purpose in life and getting shit-faced every weekend. There are no studies on the long-term effects of the internet. Long-term hasn't happened yet. Most studies are shit also. The questions are based on the opinions and values of the individuals writing the study and their worldview. Marketing and branding has turned a world of opinions into facts. You must learn to tell the difference, ask better questions, trust your intuition, and listen deeper. Chapter 21. This KOA campground looks like every other KOA campground. Maybe Dad could get a job in this town. Well, he always got a job, but he never kept a job. It didn't matter, he never came home anyway. The new trailer park, every few months, long enough to make a friend, only to say goodbye. Emily thinks as she takes in her view from the back seat. "We're here," said Mom, unlatching the plywood door that covers the opening of the ancient postal truck. "Put Candy on a leash before we get in trouble for having her." "'Kay, Mommy." Cradling the Chihuahua Dashet hound, Emily climbs out of the truck. Dietner, Emily yelled as she tried to keep up with Candy. Maybe it's good that her puppy doesn't understand English. At least she doesn't understand when all the kids tease her. It didn't matter what language Candy understood. Emily loved Candy. She was her best friend. "Mommy, can I go play at the playground? I'll take Candy." "Only for a while. We need to check in and get the trailer set up. Then you have to come back for dinner," said Mommy. Running toward the playground full of children, Emily squeals with excitement. Hours passed before Mommy called her home for dinner. Daddy was already gone and they were eating alone. Again. "Where's Candy?" asked Mommy. "Oh no, I left her at the playground. I'll be right back," said Emily, slamming the trailer door. "I left her right here. Where is she?" thinks Emily. She tied her to a pole next to the playground, but all that was left was her leash. Candy had chewed through her leash. "Candy! Candy!" Emily yelled as she ran through the playground, frantically searching for her dog. Rounding the corner to the next row of trailers, she trips. Sprawling across the ground, sitting up, Emily looked at her bloody hands. Sobbing, she sees Candy's crumpled body that caused her to trip. "What happened? We were supposed to be together. You can't leave me!" She screamed, scrambling to get away from Candy's lifeless body. They didn't stay long at that KOA, but it wasn't because of Candy. Daddy went to jail and Mommy couldn't afford to pay the trailer space fees. At least the fighting would stop for a while Daddy was locked up. Driving north to Oklahoma, Mom would hum songs to help the time pass. Every dash we pass on the highway gets us closer to where we want to be. Each dash gets us closer to our dreams. Together we can overcome anything, said Mommy. The words echoed in Emily's head. The next place will be better. The next place will be better. My dreams will come true at the end of the road. Standing in line that wrapped around the block, Emily asked, "Mommy, what are we doing?" "They're going to give us some cheese and food stamps so we can buy some food," replies Mommy. "Didn't Daddy bring us some food when he came back?" "No, sweetheart, don't worry your pretty little head about it. We'll get some food. What do you want to get at the store?" "I want chicken. I don't want any more beans or rice. I think I'm allergic to beans and rice," said Emily. Laughing, Mom said, "I don't think you're allergic, but I'm tired of eating beans and rice too. We'll settle down soon and have to make some money. Everything's going to be okay," said Mommy, pulling Emily close. "I start middle school next month. Is Dad going to be back from his trip by then?" asked Emily. "I want him to take me to school on the first day." "If he's back by then, he would love to take you to school," replied Mom. "If he's not back, I'll be happy to take you." "I know you would. I just want to spend time with Dad. I miss him." "I miss him too, sweetheart," replied Mom. Emily knew it was only a little true. Mom was much happier when Dad was not home. They fought whenever he came around. She couldn't blame him for not wanting to come home. Dad was a wanderer and Mom had insisted on a stable home. In reality, that meant a low-income apartment in the worst area of town. But it was 4 walls rather than 4 wheels. Every night, Emily sits by the window watching the streetlight flicker, waiting for Dad to park in his spot outside her window. Every night, the same thing happens. Nothing. Tonight, her mindless trance was interrupted by a car pulling into Daddy's spot. Leaping from her bed, she watches the state trooper emerge from his car. Running into the living room, "Mom, there's a cop coming to the door." Knock, knock, knock. Mom answers the door. "Miss Smith?" the officer asked. "Yes, sir," replied Mom. "Can I come in?" he asked. "Yes, have a seat. Emily, go to your room." "Mom, I want to know what's going on," argued Emily. "I will tell you, but you need to let me talk to the officer alone," replied Mom. "Listen to your mother," said the officer. Mom's face immediately paled, and Emily knew better than to keep arguing. She could hear everything from her bedroom anyway. The walls were paper thin. "Miss Smith, did your husband have any scars or tattoos?" asked the officer. "Yes, he had Emily's name across his back. He had a bunch of scars too." "Is he in trouble or something?" asked Mom. "No, ma'am. We found a body, and we believe it's your husband. We need you to come down and identify the body to be sure. But here's a photo of the tattoo on his back," handing Mom a photo. Miss Smith's eyes gaze over. Leaning back on the couch, she says, "I drew that tattoo. That's Mike. Are you telling me that Mike is dead? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss, replied the officer. Emily burst from her bedroom. Let me see that photo. I don't believe you. He's going to pull in any minute, and you're parking in his spot. You need to leave. My daddy's going to come home, Emily yelled at the officer. Mom was never the same after that night, locked in her room most days, waking only when Emily came home from school in the afternoon. Some nights, only 1 or 2 men would come over. Most nights, Mom's bedroom was like a revolving door. Different men would come through one after another until the sun came up. Jolted awake by the hands around her throat, gasping for air, Emily struggles to breathe as he yanks her panties off. Growling, he says, I didn't know that your mama had a little whore in here. Thrusting himself inside of her, her eyes roll back, floating to the ceiling. She sees him on top of her. She's looking down from above, seeing herself. The pity on the... he has pity on... Seeing herself, she has pity on the poor, helpless girl. Maybe someday she will have the courage to run away. Who would want her? She's used and dirty. Nothing more than a piece of trash. Hey, baby. You're the most beautiful little thing I've ever seen. How are you doing? I'm doing, replied Emily, staring at her feet. You're walking like you got somewhere to be. Where are you off to? Who wants to know? Replied Emily, stopped in her tracks, putting both hands on her hips. I'm sorry, baby. I'm Cooper. I'm a talent scout from Hollywood. I was driving down the street looking for some talent, and bam, there you were. I thought to myself, if this young lady has as much class as she does ass, then that's the talent I'm looking for. Really? You thought that? Asked Emily. You bet. You got that look that all of Hollywood is looking for. How about we go grab you some food? Asked Cooper. I love McDonald's, replied Emily. You got it. There's one right around the corner. Let's take a walk. How old are you, baby? I'm 13. My name is Emily, but you can call me baby if you want, she said with a smile. Yeah, I knew you had some class. Do you like to dance? Asked Cooper, sliding into a booth in the back corner of McDonald's. I love dancing and singing. Do you think you could help me get a job in Hollywood? That would be a dream come true. I always wanted to live in Hollywood. My mom said we live in Los Angeles for a while when I was a baby, but I don't remember it, and I've always wanted to go back. Would your mom and dad let you get a job in Hollywood? Asked Cooper. My dad's dead. He got his head blown off a couple years ago, and Mom wouldn't even notice if I was gone until she ran out of toilet paper. I run her fucking errands because she's too lazy to get out of bed, said Emily while munching on fries. She has a bunch of boyfriends, and they're paying her bills and bring her drugs. She doesn't give a shit about anything except getting high. Let me see what I can do about getting you a job. Let me get your number, and I'll give you a call in the next day or two. I don't have a cell. Can I give you my mom's number? Asked Emily. That's not going to work. I have to be able to reach you directly. Do you have any modeling photos or a portfolio? No, replied Emily. Does that mean I can't get a job? She asked, hanging her head. No, it means we're going to have to hook you up with some gear. Tomorrow after school, I'm going to pick you up here at this McDonald's, and we're going to go shopping for some clothes and a phone. Then we'll schedule you a photo shoot. How does that sound? You have got to be kidding. Please tell me you're not joking, exclaimed Emily, bouncing around in her seat. I would never toy with you, baby. Chapter 22. Healing is remarkably easy. It's not simple. If you live through the experience, the memory won't kill you either. unless you let it. Far too many times I've looked at my life and thought, Jess, you have 3 choices: meth, death, or get my shit together. Jess, what do you want to do? Every single time I chose to get my shit together. I've seen what drugs can numb out, and that's not who I ever wanted to be. Selling crack, rock cocaine, at 16 years old taught me that you can be 28 years old and look 50. Meth looked even worse. Death is final. If only all of life's questions were that simple. Maybe they are. Most of the time, solutions are so simple, they're overlooked. From every corner of America, advocates are screaming for beds and shelters. The need for housing is monumental, but the solution is not shelters or group homes. I understand the purpose behind a home with multiple survivors in one location, which specializes with specialized services within the program. In fact, years ago, when I was fresh out of the life, I daydreamt about a program located way out in the country where it was safe and we could all live together without being hurt. I thought it was a good idea also, but our first idea isn't always the one that works. In the last decade, I've sat in countless board meetings while consulting with organizations who are developing a home for minors. I hear the passion and love of individuals with amazing intentions, but they lack the survivors' input. On the other end of the spectrum, I have placed many survivors in homes that are survivor-led, and the results have been equally unbalanced. It takes many different types of individuals to operate a successful organization. It would be a very rare case where one person possessed all of the necessary skills to operate an organization. Good leadership builds teams where each person can work within their passion and gifting. I frequently hear about survivor-led organizations. At first, I was totally excited. I thought, awesome, survivors leading the way with the organizations will deeply get trafficking. After working with a few survivor-led organizations established both for trafficking and domestic violence, I started to rethink my terminology. Every survivor has a story, but that story is very specific for their life. The patterns in my life are only applicable to other people very similar to myself. If you change the type of trafficker, the family dynamics, the color of my skin, or gender, the patterns are different. I've also heard stories from over 100 survivors, many of whom have been in and out of many programs. The horror stories I hear of programs all over the country are astonishing. Many times the stories come from multiple survivors. One will tell me about ABC trafficking ministry and being told she looked like a slut. Then another survivor that is not connected to the first will tell me a similar story. When I hear a negative report, I file it away and patiently wait. Most of the time, a second, a third, sometimes a fifth comes regarding the same program. The stories from programs that are currently in operation include rape, being hit, locked in closets, strip searched, trading sexual favors for program perks, and emotional verbal abuse. At first, I didn't want to believe the stories, and I could only listen in shock to what I was hearing. Over time, this became the norm, tucking away the information, trying to find a solution. The challenge was more than a lack of tools and resources for the program. It was the rescue run cycles. One survivor taking others from the program and back into the life, and self-harm of all forms being worse inside residential programs. Combined with a lack of tools and support for the support teams, burnout for the direct care teams and individuals is a tremendous problem. Training day. I waited for this day for months. Years of work and change was happening. I worked closely with a partner nonprofit, and they were training support teams for survivors. The volunteers had been through numerous interviews, had committed to group work, and had paid to attend the training. Over 150 people filled the room. I was excited, but nervous. Almost every person in the room was white. Pressed slacks and privileged filled the space. As we broke into small groups, I started to hear their stories. It was different from my experiences, but the feelings were the same. Shame, loss, guilt, rejection, abandonment. Understanding their perspectives melted my judgment, but opened my eyes to a much larger problem. It doesn't matter a person's background or how they look. Behind the most beautiful faces are broken hearts and layers of pain. But in an instant, each person was able to completely compartmentalize and pretend like what they just felt didn't exist. The mask is the most basic of survival tactics. It's how we learn to protect our hearts. Wearing an emotional mask is not always bad, but working with trafficking survivors will cause anyone to emotionally break. The stories are raw, and they go to the ugliest places within humanity, but trafficking survivors are unique. Normally, our bullshittery meters are finely tuned. The survival instinct that allowed me to make a quick decision about whether or not a buyer was dangerous also told me when someone was wearing a mask. When it was my turn to take the stage, I knew what I had to do. Tell the most gut-wrenching stories in my life. Healing is the absence of pain. It lives in the void. My stories don't hurt me anymore. They are my tools. The equipment I carry to break stigma, create paradigm shifts, and break cycles. My horrific life experiences serve me. Pain is meant for purpose. As I shared my life, I watched the walls come down and the masks disappear. The tears flowed as I wove the painful experiences with my own paradigm shifts of compassion for my pimp and love for my abusers. I intentionally triggered every person in the room. If my story is difficult, imagine how it would feel sitting in front of a person who was just beaten and stabbed by their pimp and they're wanting to go back. It's tough to do survivor support, and masks don't work. After I shared, I spoke with dozens of people. They opened up about their abuses, traumatic experiences, and losses. Every person has a story. It doesn't matter how they look or the amount of privilege, they are hurting. We are all remarkably human. My mission and passion was expanded that day. Healing and happiness is for everyone, but I still didn't have a solution. I began seeking individuals with less trauma who were struggling with overcoming roadblocks. My desire was to identify patterns and see if the methods I was using with trafficking survivors would work with widespread abuse and generational patterns. During the same time period, my family was undergoing a lot of change. I was changing from the inside out. I started losing weight, dropping over 100 pounds by healing my relationship with food. Reed and I completely transformed our parenting. Our family pendulum swung from authoritarian parents to gentle parents. Neither felt right. Sharing my story, teaching, mentoring, speaking, working with survivors, consulting, traveling, and while having a husband and 5 children, we knew we had to break the generational cycles. We decided to only listen to our intuition and our children. We didn't want our children to fear us. We desired trust and relationship. After 10 years of parenting with kindness and respect, I can say it works. It's not perfect. We're all human, but the relationships that we have with our children are remarkable. I started with taking full responsibility for their education and our personal words and actions. Reed and I started using the same methods that we used for survivor support with our marriage and parenting. We focused on preventing problems, understanding the other person's desires, and listening. We taught them all the principles of understanding their feelings, healing, resolving conflict, boundaries, consent in all aspects of life, and how to be a kind human. Our children are still young, but we have 3 teenagers and 2 more coming up fast. My kids are my best friends. They understand the complexities of life and emotion. They value work and knowledge. They ask deep questions, and their hearts are passionate towards humanity. They are all very unique. They have their share of hurt, pain, and trauma. It's unavoidable. But they are powerful. There isn't a person in this world who will fight for you like a strong parent. Parents also have the power to cause much pain. Ultimately, our children are the solution. There's the solution for all the world's problems, and it's our job to break the cycles and equip the next generations. For someone like myself, I couldn't break every cycle while my children were young. Poverty and grief held our family for many years. Our children are strong. They are equipped and have tool bags full of knowledge that assist them on their journey. Parenting is much longer than 18 years. It's a lifetime of friendship, care, and love. Asterisk. Reed and I have an amazing parenting community, a humaning community. The link is in the resource section at the end of the book. We'll get there. My life has been the ultimate experiment. I wanted what I was told I couldn't have: happiness. When I discovered happiness, I was lonely. When I picked a person, we built a life and found happiness. No one is perfect, but respect is freely given and trust is earned. With tools to overcome obstacles within relationships, we discovered a level of trust not found in short-term relationships. The quality of the question determines the outcome. I was still wrestling with the system surrounding survivor care and finding the most effective tools. My questions: when has placing similar people together caused more harm? Why is care for trafficking survivors 8 to 20 times higher in cost than care for domestic violence or homelessness? Where in history has there been success? At one point, I had a contract with an organization that worked closely with Yale University. On one of my visits, I was teaching psychology students on complex trauma. I was so excited. These students are the future of mental health and solving real-world problems. However, formal education is not a part of my background, which led me to ask the professor a number of questions about the students. How long have they been studying psychology? They were all graduate students. How many terms have they had on complex or generational trauma? None. How many classes? Just one. This class for one term. I must have been visibly bothered because a professor asked me if I was okay. I had to hear it again. I asked, "Are you telling me that these students are less than 1 year away from having their master's in psychology and they get one class on complex trauma?" He nodded. I'm still baffled. Obviously, schools have different requirements and graduate programs are vastly different, But shouldn't the purpose be to help people, your clients, recover? Complex trauma is repeated experiences of abuse or witnessing trauma. For example, ongoing childhood sexual abuse, domestic violence in the home, also bullying, and military, law enforcement, and first responders all experience complex trauma on a daily basis. This is the source of bad cops, a lack of mental health care for ongoing trauma in combination with low pay. Why is there only one class? In an effort to answer my many questions, I started looking for what works with other demographics of people. I soon discovered that therapy groups for eating disorders were not very effective. The individuals who had similar problems learned how to expand their disorders by learning from others. This pattern is very similar to what I was noticing with trafficking survivors. The more effective route was mixed groups, individuals with a variety of obstacles, addictions, or disorders. When we put together a group of all genders, different backgrounds, and a variety of behavioral problems, the dynamics changed completely. They were helping each other solve problems, and the momentum was absolutely unreal. True transformation was taking place. The second problem was the complexity of the trauma. When I was 18 years old, I partied a lot. One night after a big party, I ended up in the car talking with a dear friend. He had been in Desert Storm. In the stoop of our drunkenness, he poured his heart out to me. The people he killed, the pain he caused, the deep self-hatred and shame. I could identify deeply. This opened my eyes to the trauma of war. Over a decade later, I remembered that evening. Understanding mental health and healing for veterans and prisoners of war became my next focus of study and care. As I studied different methods of therapy and counseling and healing, I discovered patterns. Similar abuse creates similar behavior patterns, thus healing patterns. Like the sound mixer analogy that I used in chapter 14, trauma and abuse simply expand the size of the mixer, thus creating a different genre of music. People do things for reasons. It doesn't make those things okay, but it makes them understandable. I believe the best solutions have already been discovered. We are neck deep in the information age without enough discernment. There are thousands of tools for holistic healing, mindset, recovery, and mental health. I view the tools in a bell curve. The extremes are really helpful and complete shit. The vast majority fall in the middle. The tools work for some people and not for others. This is universal for all people. If something isn't working, quit. Why would we push others and ourselves keep going down a path that is clearly not working? The opposite is also true. If something is working, do it more. Giving myself permission to quit gave me such freedom from guilt and opened my mind to exploring out-of-the-box solutions. In 2003, my mother and I started playing with the idea that if a person... In 2003, my mother and I started playing with the idea of a person being likened to a tree. Over the years, the concept has been refined, but the resemblance between humans and trees is uncanny. If we are trees, our limbs and fruit would be our behaviors. Our trunk is our feelings and experiences, and our roots are our beliefs. The roots are the beliefs that existed before you did. It's the thoughts and stories that are passed from one generation to the next. It's the residue from your family, community, and culture. The roots are obscure because you don't know what you don't know. If you've never been taught something, how would you be expected to know? When you learn, there's also an opportunity for shame to creep in. But how could you have ever known? See the irony? So many times we get stuck or emotionally constipated in our core. The trunk is strong and covered in bark. It gains protection as it ages, developing thicker rings. The feelings and stories play over and over or are completely hidden in the heartwood. You can completely bypass the feelings and experiences by going straight to the roots. It makes going back and healing the stories so much easier. The stories are golden because they are the pathway to helping others. The limbs and fruit are all our behaviors, both healthy and unhealthy. Our fruit is a well-balanced diet or eating disorders, self-harm or self-care, addictions, fitness. It's all of our words and actions. So many programs focus on behavior modification. What happens when you trim a tree? It goes dormant for a season, then grows back with the same fruit. This is why relapse exists. Trimming a tree without restoring the roots creates more of the same fruit. If you feed the roots nutrients, change the environmental factors, and trim the tree, you get radical results fast. This was my approach to happiness. Everything had to change in one day, and it did. You can restore the roots without trimming the tree, and eventually the dead limbs will fall off. This is a great pathway of harm reduction. Sometimes there are too many issues that need to change all at once, and it's okay to keep the lesser harmful addictions for a time to create new growing patterns. Harm reduction works for the most extreme cases of drug addiction and self-harm, to my overeating and relationship with food. Everyone has different goals. Not all people want to have a happy, restored tree. Many are comfortable living how they were planted. That's okay. I am responsible for me. They can do them. The only things we actually control are our thoughts, words, and actions. Nothing else. Chapter 23. I don't know what's wrong. I feel like I'm going crazy. Everything should be good. The Community Restoration Center is doing great. I'm just tired. Stupid little things are bugging the crap out of me, says Ruby. I've been going through the same thing. Shit. I think it's a couple of different things all playing off of each other. I started seeing a naturopath, and she's been really helping me with my hormones. Even the secondary trauma of hearing stories can be enough to cause your hormones to go crazy. Add that to your own abuse, and it can be really difficult, replied Ivy. So how do we fix it? I think I need a vacation first, jokes Ruby. We totally do. I see so much abuse in the drop-in center. It's way intense. At first, most of them don't admit they have a pimp, but after a while, most of them disclose more and more trauma. We get some sex workers, but it seems like for the most have been trafficked or exploited. Self-care has become a huge part of the staff and volunteers' focus. I thought I had been focusing on self-care. A couple years ago, I quit taking middle-of-the-night calls, but over time, they start creeping back into my life. It's so hard to turn my phone off when I know someone will need me, and most of the time, it's a life and death situation. The stress got to me. There are so many survivors that need help, and the good resources are so few, said Ruby. You know, Julia has been wanting to move to California with Jazz. When she's done with her associate's degree, it's only a few months away, and she's been talking for the last 2 years about wanting to work with us. I know you would love to have her up there in Seattle, but I don't think she wants to hurt your feelings by saying she wants to move down here. Oh, she would never hurt my feelings by working with you. That would be an amazing move for her, and it would take some stress off of you. No one knows this model better than Julia. She's lived it. No kidding, says Ivy. I have a couple of survivors up here that have been volunteering for quite a while. They are great with the other survivors. I think they would love a chance to be on staff. If we ramped up the fundraising, we would be able to hire more survivor support people, and I could continue to work on development. That would be a huge step. I think we have a plan. So when do you want to go on vacation? First, we have to convince our husbands to take care of the kids while we sit on the beach somewhere, laughs Ruby. Totally. My husband needs a break too. It puts stress on the whole family when I work long hours and then work at home too, says Ivy. Slavery does give you one hell of a work ethic, but you also die young. I must learn to keep my boundaries in place and continually care for myself and my family. Otherwise, I'm too wiped out to move, much less care. Lord have mercy, you're a nut, Ruby. But it's true, the fatigue is enough to take me out for a few days, says Ivy. Would you be okay if I turned off my phone for a few days? You would still be able to reach me, but I need to take a break from the calls, messages, and emails, asked Ruby. Sure, I can keep up with the survivors that we work with together. That would be amazing. We used to do this all the time. Why did we ever quit? I don't know, but I need to. Can I take a break next week? You bet. I'm going to talk with Julie about moving to Cali. It would be helpful for her to hear it from me. She's going to love it. I'm so excited for her and you. I will also let everyone know that I'm going off grid and to call you for support, says Ruby. Thanks. Sounds great, friend, replies Ivy. I can't believe you guys flew out here to watch me graduate, says Julia. We wouldn't have missed it for the world, says Ruby. And we have a special surprise for you, says Ivy. Really? It couldn't be any better than you coming to visit, replied Julia. For the last few months, we have all been talking about you and Jazz moving out to California and working with me at the Sex Workers Drop-In Center. But we are working on fundraising for the position. Well, last week we received a large donation that includes the remaining funding, says Ivy. Does that mean what I think it does? Asked Julia. It means that you have a job if you would like to come work with me. Julia shrinks into herself, wrapping her arms around her small frame. Sobbing, she musters, "You really want me?" Ruby and Ivy slide around the U-shaped booth, wrap their arms around Julia. I couldn't ask for a better person to work with, said Ivy. I would love to have your perspective as we continue to grow. Your input is so valuable, and you know transformation and healing like the back of your hand. Laughing, Julia says, "Are you kidding? I didn't really think you were going to hire me. I was positive that something would come up and it wouldn't happen. I was sure that I would be stuck at some fast food place forever. I can't believe this is happening. I'm humbled and honored that you would value my insights. We have worked hard. We have hard work ahead of us. It's going to be challenging for all of us, especially for you. There's a lot of pressure, and you're going to need all the tools you have learned over the last few years," says Ivy. I'm totally ready. I was created for this. We totally agree, says Ivy, Ruby and Ivy in unison. Where am I going to live? Jazz and I have been living with Steve and Jody for years. I'm ready to live on my own, but isn't rent really expensive in LA? Yeah, it's really expensive, but there's an older woman who is part of our community who has a mother-in-law cottage, and she'll rent it to you for a great price, said Ivy. What? Don't joke with me, said Julia. I'm not joking. It's a small one-bedroom cottage with a small kitchen and a full bathroom. It has 2 Murphy beds, the type that fold up into the wall, so they're cool and they save you a ton of space. I think you will love the place. It's very California looking. But you You would also be close to the center. I will connect you on Facebook and she'll send you photos and you can arrange the details with her. Thank you so much, said Julia. I would also like for you to start setting up your personal prayer team, said Ivy. Okay. Steve and Jody have a bunch of people that pray for me. It's like a prayer chain, said Julia. That's a little different. Some people like to have two teams. One's a larger group of people for mass emails or personal newsletters, but the other team is more for critical. It's a small team, maybe 3 to 5 people who know the deeply personal obstacles in your life, and each of those people need to have a small prayer team, said Ivy. Ruby, Jody, and myself would have been your team for the last couple years, but moving into this new stage, you're going to need a couple more. Why would I need more? You guys are great, asked Julia. You are moving into a new phase where you are going back into the darkness and the spiritual battles get hard. You are going to need others to help you fight because we are not created to fight alone, said Ivy. I don't want to go off the supernatural deep end, but we know there's a battle for every person. It's not like we believe something different. Even Satanists believe in the supernatural. Your prayer team is a huge part of your personal self-care. They are your closest friends that will walk with you through the darkness, said Ruby. It's best if they don't work with you. My best prayer partners are the people who view their calling as supporting me in my work. It wouldn't work within the movement I couldn't work within the movement without them. It's just too intense sometimes. I totally understand that. Sometimes I just want to do something normal or talk about anything besides healing and trauma, replied Julia. Ruby and Ivy burst out laughing. Oh, it's only gonna get worse, said Ruby. I call it trauma head. Are you crazy? What's trauma head? Asked Julia. It's one of my not so professional terms. When you've heard too many stories of abuse without taking time for yourself, praying and processing through the trauma, you get trauma head. Your brain goes numb, everything's foggy, you're completely checked out. The clinicians call it secondary trauma or vicarious trauma, but I like trauma head better because I'm not a clinician. Ruby chuckles. We have decades of work ahead of us. If you want to work with trafficking survivors, then self-care is the most important step. We all have burnout, but not everyone recovers. Chapter 24. Activism is not a replacement for healing. Helping others is not a replacement for healing. Activism destroys families without healing. During the 2014 Ferguson demonstration in Portland, Oregon, a photo was taken of Devonte Hart, a 12-year-old African-American child, hugging Police Sergeant Brent Barnum. With tears streaming down Devonte's face, the photo went viral and was known as the hug shared around the world. Devonte was adopted, as were his 5 siblings. His mothers appeared to be kind-hearted activists who shared their lives and journeys on social media. When the photo went viral, the hate poured in along with inspirational words. There's always someone to piss off on the internet, and now this child, who has already had a difficult life, is suddenly famous. In 2011, Sarah Hart, one of Devonte's mothers, pleaded guilty to domestic assault after admitting to bruising one of her children. Throughout the years, neighbors became aware of the abuse in the home. The children weren't eating enough, and another case was opened. It was too late. His mothers, working together, drove the entire family off a cliff, killing all 8 of them. Of course, this is an extreme example of domestic violence that happens in our communities every day. We cannot emotionally support others or even our families without having support for our own heart. We also can't expect the people we mentor, coach, or parent to do something we haven't already done. Healing is important for every human. We all have pain. Healing is simply the lack of pain surrounding a feeling, event, or series of traumatic events. Being a safe person for others requires us to address the issues in our life and have safe people to confide in. We all have masks, and they're a necessary part of life. Sunday morning was one of the worst days of the week. We tried everything, but getting Reed and I with 5 kids out of the house at the same time while dressed appropriately was next to impossible. Every week, someone had a potty accident, fell in the mud while going to the car, or dumped a mystery liquid down the front of their clothes. Every week, we got in the car, Reed and I, exhausted. We are careful not to speak, knowing we are both on edge. Holding hands, we grin, herding the children into the building. We're great. Everything is wonderful. It's a beautiful day. It's our mask. It's not to appear as to not appear insane. Read the words, Jess. We have to keep some appearance in order, but when I plop down next to my best friend, the mask comes off, and we're all remarkably human. I believe in judging people. That's an appropriate line right there. I believe in judging people. I don't judge based on skin color, cleanliness, or story. I judge based on words and actions. Every single person is responsible for what they say and how they treat others. This is also how I tell the difference between someone who is going to be friendly or someone who I will avoid. How else do you protect yourself? Respect is freely given, but trust is earned. If you're reading this book, I'm going to assume you have the desire to see the world change. I deeply appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time out of your life to include me in your journey, really. I deeply, deeply care for you. You are special and your journey is unique. We are all different. Our stories vary wildly, but we need you. Humanity needs you. We need you to be the very best child, parent, partner, lover, friend, and neighbor you can be. You have one shot at life and an opportunity to make an impact. Every person on this planet has hurts, habits, and roadblocks or ceilings that hold us back from our potential. 90% of the success or failure you currently have in your life is due to the space between your ears. It's all in your mind. The other 10% is in your heart. Your mindset and your heart set determine the outcome of your life. For most people, the connection between your heart and mind is the most difficult, and life is full of constant distractions. Pain, numbness, hurt, anger, all those feelings or lack thereof are stored in the body. Trauma has a deep connection to your body and your physical response to events. Think of trauma like a zit, a big old nasty roots in your toes kind of zit. They pop up at the most inopportune time, right before a wedding or a big photo shoot. Mindset is like makeup for your zits. It helps a lot, but the big ones are still noticeable. Makeup can also open a lot of doors. Going to the roots of the problem can feel completely overwhelming, especially with the time restraints most people are experiencing. I have found great success with doing the easy things that make the hard things easier. Self-care. I've always been fond of the Serenity Prayer and wondered why it's only been used in recovery groups such as AA. It holds a powerful lesson for humaning. What do we control? The majority of stress comes from trying to control situations that are not controllable. We only control our response to the situation, not the outcomes. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The Serenity Prayer. The last line is the kicker, the wisdom to know the difference. Every person is on the same journey, trying to figure out life. The only things we actually have control of are our thoughts, words, and actions. Nothing else, not our kids, partner, jobs, clients, or employees. When you change how you respond to a person, the relationship changes. To change your responses to the people in your life, you must learn to be both self-aware and selfish. You must make you a priority. For the last decade, our household has run on one rule: be kind to yourself and others. Being kind to other people is so much easier than being kind to yourself. Most people walk around covered in self-inflicted bruises, repeating the same scenarios over and over, wishing something was different. If you knew someone else was doing that to themselves, you would want to help them stop beating themselves up and love themselves. So why do you allow those thoughts to enter your own head? In the journey through life, we are normally most passionate about the events we have personally experienced. The recovering alcoholic has a desire to help others recover from alcoholism. The rape survivor is passionate about assisting others who have been raped or preventing rapes. The child who has witnessed domestic violence is passionate about protecting the home and their loved ones. One of many pathways to healing is to become empowered by the very type of event that caused the wound. The child who has been sexually exploited can take those experiences and become empowered in their sexuality by selling sex. It was quite liberating for me for a time. I had control and ownership over my body for the first time ever. It wasn't until children took over my body for a decade that I'm finally mine again. Perfectionism is the death of happiness and success. This book is a great example. I wanted it to be the best it could be. After all, it's been in process for over 8 years. At the same time, editing was a nightmare. Most was edited by dear friends years ago, but it had been done piece by piece. When I finally opened the file after 5 years, it was a mess. I decided not to care and let the stories flow. I know there's great value and lessons within these pages. Yes, there are typos, but it will be okay. The book 50 Shades of Grey was my inspiration. I never read the book, but the path to publishing is fascinating. The original is full of typos and blatant errors. It didn't matter. It sold. When a big publisher snagged the contract, they did very little to edit the content. Why fix what isn't broken? Yes, I could have done more to make the reading experience better, but it's time to move on and get this book published. Imperfect action cultivates learning and growth. Perfect only works with absolutes, and life is far from absolute. Chapter 25. I've never seen so many ads in my life. There must be a couple hundred new ads posted on Backpage every hour, says Julia. Winter is the busiest season in Los Angeles. The pimps spend the summer in the north. When the rain starts, they bring the girls south, said Ivy. That's why you send survivors to another city when they want to get away from their trafficker? Every person is different, but many times we have to move someone to a different circuit. We are on the West Coast circuit, but there's also an Eastern and Southern circuit. It helps the survivors to be in an area where they're not constantly reminded of their past. That's why we have strong networks across the country. The local community has to be empowered, but many times the survivor support community is supporting survivors from everywhere else. That's how I relocated, exclaimed Julia. Exactly. Some survivors prefer to stay, and that works too. All the services are built around each survivor and their individual needs. Discover the needs, then fill those. It's so simple. It is very simple, but we have to be careful to let each person make their own decisions. You have been shadowing me for a few weeks with the first timers who drop into the clinic. How do you feel about doing it on your own? I feel great. I've been thinking about how communities are built, and there's simply many deep relationships in one general location. But our community also expands the globe. With technology, relationships have so much more potential, says Julia. Wow, deep thoughts with Julia. You are correct, and the connections within those relationships aren't our successes, but Wow, deep thoughts with Julia. You are correct, and the connections within those relationships aren't our successes, but our vulnerability and failures. Moving past the mask of superficial relationships changes everything. Our vulnerability creates a space for others to be open. It also removes the stigma around the sex industry, said Ivy. As I share my story, I've noticed that a lot of people can relate to my story even if they haven't been trafficked. I had no idea that abuse was so prevalent in every community. I wish more people knew how to build relationships. I think most people have tried opening up to someone and then they got hurt. People can be so judgmental and harsh. Why would they want to open up again? When we share our stories first, even one-on-one, it lets the other person know that we won't be judging them. Julia, a woman came in about 10 minutes ago and she was barefooted. It looks like she's been crying. Can you sit with her? I told her we have food and coffee. She also needs shoes. Thanks. I'll go out front and you can introduce us. Emily, this is Julia. She's going to take you back to the clothing room. Hi, Emily. Come on back. How has your evening been going? It's been a crazy night. The lady at the front desk said you used to work, asked Emily. I did. I've been out for about 3 years, and it's been an amazing journey. If you would have told me 2 or 3 years ago I would be here now, I wouldn't have believed you. It hasn't been easy, but I have the most amazing friends, and they walked with me through so much. I am grateful for my experiences because my life can help others heal. If I can do it, then anyone can. Julia's entire face smiles when she talks about the freedom she experiences. How did you get here? Asked Emily. It's been a long road. My dad was sexually abusive and my childhood was really messed up. When I was 17, I had a daughter and things were okay for a couple years. I ended up working at a strip club where I thought I was going to make enough money to support my daughter. And my daughter and I without my crazy parents. But the woman who ran the strip club was crazy. She held me hostage, telling me that I owed her tons of money or she would kill my daughter. I started talking with Ivy and Ruby while I was still working, and they helped me get away. It was hard. I had almost lost my daughter, and my dad is in prison for another 18 years. Here are all the shoes. What size do you wear? 7.5. That's a crazy story. Do you see any shoes that you like? I like those. I love bright pink, says Emily. Perfect. How about some coffee and a sandwich? Asked Julia. That would be good, says Emily. How did you find us? Asked Julia. I sat on the bench across the street and saw your sign. The last couple years have been really hard. I don't know how much more I can take. I know you don't know me and you have no reason to trust me. And I don't know if I can do anything for you, but I can listen. Why have the last few years been really hard? My wifey was killed 2 years ago and I haven't been the same since. Emily tells Julia the entire story. Wynona's murder, breaking down, working the phones. The tears flowed for the first time in years as Emily talked about Stephen. I promised Wynona that I would take care of him. My daddy freaks the hell out every time if I mention him. I promised I would have to find him. I'm so sorry. Can you tell me more about Stephen? Do you know what he looks like or where he was the last time you knew? He was here in LA. He's probably gotten taller, but he's about 20 or 21 with lighter brown skin. But all three of them had the most beautiful green eyes. He sounds incredibly handsome. He sure is. Wynona was beautiful, but I've only met Stephen a few times. I don't even know if he knows what happened to Wynona. He would sneak away from his master and visit us down on the track, but he was just a kid back then. Is there anything about him besides the green eyes that would identify him? We see a lot of people through here, and I could see if anyone has seen someone by his description. That would be amazing. Wynona was tattooed on her inner thigh. She said that her parents did it as part of some ritual when they were 5. I bet he would have one too. It is some kind of crazy family symbol, but it was tiny. I think it was Latin or something like that. Hold on for a few minutes. I want to check on something, says Julia. Closing the door, Julia runs down the hall to the kitchen, where everyone is hanging out. Ivy, can I talk to you for a quick minute? Julia asks out of breath. Sure, what's wrong? You're not going to believe this, but a lady came in tonight. About halfway into her story, I knew it was the woman that Stephen has been looking for. I didn't want to... Something fell off my wall. That'll scare you. I knew it was the woman Stephen has been looking for. I didn't want to say anything in front of him in the kitchen, but she's sitting in my office. Ivy's eyes start to swell with tears. Are you sure she's the right person? She hasn't seen him in a few years, but she described his eyes and knew about that tattoo on his thigh. Didn't he just have that removed? He did. That was one of the first things he wanted to do when he came in here 8 months ago. I have to talk with him. This is big. He's going to be over the top excited, and he could be a great influence in her life. He's doing great. I'll talk with her and text me if she wants to see him tonight, says Ivy. I think she will. She's been wanting to find him for the last 2 years, but her pimp won't let her. It's really quick, but we might need to get her to a temporary home tonight. If she sees Stephen, I don't think she's going to want to go back to her pimp. Okay, we'll just roll with it. Text me. Emily is looking at a magazine when Julia comes back into her office. Emily, I have some good news for you. Stephen has been working with us for a while, and he has been looking for you. You're joking. Please don't be fucking with me. I would never do that. He's here now. Would you like to talk to him? Oh my God, yes! Okay, I'm going to text Ivy. She's been working with him since he first came in. She's going to bring him back. Julia's fingers fly across the keypad. I can't believe he's here on the same night you came in. I won't believe it until I see him. This is just too crazy. Julia opens the door, and Stephen fills the doorway with his broad shoulders and thick frame. Terrified of being out of pocket, Emily slowly looks up, forcing herself to make eye contact. Their eyes finally meet as tears flow down their faces. Chapter 26. The notion of a child being forced to sell sex evokes strong emotions and enrage all who become aware of the issues of child trafficking. The simple truth is the victimized, marginalized, and profiled children of yesterday are the criminalized adults of today. Together as a nation that stands for freedom and justice, this is our collective problem, and the solution will require each of us. The problem is in our homes. It's the items we buy every day without a thought of where it came from or how it was made. It's the degrading thoughts of violence and racism when looking at porn. It's the lack of self-control and abundance of complaining. It's the judgment of other people without understanding. It's the removal of basic human rights because their sex isn't like normal sex. It's discounting someone else's story because it's different from our own. Humanity fears what it doesn't understand. The world is changing, and it's time to learn and grow. Home is the catalyst of change. Start by educating yourself and your family on history from different perspectives. Seek out books, documentaries, and events on topics of systemic racism, generational abuse, gender inequality, sexuality, and all the systems of government, healthcare, education, welfare, prisons, the justice system, licensing, etc., food and manufacturing, even clean water. The only thing we learn from history is we don't learn from history. Learn to ask, why does this happen? Why are they saying these things? I don't understand. Why? Simple curiosity can open your eyes to a world of diverse stories of overcoming insurmountable obstacles and the mundane nuances that create the human experience. Every story paints a different picture of the human experience. Compassion is found in understanding. You don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle choice to stand for their human rights. All people deserve to live without fear of being beaten or killed for how they look, dress, who they have sex with, or identify sexually, and violent crimes need to be solved. When compassion turns to understanding, the world will truly change. After all I've seen, I still believe in the goodness of humanity. I believe the vast majority of humans have good intentions, but information is at an all-time high. We have gotten lost in knowledge, but wisdom and discernment is needed. The answers are within you. Everything is okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. Get out in the world. Go meet some people. Volunteer at the Boys and Girls Club, or play board games with seniors at the local retirement home. Children are our future. Listen to their struggles. They are amazingly resilient, and they need community. Seniors hold the wisdom and stories of days gone past. Seek diversities. Their stories will blow your mind. Always bring fruit or a treat. Snacks are a universal door opener. Listen deeper. Have neighbors? This quote is too common. He was quiet. The family kept to themselves. But the details read, family dead, triple homicide and suicide. Being a friend changes lives, yours and theirs. There are amazing people with amazing stories all around you right now. You have the power to transform lives with a smile and a conversation. You will find needs in every community, individuals who are hurting at the end of their rope. Suicide rates are rising at alarming rates, and relationships and community are the key. The rights of sex workers and trafficking survivors are directly tied. Every law, every injustice, every hateful meme, every unpublished death of someone in the industry affects everyone in the industry. One is not free without the other. Please go to Twitter and hear all the voices directly. Pay close attention to who is tweeting. Is it a big NGO organization and a social media campaign? or an individual? Are they angry, hurt? Why? Activism was much harder on my mental health than trafficking and sex work. Think on that for a bit. Hashtags anti-trafficking, hashtag sex work is work, hashtag listen to survivors, hashtag listen to sex workers. Our systems are failing. Our schools look like prisons. Our prisons are slavery. And humans are being raped and killed by violent people with and without a badge. And very little is being done that actually solves the problem. Now is the time for change. We must seize this opportunity and rebuild our families and communities. Listen deeper, love more, kindness wins. Tell your stories because you are important. I want to congratulate you on reading. Between the topic and the style, it's been an adventure. Thank you for walking with me. I am deeply honored. I'd love to change the world with you. You can find me on social. I am at Sassy Jess, spelled wrong, SASYJES, or Jess and Reid, JES and AND, Reid, REID, across all platforms. We love to hear from you. We love your reviews. My email is Jess, JES, at superpoweredhumans.com. And if you would like more information about Life School, where we teach, have fun, we play, but really it's all about breaking generational cycles, learning to laugh, have fun, and design the life of your dreams. I look forward to getting to know you. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. I'm truly honored.